And Borodar, good morning as well to the Derbyshire team led into the field by captain Leas de Floyd. And good morning Borodar as well to the not-out batters from Glamorgan, Zainul Hassan and Eddie Byron. To resume the bowling this morning for Derbyshire at the River End, Sam Connors.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for the penultimate day of the County Cricket Championship season. Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Glamorgan resuming at 22 without loss in reply to Derbyshire's 450 for 8. And if you thought, hang on, I thought Glamorgan were only 11 without loss when they went off after tea. They came back an hour and a half later for quarter of an hour.
Yeah, we had 4 overs, and then of course the sun went down.
Indeed, and they all went off again. We are scheduled to have 104 overs today. That won't happen.
No, I'd be surprised.
So we shall see how many we get and how much further this game progresses. Sam Connors will bowl the first ball of the day and his 6th over to Eddie Byram on 5 not out, and Byram plays that one gently down into the gully. And there is no run.
Derbyshire need 4 wickets by lunch minimum. That's what I'm looking at here. They've got an extra 10 minutes in which to get those 4 wickets, if that's going to be of any use to them at all. 12:40 lunch, 3:30. I assume that's fixed.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think it probably is, if we get that far.
Indeed. As Connors bowling round the wickets to the left-handed Byram. Oh, beats the outside edge there as Byram pushes forward rather uncertainly. Cloudy conditions here in Cardiff this morning. Just a little bit of vague blue sky visible through the haze in one small section of the overheads. But it is cool and slightly breezy. And Glamorgan will have to work hard for their runs. 301 is the target for the avoidance of the follow-on. As Connors charges in towards us again, bowled to Byram, who has played inside that one at the last minute in his usual
he does that a lot,
understated way.
He seems to do it a lot. Does it well.
So he's now faced 38 deliveries for his 5 not out. Century last time out against Yorkshire, and 40 in the first innings, having recorded a couple of low scores up at Worcester in his first championship game back, having missed the middle block of the 4-day season through injury. Connors bowls and Byram drives for the first runs of the morning through the covers. Pleasant shot, won't quite reach the boundary. It's hauled in by Pat Brown, and they'll go through for a couple of runs. 24 without loss. Virtually the first time we've had cause to mention Pat Brown since he didn't bat.
And hasn't bowled.
And hasn't yet bowled.
He will.
Presumably he's likely to be next change.
Well, I think so. He's the one point of difference in the bowling attacks for me, because he is very quick. He's also slightly erratic, or has been in the 2 games he's played so far.
That should liven things up either way then. As Connors is into bowl and Byram slightly squared up, but playing it competently up to mid-off.
Well, he's currently clutching his left hamstring. Having chased that ball to the boundary, that's not necessarily a good sign, I would suggest.
Let's hope he's just stretching things in the anticipation of bowling, but he doesn't look hugely happy there.
No, he doesn't.
On the pavilion side of the ground, the crowd is once more minimal, as the date and the weather would tend to suggest, as Byram defends that one back up past the stumps at the non-striker's end. So 2 runs, 1 play and miss, and Glamorgan at 24 for naught.
We won't see Pat Brown immediately because it's going to be Zach Chappell to continue from the Cathedral Road end. A couple of points, or a point worth noting, that in the warm-up today we saw Matt Lamb bowl. I haven't seen Matt Lamb bowl for a long, long time.
Mystery spinner?
Well, it's a mystery how he gets any turn. No, it isn't. Yeah, he turns it both ways, I'm told. He's an off-spinner and a leg spinner in the Liam Livingstone mould. But he has one of the more bizarre run-ups. But he appeared to be bowling medium pace this morning, which he used to bowl back in the day when he was at Warwickshire in his earlier days. Zach Chappell to Zain ul Hassan. That's down the leg side, nicely taken, tumbling by Brooke Guest to his right. The wind has calmed down. I got blown back to the hotel last night. That was saved a bit of energy. Well, I also got wet because by the time I was walking back yesterday evening, it had started to rain. I wasn't here for them removing the water from the covers today, but David Griffin, who was, informs me a lot of water was removed from the covers. Yeah.
Must have been very much overnight. I didn't hear much last night.
As Chappell is in and balls, that's left alone by Ul Hassan. Quick training international cricket ground, though.
It is one of the plus points of this ground. It does drain very well.
Yeah, well, there's a river nearby, which must help.
Once they reconfigured it, dug up the square basically after the rebuilding of the stadium, they found the drainage had gotten much worse.
But it all collapsed with the heavy machinery.
With lots of concrete presumably around, preventing the water from going anywhere.
3 slips in place as Chappell bowls to Ul Hassan, who clips that one away down to fine leg. Sam Connors is down there in the far distance. It keeps them down to a single. Overthrows Brooke Guest with his throw in from the boundary. And Glamorgan moved to 25 without loss. Ul Hassan on to 16. Derby is pretty good at draining, but once it's full, it's full. We're going to get a short leg, I think, here. Mark Waters just tossed a helmet onto the field, which has been retrieved by Matt Lamb. Or is he going to come in? Where's he going to go?
Close in
At slip. Interesting.
Well, the ball isn't carrying, and these two are playing with very dead bats when they play defensively.
So third slip is ridiculously close for Zach Chappell. It bowls and it's pushed straight back to him by Eddie Byram. And there's no we have had once this season, in 1 innings I think, second and third slip both wearing helmets because they were standing close because the pitch was dead, and I think that was at Derby. I'm fairly sure it was.
We had a brief spectacle of I think it was Kieran Carlson fielding on his knees at slip.
Yes, yeah, got a bit of that. Sun is threatening to come out here. As Chappell bowls a full delivery and Byram drives it up to Mitch Wagstaff, who entertained us yesterday afternoon with his 78 off 84 balls. Spoke to him last night. All about the team.
Absolutely.
He said through gritted teeth. He didn't say it through gritted teeth at all. I did ask him, so you were getting close-ish, but... And of course he was out dancing down the track at Kieran Carlson. No, all about the team. We were always going for 450. And fair play to the young man. As Chappell bowls to Byram, who leaves that one outside the off stump. And we've now had 2 of the 104 overs we're scheduled to have today. And Glamorgan have moved on to 25 without loss. 16 to Ul Hassan and 7 to Byram. Twice yesterday by 2 different people I was asked about the merits of playing cricket on the 27th of September, as it was yesterday. And on each occasion I said, we clearly don't have enough time to give this a proper discussion as to why we have to play on the 27th and 28th and 29th of September.
Quite. Connors to start his second over as the weather brightens, and Ul Hassan is up on his toes and defending out on the leg side, and there is no run. 25 for naught. 301 the follow on target. James Harris spoke to the Glamorgan bowler last night. He said that Glamorgan had reaped the rewards yesterday for keeping things tight on day one. And to be fair, it wasn't the worst Glamorgan bowling performance this season, even though they were 300 for 2, Derbyshire, as Ul Hassan leaves that one through outside off stump. And he also admitted that Glamorgan were still under pressure in the game and would have to bat all day today to try and solidify things.
Yeah, so once they get past 301, we pretty much, as Edward at the back of the box says, go home.
Well, if Mickey Arthur is suggesting that they're unlikely to contrive a declaration, as Ul Hassan plays on the leg side to mid-on. A click of camera from down beneath us somewhere. Mr. Griffin is obviously in early action.
Yeah, so the boys arrived. They are sitting in the stand below us, so he'll be with them. Just hope that the conversation doesn't get too raucous.
Otherwise we'll have to turn the effects microphone down. We wouldn't want
very much
raucous conversation on the effects microphone.
On any microphone, really.
As Ul Hassan tries to force that one through the covers, he's got enough bat on it to get a couple of runs down towards third man. Don't think it was quite where he was aiming, but played it safely enough. And he moves to 18 and Glamorgan to 27 without loss. Ul Hassan, you'd have thought, would have been in with a decent chance of starting next season in the first team in the after the departure of David Lloyd. Wonder where he's gone.
Is he going?
Yeah, he's going. Surprise, really, after 12 years. Must be a really good destination to tempt him away. Connors is in and bowls, and Ul Hassan defends it back to him. No run, 27 for naught.
Yes, we're still trying to work out where Lloyd will fit into the Derbyshire, but he'll clearly fit in to the Derbyshire batting lineup. It's just where.
My view on David Lloyd is that he's best off at 5 or 6.
Yeah, well, he could go there.
As that is a brilliant take from wicket-keeper Guest. It was an effort ball. It was a no ball from Connors. Banged it into the pitch virtually halfway down, and it ballooned up over Ul Hassan's head. It was far too high. And Guest pulled off quite a spectacular piece of keeping.
Yes, he's from his arrival a couple of years ago, he's much improved. As a wicket-keeper, I suppose, the more you do it, the better you get, generally, but not always the case.
Oh, have you been watching me play? Connors bowls, and that is defended to Ul Hassan. Up to mid-on, no run, 29 for naught with the no ball and 2 runs off the bat in that over.
I haven't been watching you play.
No.
I'm certain I'd enjoy it.
The possibly the most embarrassing moment of the last couple of years was when I looked up and saw Mark Wallace watching from square leg.
You don't want
that. Morgan, wicketkeeper of 2 decades standing, and he's watching a Division 11 South East Wales League match because his mate Ian Thomas was playing his first match for a number of years.
3 slips for Zach Chappell, who begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end. There's a mistimed drive from Byram up to mid-off, where Mitch Wagstaff does the fielding. It's a long time since I played cricket of any description. Sadly, not 100% sure my back would take it.
Oh, it's never too late to go back to it.
Not sure they do cricket whites in my size or boots. As Chappell goes in again past umpire Lloyd and bowls to Byram, who again this time with the back foot pushes it up to mid-off.
What size boots are you then?
14 these. Yeah, they might even be 15. I'm not very good at having my feet constricted. I'm not very good at buying shoes, full stop. I've always hated it. Ever since I was a young boy when you just couldn't get them.
I'm not surprised, really.
Goes Chappell. This time it's off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket, where Alex Thompson, who might have a bit of work to do today, does the fielding.
Just in terms of, it must be quite a lack of choice for you compared to most people, because mainstream goes up to 11 or 12. I mean, I'm 11, size 11, so...
11 would be ideal. I even looked at those ones that are advertised on television a lot, aren't they, that you're wearing at the moment? I thought, I'll go on the website and see if no, 12. I don't care how stretchy the material is. As Chappell goes in again, and that one's left alone by Byram to go through to the keeper.
If you want to contact us via the medium of formerly known as Twitter, X, at NickWebb2017, at Fletch Sport. Thoughts on the season, this match, where you want your team to try to strengthen, in particular for next season.
Chappell in again, bowls to Byram, who pushes this up to mid-off. They thought about a run, it wasn't there, so they decided against it quite wisely in the end. I did miss 3 emails yesterday. I'm just wondering if they're... somebody said the storm beginning with M. Martin says Magnus, question mark, where it could be. Who knows?
That reminds me, should we get beyond the M, there's a Nicholas this year.
Is there? Wow. Paul W. has an explanation as to why we've gone back to A. As Chappell is in and bowls, that's left alone again by Byram to go through to the keeper and made no, but not particularly threatening. And Glamorgan remained 29 without loss. Storms are named by the Met Office of the country that first detects it. I think the previous storms were named by the Irish Met Office, so that would make sense. It was over Ireland, from what I could gather. And we were talking briefly about Lias de Ploy and his Hungarian passport, which suggested that Hungary don't have a cricket team. Well, they're 73rd in the T20 world rankings, Hungary.
Fair enough.
Out of 87. Greece are at number 87.
He might get in there. Connors bowls through outside off stump and allowed to go through by Ul Hassan. Now, was there someone on the circuit? Oh, it's the Sussex lad, isn't it? Carvelis. He's Greek.
Is he?
I think he might have...
He's a South African Greek, then.
He's a South African Greek, and I believe he's played for Greece.
Wow. So they've had a first-class cricketer playing for them, and they're still 87th in the world.
Yeah, he played a T20 for them last year. I don't know if he's played this year.
He's not playing at all at the moment.
Connors is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan turns into a gap in the leg side. Might have been a single there. No. 29 without loss.
It reminds me, Stephen, back at Derby, sent us a link to a scorecard from the Asian Games.
Oh, yes.
Did you see it?
The Nepal against Mongolia.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely staggering.
I was quite glad that I wasn't commentating on the Mongolian names, as Connors is in, and Ul Hassan pulls and will get a single down to deep square to make it 30 without loss. I know we need to do our best to pronounce any sort of name as accurately as possible, but the Mongolian one struck me as particularly difficult for people from the UK.
Yes.
But yes, Nepal with a very, very big win in that game.
Well, the remarkable thing about this big win was that nobody conceded as many runs as Matty McKiernan did in that quarter-final at Taunton.
As Connors bowls and Byram plays out on the offside and there's no run. How many was that?
84, I think. It might have been 82.
In 4 overs?
Yes.
Gosh.
Yes.
I think Glamorgan's worst is 66, I believe.
Yeah, Nepal made 314 for 3 in 20 overs, and Mongolia were bowled out for 41. A 273-run victory, or defeat, depending on whether your glass is half full.
As Connors comes in right arm round and bowls to Byram, who plays it to backward point, and there's no run.
Well, as it was pointed out yesterday evening, that would have been in Derbyshire's top 10 heaviest defeats in any form of cricket, including first class, let alone T20. Some interesting figures. 2 overs, 1 for 55. 3 overs for 55. I mean, it was just a mess.
There was a bit of nominative determinism, though, in the Mongolian side.
Was there?
In that the opening batter, I think, had the syllables batter in both his first name and surname, if you have the card in front of you.
I do.
As in comes Connors and bowls to Byram. It's a no ball, says Ms. Redfern, on overstepping, and it's played back down the pitch.
He was called Nyambatar Naranbatar. Very good.
Opening batar.
Wow. They made 41 and they had one batsman in double figures. And there were 23 extras. Including 16 wides. And they're 41. Anyway.
Connors bowls, Byram defends to point. 32 without loss with the no ball. And we are through 16 overs. Glamorgan's scoring rate, therefore, is exactly 2 runs per over.
Oh, yes. I wonder how long it'll be before we see a change. It's probably a bit early yet. But just 3 overs for Connors and 2 for Zach Chappell. But I think the ball's gone past the bat once. I don't recall it going past the bat too many times yesterday in the various brief sessions that Glamorgan were asked to bat. Go round the wicket, Zach Chappell, to the left-handed Zain Ul Hassan.
He's playing only 2 of the second division games today. They're off at Chester Street and Headingley.
Is it rain at Chester Street, or just can't find the commentators?
It just says much delayed.
Could be anything though. He did put a video out yesterday saying how nice it was. Serves him right, really. Chappell around the wicket, bowling to Ul Hassan, who defends that one straight back to the Derbyshire bowler. The breeze, I was just going to say, I was looking at the Derbyshire flag, it's sort of changed direction a bit, but more southwest than certainly yesterday.
At Hove, Sussex 264 for 3 in their second innings, 268 for 3, leading by 275. So building a decent lead over the Gloucesters.
Chappell is in, and Ul Hassan tries to flick this one away down the leg side. He misses it. Brooke Guest tumbling to his right takes the ball.
The issues, of course, to be decided in Division 1. Surrey didn't get any batting points, so they need to avoid defeat, basically, against Hampshire. Hampshire 9 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 21. Essex, though, have still got to get to 400 against Northants and win the game, and neither of those looks hugely likely.
And goes Chappell again, that's wide of the off stump. It's a no ball as well. That's the third no ball of the morning. 34 without loss.
Essex are 138 for 5 in reply to bottom side Northants 369 all out. So I think we can say that the title is very much heading for South London, barring ridiculous reversals of fortune.
A terrific underdog story that is. Here's Chapel in again, and that one is edged. And what did that fly? It can't have flown through to the keeper. He's got his body in the way of it there.
I think it was bottom edged, wasn't it?
Was it bottom edged into the ground?
That was my initial reaction. Hopefully we'll see
I lost it completely.
a replay. It wasn't the sort of reaction from the cordon that it was a...
No, nobody looks
a
disappointed,
chance.
do they? Nobody looks disappointed. It wasn't sufficiently interesting for us to see it again. Here's Chapel around the wicket to Ul Hassan, who is beaten. Second ball that's gone past the edge of the bat today. Which in 5.5 overs isn't very many.
Now, Kent look as though they're doing a reasonable job about staying in Division 1 because they have piled up 360 for 4, leading Lancashire already by 33 runs. And they've got another 14 overs to get bonus points.
As Chapel is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Ul Hassan. Again, there's no run.
Joe Denley is 115 not out. So Kent went into the round 1 point ahead of Middlesex. And although Middlesex made 366 against Notts 105 for 2. If both are drawn, it looks as though Kent could well get more bonus points and therefore remain in the First Division.
Chapel in and bowls drive from Ul Hassan, but straight to Pat Brown. And there's no run, end of the over. 34 without loss. Well, this particular page keeps or adds the points in as they.
All right.
And,
Okay, so it's the
Middlesex
live.
are currently 1 point behind. Middlesex 1 point behind Kent. Does that make sense?
Middlesex 3 points from batting. Kent, no. Kent would have got 3 from bowling, and they've already got 3 from batting. So Kent, I think, will be 4 points ahead as things stand live in the table.
Perhaps they only add them on at the end of innings.
Something like that. Byram faces a silly mid-off or thereabouts, but the ball is on his hip and he's able to turn it down towards backward square leg for a single. So we saw Glamorgan tinker with their fields quite a lot yesterday afternoon. Had 3 men on the drive at various points and no slips by mid-afternoon on the second day, which tells you how little the ball is carrying, really. So the silly mid-off will remain in position for Ul Hassan as well. 35 for naught as Connors bowls and Ul Hassan plays it straight to said gentleman, Pat Brown, who is at least remaining on the field after appearing to be feeling his hamstrings earlier on.
He's not clutched it since, has he? Which is something, I suppose.
As in comes Connors to bowl to Ul Hassan, who works it on the leg side and will amble through for a single. 36 without loss. Glamorgan's alter egos, Queensland, match against South Australia, abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Similar weather there, then.
In Brizzy. Labuschagne's with Australia at the moment.
They lost, didn't they?
As that's well defended by Byram. A short ball, well targeted short ball from Connors, and Byram did well to play and get on top of it. Australia.
No, they won actually. Australia won, I beg your pardon, by 66 runs.
Yeah.
It's a good effort.
Labuschagne made 72, Mitch Marsh 76, Steve Smith 74, Warner a half century. Was 352 for 7. India bowled out for 286. 4 wickets for Glenn Maxwell. As round the wicket comes Connors, outside off stump, and Byram has nothing to do with it. England playing their friendly warm-up against India at Guwahati on Saturday, 9:30 BST. Australia take on the Netherlands. Further friendlies on Monday when England play Bangladesh. And on Thursday next week, England play New Zealand in the first match of the tournament at Ahmedabad.
Comes around quickly, doesn't it?
There's a lot of it as well, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
As Byram plays that one out into the offside, no run, no danger of a solitary shock defeat sticking you out of the competition. You play loads of matches.
Well, they had to guarantee India a certain number of games, didn't they, for the domestic TV audience?
Which is the driver of world cricket, isn't it? Indian television at the moment.
I'm afraid so. So whatever they want, including a rain day in a tournament where no rain days were scheduled, they get. In the Asia Cup, the game against Pakistan in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, India against Pakistan has to be played for the advertisers.
Get it played to a finish, no matter how many days this one-day game takes. 36 without loss. Zach Chappell around the wicket, bowls wide of the off stump to Zain ul Hassan. Goes through to the keeper.
I've never actually seen a bowl off, unfortunately.
No, I haven't.
It's an entertaining tale of how Glamorgan were playing in a sort of semi-friendly one-day tournament up in Scarborough. They used to have the Tilcon trophy.
Yes, yeah. The old T.N. Pierces and all the rest of it. Chappell in again, wide of the off stump. Ball allowed to go through by ul Hassan.
And I think Glamorgan won a bowl off by virtue of having several sober players, which the opposition didn't necessarily have by the time they'd watched it rain for hours.
My favourite story that is told about Derbyshire losing to Hertfordshire, possibly, in a bowl-off. The bowlers were all tossed the ball for their go as Chappell is in and bowls. And that one has beaten the edge of the bat, and he got very excited there for a moment. Zach Chappell did a little dance. Very impressive. Blimey, look at the time.
The time is indeed 1100 hours, British summer time, if this qualifies as British summer. And Glamorgan have moved sedately from 22 for no wicket overnight to 36 for no wickets. Ul Hassan and Byram try and take the sting out of the attack. A couple of plays and misses in recent deliveries as Chappell bowls outside off stump and Ul Hassan stretches his right foot half forward and keeps the bat firmly out of harm's way. Penultimate day of the season. It is not the most intense end to a season I've ever seen. Thank you very much to Emir Evans for his thanks to us and our county colleagues. Who knows what a winter of change will bring Glamorgan, he says. As that is a punch through the offside, nearly through the offside. In fact, it's a dot ball as it's half fielded at point by Dahl. Did well there. That probably was a single by the time it had been tidied up from cover. But Byram was on the cautious side. Indeed, who knows what a winter of change will bring Glamorgan. That Will probably be the nature of my musings in the end of season review, which I'm going to write at the weekend. As that's turned on the leg side by Ul Hassan. There is no run. It's the end of the over, 36 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Hopefully there will be some words on the BBC Sport Wales website somewhere over the weekend. And then I've got to do an even more considered review for Wisden at some point, having been handed that honour by Mr. Bevan. Other cricket publications are available, as we're obliged to say on the BBC. But yeah, I've been doing the brief match reports as we've gone through the season. And have to write some sort of summary for them as well. As in comes Connors again, and Byram forces through the covers. In fact, the fielder at cover, Wagstaff, has got a hand to it, so he saved a couple of runs. The ball runs about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Wagstaff eventually goes back to retrieve it, and Byram is finally into double figures off 59 deliveries. Which is quite a genteel start. Derbyshire have now posted a short leg as well as the close catcher on the drive on the offside. As Connors bowls and Byram turns it along the ground past the short leg fielder down to Chappell at fine leg, and they go through for a single. 39 without loss. 301 is the figure for avoiding the follow-on. A year of change for Glamorgan for various reasons. Changes of coach, captain on the way, chief executive and chairman. Chairman one's already happened as Zainul Hassan runs one down into the gully, and there is no run. Sad to see the loss of Jersey Reds as a professional rugby club in the English Championship after the horrible events in English Pro Rugby of last year, when Wasps, Worcester and London Irish all went down the Swanee. Short ball pulled away by Ul Hassan, hasn't quite middled it. It'll run down towards backward square, and again they're quite conservative with the running and just settle for a single. 40 without loss. Ul Hassan has 21 off 61 balls. Byram 11 off 60, and Glamorgan very much operating in a cautious mode at the moment as they look to build past the follow-on target of 301. Doesn't look as though they'll be immensely concerned about batting bonus points as things stand, but there is so much time. There's another 90 overs to worry about that as Connors bowls and Byram defends gently to mid-off, and there's no run. Points coming into this game, well, Glamorgan were level with Sussex and 9 behind Leicestershire. So the best that Glamorgan could finish would be third, and Leicestershire, well, they're very much under the cosh against Durham, picking up just 2 bowling points and 96 for 6 in reply, but off the field in Chestler Street, too far north to play cricket.
Yes, clearly.
Byram plays that one into the offside. No run, fielded at cover. 40 without loss.
Although I am surprised the ECB aren't trying to squeeze in an extra one-day international at the Riverside. It's usually about this time of year that they ask Bangladesh or Sri Lanka to play up there, just to force home advantage.
Yes, we have finished England one-day internationals at home, haven't we?
I believe so.
Yeah. With the.
I think we finished just before the Ireland series when they put out a shadow squad.
Yeah.
And certainly none of the players who were travelling to. My favourite piece about that Ireland series was that Joe Root was going to play in the first game, but it was completely washed out, so he didn't play, and then didn't play in any of the others because even though the second one was on a Friday, I think, or even a Saturday, because he was going to fly out on the Wednesday, so it takes him 4 days to pack. Here's Zach Chappell bowling to Ul Hassan, who goes back into his crease and pushes the ball out into the offside. Matt Lamb has just gone off temporarily to be replaced, he said, scouring the field. Oh no.
To be replaced?
Well, yes, to be replaced.
Hopefully.
Well, I can't.
If they've got a 12th.
I'm trying to work out where the... so Pat Brown's there, so that means that Nick Potts is at mid-wicket, quite close in. He's the 12th man with 26 on his back. There's Chappell around the wicket, balls to Ul Hassan. And there is Nick Potts doing the fielding. Right on cue. So I'm not sure whether there'll be any communication between the office and me today for various reasons for the 11:30, 11:25, 11:35 movable update. So I might just go at 11:25. That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Bevan will be here before then.
Well, he was in the room that I'm operating in, which is why I was slightly tardy coming back, because he did ask me a couple of questions. Chappell bowls and forced into the offside by Ul Hassan. Nice piece of fielding by Pat Brown, who is a very fine fielder. But they still scamper through for a single. Ul Hassan moves to 22 and Glamorgan are 41 without loss.
It's probably the first quick run they've taken today. It has been very sedate, hasn't it?
Nicely fielded as well by Brown. Is a very good fielder. He showed no effects, didn't clutch at his hamstring or anything there. So good news all round.
So, 2 slips, 5 saving the single.
Ball's just not going past the bat. I think 3 times today so far. That's it. That's the 4th time, so there's a half an appeal from Zach Chappell. I'm not entirely sure that he thought it had hit the bat. I didn't, but it has gone past the edge, so that's 4.
I think they're going to have to appeal more convincingly than
yes, that was particularly unconvincing. The little dance that he did in the previous over, that was very good. I like that. I've not seen him do that before.
Looked as he was about to burst out and strut his stuff in some place of nighttime entertainment.
Strictly has just restarted, hasn't it? Chappell bowls, defended by Byram, picked up by Lewis Rees. They've shown the ball. They keep showing the ball to Graham Lloyd, not in any kind of official way.
This one's not beating the bat. Can we have another one?
Yeah.
Well, not very often.
Well, Lewis Rees has got a big smile on his face. Graham Lloyd has sent him on his way.
Any chance? No. Yes, indeed, I was sent on my way by Mr. Lloyd when I inquired whether that was the close of play, isn't it?
Very good. Chappell bowls, and that one is guided slightly uncertainly down to backward point by Eddie Byram. It's the end of the over. That is the 5th over sent down by Zach Chappell. He's only conceded 4 runs in those 5 overs this morning. Sam Connors 5 overs for 15, and we're almost certainly at the point where there will be a change of bowling, you would have thought. Now, this is interesting because they've shown the ball to Graham Lloyd, and he's gone, no. So now they're showing it to Sue Redfern, and she's basically said, look, you've already shown it to one of us.
Yes.
We're not going to change our minds. And
it's like parental authority. If your kids are playing up with mum, they appeal to dad, or vice versa.
Yeah. We're going to see Anuj Dal for the first time in the match bowling. I think this is a good move.
Well, these the opening bowlers have bowled unchanged since about 20 past 3 yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
Whenever this innings started. We had yesterday we had 6 overs before tea, 1 over after tea, and a further 4 overs about 90 minutes later.
It was maddening, wasn't it? Batlam's back on. He'd gone off to put his fielding pads on. And he's now fielding at extra cover. I wonder if we're going to see some spin. You can, excuse me. You can always, very poor microphone craft. You can always tell when Alex Thompson is about to bowl, because for a spinner, he does some fairly extravagant warm-ups. But he isn't doing anything at the moment, as far as I can see. In fact, he isn't. He's at mid-wicket.
So, Anuj Dal, right arm seam. Round the wicket, down the leg side, Al Hassan flicks at it, doesn't make contact. Our colleagues writing the BBC Live cricket page, available on the website with sort of updates from all round, opine that it feels like Middlesex's Division 1 status is slipping away, with Kent continuing on their merry way. Dal is in again, bowled to Ul Hassan, who plays it defensively to short cover, and there's no run, which begs the question for supporters of these two counties: will we be heading to Lords or Radlett or some similar outpost? Northwood even, where Glamorgan ended up playing T20 and thoroughly enjoying themselves, as Chris Cook and Colin Ingram batted extremely well. Down leg side, Ul Hassan glances it away, off bat or pads? Bat. It's run down to the boundary for 4, just wide of a diving Brooke Gast. 45 for naught.
So they made a few, did they, that day?
They made a few, yeah.
Derbyshire kept getting past 200 this year, which is very unlike them. Including chasing down a 200 target. Pat Brown's just left the field momentarily to fetch the helmet for Brooke Guest, who's going to stand up.
Glamorgan made 238 for 3 at
Nice.
Northwood, including a stand of 187 between Ingram and Cook. It's the only time I've seen Colin Ingram overshadowed by a fellow batter, as Chris Cook repeatedly plonked the bowling into nearby fields. Dal is in to bowl. Ul Hassan is forward defending. Having said which, Middlesex were actually in the chase for about half their innings. They were 146 before they lost their first wicket in the 12th over.
They are particularly appalling at T20 cricket as well, aren't they?
Yes, apart from when they came here, when Glamorgan were even more under par. It was a game which I missed. The only day's play I've missed this season.
Oh, that's not bad then.
It was a good one to miss. Dal bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends to silly mid-on this time, so close catches on the drive on either side of the wicket.
I've not missed an entire day's play this season. I've missed a couple of ends of games, including a victory in the one of 2 victories in the one-day cup at home to Sussex. I nipped off to watch one of my other teams lose instead.
Dal bowls, Ul Hassan drives to wide mid-off. There is no run. 45 for naught. We are through 22 overs, so the run rate just 2.05. Glamorgan, no hurry at all, just playing the long game, looking to occupy the crease and blunt the opening bowlers and indeed build gently towards 300.
At which point?
And 1. At which point Derbyshire will have to break the habit of a lifetime and try and set up a game if they want to.
Yes, I don't think they will. I don't I think they will. Zach Chappell's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket to Byram, who defends square on the offside. Dahl picks up.
Post-match interviews in Glamorgan's game at Cheltenham, which was largely washed out on 2 of the first 3 days. It was ended in a very tedious draw, and it was question, well, what went wrong? Oh, they wouldn't offer us anything realistic. Interview with the opposition. Oh, they wouldn't offer us anything realistic.
Yeah, you do need agreement. Chappell is in, and that one is defended again by Byram, pretty much in exactly the same spot, because it's Anuj Dahl who does the fielding once more. I just think that the team bowling fourth, which would be Derbyshire, you would expect. Prospect of bowling a side out, negligible.
Yeah, I mean, you'd need them to be going for the target all the way, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It could still end in a draw. Here's Chappell, bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly, nicely stopped by Mitch Wagstaff, diving to his right. Fielding at a wide mid-off, Mitch Wagstaff.
In terms of the weather today, the Met Office is offering us 40% chance of precipitation at 4 o'clock and 80% at 6. BBC website will probably say something entirely different.
I would imagine so. Those French forecasters. Chappell's around the wicket again, and that one is in the air and caught by Anuj Dahl. It was a loose shot from Eddie Byram, and Anuj Dahl leapt in the air, took it two-handed at backward point, and Derbyshire have the breakthrough. Glamorgan a 45 for 1. Byram goes for 11.
A very laborious 11 it was, off 69 deliveries, and, well, that's what happens when you play attacking shots. A little bit of width. Probably should have played it through the covers, was aiming through that, but a thickish outer half of the bat in the air, and a head-high catch, well pouched by Dahl.
No 4s and no 6s. Eddie Byram still 405 behind Glamorgan. Was a decent catch. Would have travelled quite quickly to him. I had no idea where the ball was, if I'm entirely honest with you. I was just hoping that he had caught it and it hadn't gone through his hands and raced away to the boundary.
Coming back to for Glamorgan is
Ingram in at 3, not his best season in the red ball stuff, averaging just 25.7 and 1 century. Where was that? At Derby. 136. He's got more or less half his runs in that one knock. He has been used basically as a stand-in for Marnus Labuschagne in the Championship this season. He's not played when Labuschagne's been available. Ingram still with some fine form, as I mentioned in the white ball stuff. Plenty of runs there.
He's a good one-day player, though.
He is a good one-day player. He's had a good Championship season last year, but has struggled to be consistent across the disciplines in one season.
He's going to face his first delivery, ball by Zach Chappell. Around the wicket again, and that weak plays at that one. Goes past the edge of the bat. It's an absolute minefield out there now. 45 for 1 it remains. He didn't really have to play at that, I would suggest. But fresh to the crease, wants to get bat on ball. Almost got the edge of it.
He's not going to play a Byram-esque innings, Colin Ingram.
Good. I don't think he had to play at that. It's quite a long way outside. There must be another set of stumps outside the off stump, that one.
Wanted to crash it through the covers for 4.
Well, what will he do this time? Well, I'm not sure whether he played inside the line of that one or not. Possibly not. A good end to the over for Zach Chappell, who may well have earned himself another one. A wicket maiden, in fact. 12 overs, 5 maidens, a 1 for 16. Miserly, as ever, Zach Chappell. And Anuj Dal will continue. So wicket maiden, that's not to be sniffed at. Something to mention at 11:25, 30, or indeed 35.
Freestyling.
Yeah, which is not ideal, is it? I don't think they realise that you have to come off doing something that you're doing to do that.
Indeed.
But just there at their beck and call.
Anuj Dal, who took the catch, now has ball in hand, and Ul Hassan is driving back to him. And there's no run. There is a line of people by the time that Dal has finished his follow-through. He was virtually in the middle of 2 players close to the strip on either side. Silly Midon's right boot is almost on the wicket. Dal into bowl to Ul Hassan, who turns that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There's 1 slip. Lewis Rees standing well back. Brooke Guest is standing up. Derbyshire very much looking to crowd Glamorgan, to squeeze them. Got Lamb on one side, all padded up, and deploy and Silly Midon not padded up. As Ul Hassan is hit on the pad, looking to work on the leg side. Ball rolls to square leg, fielded by Thompson. Excitable half shout.
Oh, so it's quite a skill, isn't it, to actually turn around a full 180 degrees and still be going down the pitch. But, it soon stopped.
As Dal quickly on his way again, and Ul Hassan is cramped up by that one, and it squirts out and lands virtually level with the stumps. I suspect inside edge onto pad or similar. He didn't really have much control over it, and it almost got through, just bouncing to the side of the popping crease.
It was a strange one, wasn't it? I'm not sure if it actually went through and hit Brooke Guest's pads or not. Both of them have their backs to us, and we saw a replay of pretty much our vantage point.
Dal in. Ul Hassan drives on the leg side, hasn't timed it, and might be getting to something of a problem for Glamorgan, and the runs have dried up completely now.
Should I send Mr. Bevan in?
Why not? Please do. 45 for 1. Ul Hassan, who's had a disappointing last couple of matches with the bat, and is forward defending, coming into the side as an emergency opening bat in the Championship, having batted largely middle order and bowled first change for the second 11 in red ball cricket. Was then brought in against Sussex in round 6, and has been in the side ever since. Quite a few 20s, 30s, 40s, innings of 69 at Derby. So both these two have got runs against Derbyshire this season, but it's going to be tough going by the look of it. Ul Hassan on the back of a couple of matches where he really hasn't got going with the bat as well. So this is something of recovery for him, but he's only got to 26. And Zach Chappell will bowl to Colin Ingram with 3 slips. And Ingram defends into the offside, and there is no run. It's not necessarily the sort of conditions that Ingram will enjoy here. He is capable of defending and playing long innings if necessary, but he'd much rather be attacking, I'm sure. Third slip picks up a helmet and creeps a little bit closer. And Chappell Derbyshire's only wicket taker so far is into ball to Ingram, who smashes him through the covers for 4 to get off the mark. A trademark Ingram shot. And he is up and running. Derbyshire will be probably happy to see him willing to take on that sort of shot. But he nailed it nicely. Played it along the grounds and between the fielders. Raced away. Glamorgan on to 49 for 1. 301 needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. 27 runs added this morning for the loss of Eddie Byram's wicket, caught Dalbold Chappell for 11. Chappell in to bowl to Ingram, who drives powerfully but straight to Wagstaff at mid-off. And there's no run. Good morning, Edward Bevan.
Good morning, Mr. Webb. You well?
I'm as well as can be expected for this stage of the cricket season.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here, of course, but it's
melancholy time of the year.
It is a bit melancholy, isn't it?
It's not only the end of the cricket season, but the start of the dark winter.
Well, only another 6 months, and we'll be looking forward to April again and shivering our bones around the county circuit in April. 49 for 1. Man on the drive on the offside at short extra, and Ingram has a waft outside off stump. I was saying it's not necessarily the sort of innings that Colin Ingram wants or enjoys playing here.
And it's not the sort of pitch that Colin Ingram likes. He likes to drive through cover mid-off. He's one of the best exponents in the game of those shots. But you're not going to see much driving. The only some test bowlers used to say, don't try and drive me. The only driver you want is the man in a taxi. But there we are.
He's creamed one through cover,
Yeah.
and he's missed a few. That one's on his legs, though, and he's able to work it down to backwards square, maybe a couple of runs. Yeah, come safely back for the second by the time it's picked up by Connors, running round to deep square in front of the pavilion. 51 for 1. The Glamorgan half century is up to absolutely no public reaction
A few people, yeah.
whatsoever.
There were 15 people, so Alan Gibson, not Alan, it's his dad, Anthony Gibson said that when they restarted at Edgbaston yesterday against Somerset.
Chappell bowls, Ingram forward playing to
Well,
Lamb at short cover. No run, 51 for 1 end of the over. I think there were fewer than that here, weren't there?
4, wasn't it?
4 or 5 members of the paying public. There are a few up in the committee box there.
Well, I've never seen anything like it. Out they came, then they decided the covers, the big covers are halfway on. Then the umpire said, we'll start 14 overs, we bowled 3, and that was the end of the day.
I suppose one ought to applaud the umpires
Yes.
for trying to get as much cricket as possible, but it did seem a little bit token and a little bit farcical to restart at 5:35 and off again by 5:50.
The scoring rate here, as Dal prepares to come up and bowl his third over, is 2.04. As he comes round the wicket and bowls, and nice looking shot there, but as we've seen so many times, you drive it well enough, but it then trickles to the man on the drive. It's a man on the drive opposite each other on either side of the pitch. Wicket keeper is, as you would expect, standing up, and the score is 51 for 1. Al Hassan 26 not out. He drives again, and I think I've said it before to you, Nick. I've been impressed by this young man, how he was thrust, I think is the right word, into the opening slot for one of his debut. I think was down at Sussex against some very useful bowlers, including the Ollie Robinson, the England bowler, which was a test for him. And here he is now as Dal goes wide of the crease, and this is driven, and they have to run a bit hard here, and Ingram does in the end. So going back to Al Hassan, he's sort of learning on the job.
Yeah, needs just to be able to rotate the strike a bit more and find out ways of scoring when it's not coming naturally. But he's certainly got the occupying the crease bit of it.
Yeah, which you want for 4-day cricket. As the great Alan Jones used to say, Glamorgan's great batsman, an opening batsman, of course, try and get it 30, 40 at lunch, trying to get near 80, but tea, and then try and get you 100, you've done your job. Ingram drives this next delivery to mid-off. That's the opening batsman's job. Not much baseball involved there, but it's 4 days.
Indeed. Since we had probably relatively few listeners last night, a reminder of the St Helens Balconeers and Glamorgan Combined Players Annual Awards on the 4th of October, Wednesday next.
Dahl in past the umpire and bowled. Ingram drives. Again, it's not with any sort of conviction, it's fielded at mid-on.
And you can get details of that event on the Balconeers or the Glamorgan Cricket websites. The Balconeers are thebalconeers.co.uk. It's at the Towers Hotel, Jersey Marine, on the outskirts of Swansea, and it's going to be excellently chaired.
I wouldn't say that. Having done it about 50 times. It is, in fact, the 50th anniversary, so a terrific achievement by the Balconeers, who've given Glamorgan so much money over the years. And it was always a pleasure to go to St Helens when the ground was in top order. Beautiful spot. We used to look forward at Nick, and if the sun shone, you look over the Bristol Channel. Vista.
Especially when they knocked down the rugby stand, and it made it an even better view.
Yeah.
So Pat Brown is the second change bowler for Derbyshire, maybe their fastest bowler. England T20 international.
Interesting story, isn't it, Pat Brown? He was, of course, as you say, playing for England when he was with Worcester, and then completely lost, whether it was confidence, action, I don't know the whole story, and didn't play for a while. And now he's been signed by Derby. He is quite sharp, and we wish him well in his entry, if you like, or re-entry back into county cricket. He's ostensibly a one-day bowler and chosen for England, or was chosen in that capacity. But now he's playing red ball cricket.
And he comes then, wearing 36 from the Cathedral Road end, and Ingram defends into the covers, and there is no run. Still a relatively young man at 25, so he's got a long way to, a long time to refashion, re-energise his first-class career, and well, maybe he'll make things happen one way or another here. 53 for 1, because it's been an opening 65 minutes today in which not an awful lot has happened. One man out and 31 runs scored. Brown bowls. Ingram is forward, defending back to the bowler. And there's no run. Slightly surprised to see them down to 2 slips, having given Chappell 3. Man on the drive on the leg side. Matt Lamb in a catching position. But Wagstaff has gone out now to a conventional cover position, saving the single and fielding on a rather parched bit of square in the middle. Brown bowls over pitched, and it's gone away for 4 runs to third man. It wasn't where Ingram, I don't think, was necessarily aiming for it, but he got enough bat on it, and it flew away to the third man boundary. See a replay for video stream viewers, and fourth slip might have been interested there.
Yes, typical on this pitch, I suppose. Glamorgan now don't want to see what happened when Yorkshire in the last game here a couple of weeks ago, 500, and they were scoreboard pressurised, if you like. All of a sudden they were 96 for 5, 106 for 6, and you can see by their approach they're very watchful.
So that's pulled around by Ingram. That's 4 more to square leg. That was fairly safe, that shot. as Brown strayed down leg side. Ingram latching onto it, and such a powerful man, Colin Ingram, smashing it away between two leg side boundary fielders.
As you and I will remember, play a huge defensive role here for a couple of years ago in company with Chris Cook, where they batted a day and a bit against Nottinghamshire, Stuart Broad and all.
As Brown bowls, Ingram plays the same shot again as it goes bouncing down to square leg, not entirely under control. They take the single. 62 for 1. Ingram moves to 16 off 16 deliveries, so the absolute opposite of Byram, who's 11 occupied 69 balls. But I think Matt Maynard, generally his message to his players has been do what works for you, and not maybe too much worry about whether you score them quickly or slowly in Championship cricket. In the first innings anyway. Brown bowls, Ul Hassan leaves, through to the keeper. 62 for 1 at the end of the over, 301 the follow-on target. Ul Hassan has 27, Ingram has 16.
And again, we're looking, it's quite a pleasant day out there, little bits of blue sky, trying to get through the clouds. But if it is cloudy, again, we'll be looking 5:15. So I think there'll be some overs, unless it opens out beautifully. Some overs missed again tonight, even though we've got extra overs today.
Yeah, we might get a bit of dampness by 6, according to the forecast. So, and possibly a shower before that. So, yeah, if the light doesn't get us, the rain will.
Start another over, and it'll be Dal to bowl, and forward comes Ingram and pushes it up to silly mid-off. 62 for 1 then. Ul Hassan 27, been there since the start. Ingram brisk 16. Rather a loose shot from Eddie Byron, just try to force it through the offside backward of square.
It's probably the first forcing shot he'd played.
Yeah, and went straight to Dal. He took it, and that was off the bowling of Chappell. He made 11. Dal from the river end comes in, bowls the left-handed Ingram, who really has a belt at that again. The ball not coming through, and wicketkeeper Guest who is standing up, which is no surprise. Dave Fletcher was telling me I said I think he'll bowl well, he won't score many runs. I think in the last game he bowled something like 7 overs, 2 for 6. Here he is, comes bustling in, wide of the crease this time, and it's a good length ball which is pushed away onto the offside.
Kent continuing to get on top in their match against Lancashire in their efforts to avoid relegation. Kent 410 for 5, 83 ahead of Lancashire.
Right. That means that Middlesex have to win.
Middlesex, yeah, certainly
No.
will get fewer bonus points.
Dal in, bowls. Ingham drive, looking to drive on the offside. It ends up at square leg.
So Kent nearly through they've just got 11 balls left of the bonus points, so they'll get 4 batting bonus points plus 3 with the ball. And yeah, Middlesex missed out on a couple of batting points, so yeah, as you say, Middlesex will have to beat Kent's results. It doesn't seem any way in which Kent can lose from there.
Next ball is tucked around the corner, and they go through for a leisurely single, 62 for 1.
And Middlesex, therefore, having to win. They made 366, and Notts, though, lost a couple of early wickets, but are now 151 for 2 with Slater and Clark both well set. So it seems as though followers of these two counties will be heading to one of Middlesex's venues next season.
Yes.
We all know which one we want it to be.
And it's strange that and just wait for Adal now as he prepares to come in. And bowls to Ul Hassan, who plays gently forward up to mid-off. Funny, isn't it, that Northants will be coming down, and Kent and Middlesex have excelled themselves in these games. The last game or two, and they've been pretty hopeless throughout most of the season.
Yeah, Glamorgan were pretty hopeless at Lord's last summer, weren't they? That was the game that sort of killed off their promotion hopes, really, or proved to be decisive anyway, when Middlesex smashed them by 10 wickets.
Once I heard that they were Murtagh and Roland Jones on a green pitch and they won the toss, so he feared the worst.
Yeah. Glamorgan 214 all out and never really recovered. Pat Brown from the Cathedral Road end to Colin Ingram on 17 not out. Pulls down to fine leg. Single taken. Not sure bowling on leg stump to Ingram is
no, it might disappear if
wise.
it's too short into the stand there. Remember that hit he hit here? It went clean over the pavilion, near to the nearest floodlights. Enormous shot.
Scored some good runs for Glamorgan in his time. Colin Ingram, very entertaining player at his best. As Brown bowls to Ul Hassan, who dabs it on the offside, thinks about a single. Mitch Wagstaff says, "Oh no, you don't." So they're playing in every game around the country at the moment, apart from Chester-le Street, where Leicestershire 96 for 6 in reply to Durham's 457 for 8. 64 for 1 here at Derbyshire. Glamorgan in reply to Derbyshire's 450 for 8. As Brown is into bowl, Ul Hassan pushes it on the offside. No run. Steve West says fond memories of St Helens, particularly as his uncle was secretary of the bar overlooking the grounds. Very pleasant watching places, both from the media box and
which is
from the pavilion,
down.
which was knocked down as a fire hazard.
Well, I passed there one day, had a look at the old ground, it's going down to Mumbles. Something's missing there. There was our old box.
As Brown is in, driven, looked to be aerial for a moment from Ul Hassan. He's safe between two fielders and he'll pick up a couple of runs, but Ul Hassan with a rare moment of aggression and almost paying for it.
You've got to be so careful on this pitch. Keep on saying it because it's so slow. You think there's a nice half volley. I'll drive up to the covers and it stops on you. Remember how Kieran Carlson got out in the last game where they put 3 or 4 men at short leg, backward square. And indeed he got a ball, went back, pushed a bit early, loose wrists, and he was caught dollied up to silly mid-on. And I suppose Derbyshire will employ those tactics, and they're, as I speak, they are beginning to do it. Not a short leg because it's 2 left-handers in, but man, awkward position to describe really. It's just in front of Gully and a little deeper.
As Brown bowls and Ul Hassan on the back foot.
If you understand that.
Yeah, it's
I think I described it as best I could.
There's strange positions, aren't they? There's a deep gully behind square, and also a man at short cover point or something like that in the catching position, as well as the conventional cover, 1 slip, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, 2 back on the leg side. As Brown bowls and beats Ul Hassan. Through it goes to Guest. Good delivery. The announcement from Northants is that the spinner Simon Kerrigan has announced his retirement from professional cricket, aged 34. 1 test match 10 years ago, sadly didn't go too well for him, but a good county career with Lancashire and Northants.
One of the one cup wonders, as they call him. Alan Butcher was one.
Did he only get one?
Yeah, formerly of and Glamorgan, of course. Fine player. Left-hander.
Yes, enjoyable to have him on a commentary stint with us at the Oval this year.
It will be Dal to continue from the river end. He's bowling to Colin Ingram, bowls the first ball, and Ingram drives elegantly, but again it goes to silly mid-off on the drive.
Yes, Ingram is going to have to play a patient innings. He is capable of it, we know, but he likes to get on top of the bowling and get his run rate up.
He waits as Dal, number 65 on his back, comes in, bowled. Ingram plays that away. Deep gully is rather deep, and they go through for a single. And the score goes on to 67 for 1. All arms apart from the dismissal of Byron this morning on this cloudy and typical autumn day, I suppose. Very still, just a flutter from the flags away to our left. Now for Al Hassan, back we go to silly mid off, silly mid on, opposite sides. As he bowled, that's a good looking shot. It's going up towards the cover boundary. Whether it gets there, and it will. Not a particularly long boundary, as we've been telling over the last couple of days, but it was a little wide, and Al Hassan went for it. Got 4 runs. He moves to 33, again making an impression. One first class 50, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, at Derby.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of 20s, 30s, 40s, so he's done pretty well. As Dahl again comes in, bowls to him, and he flicks this round the corner down to fine leg, and will get another run.
Yeah, it's all about watchfulness, isn't it? He's been at the crease now more than 2 hours. This innings has lasted in various instalments. Last night and this morning.
He and Ingram, he got 69, Ingram got 136 up at Derby. They put on 193 for the second wicket, so they enjoy batting together as Ingram waits. Dahl bowls, and this is driven, but a good looking shot straight to cover. Got a little darker, I fancy, Nick.
Yes, we talked about the rain percentages. Of course, what we don't know is the cloud levels at any given moment. It's
if the lights were allowed, and it's said, of course, it's Glamorgan and the council, so better get the facts right. As in comes the next ball, and a nice little shot there, glides it down to third man for 4 runs from Ingram rather, and it's the old-fashioned little late cut, opens the face and delicately played. Don't see Ingram playing those delicate little shots, and it went for 4s, 3 4s for him. He moves on to 23, 76 for 1, and this partnership developing.
Yeah, he's got a nice range of shots, hasn't he? It's his best. Ingram specialises in the cover drive, a nice little late cut there. He's powerful on the with the leg side pickup, and we've seen all sorts of innings from him over the years since joining in 2015. Was exclusively a limited overs player for several years when he was globe-trotting and chasing franchise cricket, and his knee at one point wasn't up to playing championship cricket. But more field rearrangements. What have Derbyshire got in store for us this over? Brown is pointing. He's got a slip.
Isn't this a carbon copy of Yorkshire?
Yeah.
It's trying everything all the time on this pitch.
Now 2 on the drive on the offside for Al Hassan as deploy the skipper. Goes into one of those short cover positions, and Al Hassan drives to backward point. Dahl fields no run.
Graham Lloyd, and a moment or so, look to the heavens as the sky goes that much darker.
Yeah, we saw 85 minutes taken out of the morning session yesterday, and it's around about a 90-minute break in the evening session, plus More overs knocked off at the end. Brown into bowl, just defended gently on the leg side by Ulsan. Thought about a single, but mid-wicket was quickly in, and there's no run. It is looking murky out there at the moment.
And the run rate has shot up to 2.51. It was 2.09, but since Ingram has arrived at the 3 4s, it's accelerated. 76 for 1 of 30.3 overs.
Brown steaming in. Bowls. Ul Hassan tries to pull and is hit on the pad, and the ball just dribbles down towards where a leg's slip would have been. So he didn't get hold of that. Don't think he made any bat contact at all.
Forecast today is for a useful day. Tomorrow's a nice day. High pressure, apparently.
As Brown bowls, forced on the offside by Ul Hassan, just wide of one of the point fielders and stopped by the other.
I wonder what will be left in the match tomorrow. Glamorgan still needing 301 for the follow-on. They've scored 76 of them. So it might be something exciting. Might be something quite dreary. We shall wait and see. Another 9 wickets to take first.
Brown into Ul Hassan, who drives, and he's got that one through the offside cordon, and it's raced away for 4. It's gone a long way, in fact, all along the ground, and it finishes up about 30 or 40 metres past the boundary, next to one of the rollers by the ground staff area of the ground away to our right. 80 for 1. Ul Hassan moves to 38 not out.
Yes, he's been very selective, and I think I heard your remarks quoting Maynard, don't go out and play baseball, play proper red ball cricket after they were dismissed for 270 odd.
Yes. Yes, it's something Glamorgan have not managed very well in recent years. The transition from whatever limited overs cricket, be it 100 or One Day Cup, and then back into Championship in September, and they
seem to falter, don't they?
They haven't finished the season hugely well a couple of times. 80 for 1. Brown in to bowl, and Ul Hassan plays this one off an angled bat down towards the third man boundary. It's a chase for Dahl. Oh, that's a tremendous effort at this stage of the season.
Yes.
He flicks it back just inside the ropes and saves 1 run for his team's cause. Sun hat went flying. Good job the ball didn't hit the sun hat. 83 for 1. Ul Hassan moves to 41. He's retained the strike, and Ingram has 23.
Pat Brown, 3 overs for 19, and still finding his way coming back into county cricket, and no doubt he'll be going to the nets in the winter, I'm sure, up in Derby, to try and rediscover the form that made him such an exciting bowler a couple of years ago, especially in one-day cricket. We wish him well.
Hello.
They're looking at the ball.
Yes, again. Les Deploy is not happy with this ball. It doesn't take wickets.
Nothing takes wickets out. Let's ground.
83 for 1 off 31 overs. Has he won his case? It looks like he has. Mr. Deploy has convinced the umpires that the ball is not in the correct shape, and they will wander towards the boundary, and one of the 12thers will bring out the metal suitcase. It looks as though it's got some nuclear secrets or the red button on that, doesn't it?
I wonder if we're going to see Wagstaff.
It's a metallic little case, which should have usually about 8 balls, I think, maybe 10 of various usages.
Another net ball.
Well, they're meant to be marked, aren't they, in sort of 10 over chunks. You know, this bowl's been used for 10 overs, this for 20, this for 30, etc. It's been proffered to the umpires. They are
See if the umpires are sympathetic.
looking at it. Sam Connors is looking at the selected one, and Dall's giving it a bit of a polish. So a ball change after 31 overs. Better write it down just in case it brings a dramatic change of fortunes. As it does sometimes, even though it's meant to be a ball of similar vintage, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't think, are we? No, we're not going to see spin. It's going to be
Lewis Rees. He hasn't
Lewis
been
Rees.
bowling a lot
No,
recently.
remember.
Bit of left arm seam is taking over from Dahl.
Fifth bowler used by Derbyshire. Glamorgan News 7. I'll tell you that amusing little story in a moment about umpires. There was a game back in the 70s, or it might have been the late 60s, when Gloucestershire were playing at Old Trafford in the semi-final of the Gillette Cup. It was one of the most exciting games, and the news on BBC Wales, on BBC One, was at 9 o'clock, and they were still playing. And the two batsmen went up to Arthur Jepson, who was a character, and here's Lewis Rees's first ball, short, cut away, and it stopped at backward point. And they said, Arthur, it's getting a bit dark. To which Jepson said, have a look up there. And they looked up, yes. You can see the moon, can't you? Yes, get on with it. It was a terrific game. You can get it on YouTube. There's Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket from the river end, comes in and bowls. That's a nice looking shot, but it's intercepted at mid-off.
Yeah, Lewis Rees has been in the runs recently. There's 139 on top of 86, 77 in recent weeks. He didn't bowl in the last match against Sussex. Took 2 in the game before at Bristol. Speaking of flat wickets.
Yes, indeed. Rees turns, comes in past umpire Redfern and bowled down the leg side, clipped away, down to the man on the fine leg boundary. They crossed for a single, 84 for 1, and this partnership now developing. The over rate is level, which is good when you've had 5 seamers.
It looks like Surrey are going to clinch the title on the back of Essex's failure with the bat, because Essex are 182 for 7 against Northants, and they need to score 400 to stay in the championship race. That is not likely to happen.
Left-hander to left-hander. It's Rees in to Colin Ingram, who drives, lovely shot, but it's well fielded there at mid-off, who dives to his right.
I thought there might have been a single there. It was
Yeah,
never going to be picked
ball
up
on the ground.
cleanly by mid-off, was it?
Yeah.
In terms of throw. He's quite a long way back,
I
Mitch
don't suppose there's huge urgency, is there?
No.
This time of the year, and nothing really in the game. Oh, Gloucestershire, who are vying for that bottom but one spot, doing against Sussex, as we watch Rees come in. Bowls. Ingram goes back and plays that little shot again. It's going down towards third man, like side screen just in front of me, that they have run to.
Gloucestershire are struggling in the field. Sussex are 319 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 326. Tom Alsop out for 79. James Coles is 78. Not out, so Gloucestershire will be facing a big chase there at Hove.
Especially with a day and a half left there. The sun normally shines at Hove, down on the coast, on the south coast, as Rees comes in, bowls, Ingram drives, and again, it doesn't get very far. By the look of it, you're expecting to find it hitting the boundary rope. That's the end of the over. Yeah, the sun always shines. Do you remember that time we went down a couple of years ago? Down to watch the T20 at Hove.
Oh.
Drive, a fairly long drive down to Hove. Get there mid-afternoon. no rain, everything's fine. Get to the ground, and one of the Glamorgan players said to me, "It's off, you know."
Yeah.
What?
Called an off an hour before the start, and it hadn't rained that day, but it had hurled it down for several days previously, apparently. So Gloucestershire going to win that one, it would seem. So Derbyshire would be reasonably safe in 6th position. They can't catch Glamorgan, who are in 5th. As Brown starts a new over and bowls, and Ul Hassan plays an attacking hook shot for once, and he's smashed that one away to the boundary for 4. He moves to 46 and Glamorgan on to 90 for 1.
You can't help feeling sorry for Pat Brown, really, because he wants to impress his new county, and he's just, he's bowling far too short. He's been hit for 1, 2, 3, 4 fours, I think, and he has now yielded 23 runs of 3 overs and 1 ball. So in a way, you hope that he bowls a little bit better.
Brown bowls and Ul Hassan blocks a straight full-length ball. No play still at Chester Street. Glamorgan will be hoping to overtake Leicestershire. If Leicestershire were to lose, they might do so. Lunch today at 12:40. Extra 10 minutes because of time added to try and make up for yesterday. Brown into Ul Hassan, who chops it down into the gully area and no run.
Are you meeting the chairman today?
I hope to have a chat with him if he's got time. See,
the new chairman?
Yes, I haven't met him before, so it'll be interesting. Get
well, apparently,
a few words.
Our media manager,
official words.
Glamorgan media manager, Sophie, was telling me he played first-class rugby for Ebbw Vale, I think it was Pontypool, and Bath. In the 80s, I can't remember.
I think he was a hooker, I believe. He had half a dozen years or so at around the
Do you remember him playing?
Level.
No. The name, I can't.
Not hugely. No. But he might have been just known as Roberts rather than Rutherford Roberts in those days. As that's played into the offside, well fielded by Wagstaff, moving to his right. And there is no run. So 90 for 1. The man out, Byram, caught Dahl, bowled Chappell for 11. Driving at that one. Rare aggressive shot for Eddie Byram. They're having an early lunch at Chester Street with damp patches off the square. As Ul Hassan pulls at that one, and he's got a top edge on it, and it's flown away for half a dozen. Well, Brown is putting pace onto the ball, and Ul Hassan reaches his 50 with a 6. His second 50 in first class cricket, and it has come off 102 balls, and he's accelerated in the back half of it, certainly. As Glamorgan reached 96 for 1 and 7 fours and a 6.
Yes, well played him again. I've said earlier on what I think that he's done, and he's done it very well. He's taken his chance, and he will build on this next season.
2 back on the leg side in case he gets one of those hook shots wrong, and Brown tries it again. Ul Hassan tries to smash it into the pavilion and misses. 96 for 1, as Dr. Hignell will give those details that I've just given you. 7 fours and a 6, and we'll have a little shuffle around in the commentary box, and Dave Fletcher will return to the front line to see if he can magic any Derbyshire wickets, any further Derbyshire wickets to be taken, and Edward Bevan will join him.
Seems unlikely, Max, seems unlikely. Only another 19 wickets required. Pat Brown is quick. but has been erratic.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me say, I felt sorry for him because back in the game, Daly wants to. I just wait now for Lewis Rees as he comes in. Bowls to Colin Ingram, and Ingram plays this down to fine leg for his single. There's nothing like feeling sorry for somebody who lost his action, lost completely, something's gone wrong, coming back to try and the second coming, if you like. And because, all cricketers, that's their livelihood, and that's why I'd like to see him survive.
Well, I think the most impressive thing for me is that he's played 3 successive county championship matches on loan. He's taken wickets, yeah, not a huge number, but
he's bowled too short.
But he hadn't played first-class cricket since 2017.
That's right, I would say. It's a long time, 6 years.
Absolutely.
Here's Lewis Rees then. Comes in and bowls. Al Hussain goes for a drive. He's going to get 4 runs out to third man. Throwing the bat all of a sudden in the last 20 minutes. He's been in a very attacking mode. As Nick was saying, his second 50 in championship cricket, and his first, of course, was at the lovely ground there at Derby, where he put on 190 odd with Colin Ingram. And
Colin Ingram scored his only century of the season. Yeah, fancy that.
101 for 1. So this partnership is, what's it worth now? 56. So building up. Lewis Rees, left arm over from the river end, bowled short. He's playing a shorter ball, young Zainul Hussain. He gets a single again down to fine leg as the sun reappears through some, and we can just about see blue sky above the clouds. Long may it stay like that.
Yes, I'm not sure how long it will stay like that, but you're right, long may it stay like that. I've got
no sun in Chesterley Street, the only game that they haven't played.
Well, we all know the reasons for that. We're going to see some spin in a minute because
oh, good.
Alex Thompson has started his...
Oh, I thought we were going to see young Wagstaff.
No, we'll see the frontline spinner first, I think. I'm sure we will see Wagstaff.
Yes, so Lewis Rees in bowls. That's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Elegant drive. That's Ingram on 25, and Hussain, as I say, has been playing some forcing shots recently. He's 57.
Yeah, Thompson starts his warm-up about 4 balls, 2 balls into an over. Just relaxing again now, but goes through some quite rigorous warm-ups for an off-spinner.
Formerly of Warwickshire.
Yes. And Durham seconds.
There's Lewis Rees bowls, and there's no run again. That's Lewis Rees. Formerly of Lancashire, as we talk in the former counties.
As Nick pointed out there from the back of the box, he was at Cardiff.
Yep.
That was Alex Thompson.
Lots of very good cricketers have come through there. Rory Burns. Jack Leach, as Nick says, yeah.
Lewis Rees was at Durham, I think.
Here he is. Comes in, bowls off the back foot, and ball that's just short and did absolutely nothing. Just got behind it and pushed it away. So are we going to see spin in this over?
I think so.
As Thompson takes his cap off and will bowl from the commentary point end, or the Cathedral Road end as we know it.
And there's Dahl back on the pitch.
Interesting they call it the Cathedral Road end, because the Cathedral
It's 2
Road,
roads away, isn't it?
yeah, well, you've got the park, and then behind us you've got the hockey ground, and there used to be the Welsh training pitch next to it. So I suppose it's...
you got to call it something.
It sounds all right. Yeah.
You've got to call it something.
Yeah.
So some off-spin. Alex Thompson just bowling a few practice deliveries to Zach Chappell.
And he's bowling to 2 left-handers, and the ball, hopefully for him, will spin away from the bat. And he will be coming round the wicket, first of all, to Al Hussain, who is on 57. 102 for 1.
I think he's got 25 wickets this season in the Championship.
Has he played every game?
This is the 10th game he's played. He bowls 2. Hassan, that was a little bit too full, and he just clips it away into the leg side. Anish Dal races after it, hares after it, as you might expect. Thompson, 25 wickets at 40.
It's a bit expensive.
Yes, it is the way of
Spinners,
I'm afraid, isn't it? Or it can be. He'll be bowling to Colin Ingram now. He's on 25. Hasn't been out there that long. There's 33 deliveries faced. And, he edges that one, and it's put down possibly by the man at slip. I think he got his hand to it. Whether it carried or not, it was Harry Kame who went diving away to his left-hand side. So
he
perhaps,
looks disappointed.
Yeah, there is a bit of turn.
Let's
See a replay now. It's whether it carried or not. There was a definite edge. Quite a big edge as well. Just on his fingertips.
Yeah. It'd have been a brilliant catch.
It would. Blows into his hands. Harry Kame, 104 for 1. Thompson in and bowls, and Hassan, having seen the last one turn, comes a long way forward and defends that. That might encourage.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Might encourage Liz to Ploy to bring on
let's have 2
Wagstaff.
spinners.
Yeah,
Nothing to lose.
Spinners at either end. Thompson in again. This one is an expansive looking drive out towards the cover boundary where Pat Brown waits for the ball. Hassan moves on to 27, 106 for 1. They're still 345 behind Glamorgan, but only lost the 1 wicket in their first innings so far. Thompson, very upright, goes in and is swept by Colin Ingram for 4 out to the mid-wicket boundary. He wasn't going to hang around. Colin Ingram beaten and got the edge. The previous delivery that he faced, this one is a very nice sweep.
Pitched outside off stump. Well, with such a short boundary, if you get half it, it's going to be 4.
Yes, you can't protect that boundary, really, can you?
No.
There aren't enough players in a cricket team.
Yeah, you'd fancy that area, Ingram, if he's in for some time.
Thompson, final ball of the over. That's a full toss, and it's turned down to backward square leg, where Sam Connors is the fielder. At the end of the first over of spin in the Derbyshire, or from Derbyshire, in the Glamorgan innings comes to an end. 8 runs from it, 110 for 1, with 59 to Hassan and 31 to Ingram.
Well, we've seen 7 Glamorgan bowlers as Derbyshire made 450. We've seen 6 Derbyshire bowlers as Glamorgan 110 for 1. In the last game, we saw Yorkshire use 10 bowlers.
10 bowlers.
That tells you something.
That means the wicketkeeper bowled.
No.
Yes.
Because
He
Shan
did.
Masood won't bowl.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Tattersall bowl.
Lewis Rees to bowl again. Comes in and bowls, and Ingram just pushes it gently up to mid-off. Tattersall bowled. What did he bowl? Little leggies, 4 overs for 19. Dom Bess had a busy game. 41 overs in the second innings.
Blimey.
And what did he bowl? 33 in the first. And he picked up 2 wickets, that's all. Here's Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket, quite brisk. Bowls again, that's driven again. This time it's a single as mid-off, has to move to his right. Nelson is on the board. 1, 1, 1 for 1. We have lunch today at a 20 to 1. The reason why is because the overs, wonderful, isn't it? There was a game down at Hampshire, of course, at this middle of the season where the Hampshire needed, just break off. Well, Hassan waits, Rees bowls, clips it out towards mid-wicket. They'll think of a second possibly here. Yes, they will. Back they come and get them quite easily. 1-1-3 for 1, and Hassan now just 8 runs away from his career best, which he made ironically against Derbyshire, 69. That game at Hampshire, and they went into tea Hampshire about 260 for 4. They wanted 4 runs to win. Guess what they did? Went off for tea.
Hope it didn't rain.
Well, no, there was no chance of rain. Oh dear. His next ball is pushed away on the offside. There is no run. The quirks of cricket.
Yes.
Remember years ago at Bristol, Glamorgan, exactly the same position. I think it was less, just a run or two before lunch, and off came the bails. No, we'll have lunch and go out afterwards.
Got to eat.
It's incredible.
They almost certainly don't eat.
Yes, Rees in bowls. Well, Hassan goes back and tries a naughty little shot, really, to glide it down, but the keeper was standing up. He missed it, went into his gloves. There's also a slip in attendance, so if he'd nicked that, he could be walking back. He's not. He's still at the crease at 61. Ingram is on 62. When did that first wicket? I was in a little meeting at the time.
45.
Rees, last ball of the over, comes in, bowls. Al Hassan pushes forward. End of over. 1-1-3 for 161. Al Hassan Ingram is on 32, and the scoring rate has gone up into the threes for the first time. 3.14.
Just looking at those options for Derbyshire. Mitch Wagstaff, who's only bowled in one innings.
Pretty good over
in his career. 2 for 59 in
first
total,
over.
but his first over, 2 wickets.
Yeah.
With his quite quick leg spin.
Good.
Lewis Deploy has bowled 28 overs in the Championship this season. He had to pick up a wicket. Matt Lamb's only bowled 22 overs, but he was bowling earlier today, but his back is not good.
What is Deploy bowl?
Left arm spin.
Oh.
So they have options in the spin department. Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, bowls. That one is cut nicely, backward of square on the offside, and it goes past Mitch Wagstaff and all the way to the boundary for 4. Nice shot from Ingram.
Can't bowl short, can you, on this pitch, especially if the spinner. And hiding to nothing.
He moves on to 36, 117 for 1. Partnership worth 72 now.
Nearly a run of ball, Ingram. 39 balls for 37.
Next delivery turns quite sharply, I think.
6 on that spot he wants.
And bounced.
Yeah. Nice action too.
It's very upright, isn't he? But
Lovely.
yeah, it just turns away from
Yeah, off the straight, I think.
Off Ingram.
Flash, don't you?
Yeah.
As opposed to the rough.
Yeah, absolutely. Next delivery is a quicker one. And that's a poor delivery. And it's cut away for 4 more by Ingram, down to third man. So Ingram moves on to 40, 121 for 1.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And quicker.
It was a quicker delivery, wasn't it? You can't bowl there, though.
No. Not on this pitch and not at Ingram.
Just stick it on that spot where it turned for most of the time.
You would think Derek Underwood was bowling, he would put it there. Every ball on a sixpence.
Thompson's in again. This one is a fuller delivery, and it's defended by Ingram. Back towards the Derbyshire spinner, who's getting close to that front foot no ball, judging by Graham Lloyd. Just going to have a little look. Kieran Carlson did bowl a no ball in the first innings. Thompson bowls, defended by Ingram out into the offside, fielded by Liz Deploy.
You fancy Ingram the way that he plays, might have a little look and think, well, mid-off and mid-on are up.
Yeah.
But of course the slowness of the pitch, if you do not connect, you're on your way.
Yeah, it could go anywhere. Straight up. Next delivery off the back foot, forced into the offside, out towards Pat Brown. And they pick up a single, and Ingram pinches the strike. He moves to 41. Al Hassan has 61. And Glamorgan are 122 for 1, trailing by 328.
And in that Yorkshire game, the Yorkshire 500, Glamorgan in the second innings 400, and we've already had 670 for 9 wickets in this match. So the omens, if you're a bowler, are not too good.
No.
Lewis Rees is to continue, and he will be bowling at Ingram on 41 off just 42 balls. Here's the first ball, which is played out to mid-on, no run. "77 overs left today. I should be very surprised if we bowl 77.
Very tired if they bowl 77.
Yeah.
Blimey.
Maybe in the field tomorrow, probably, if there's no collusion, which you don't think will happen.
No.
So it'll be a bonus points game. Reese left arm over the wicket. Bowls short. Cut away for 4. Cannot bowl there to Ingram. He's so good off the back foot. And he now moves on to 45. He's played some lovely shots since he came in, but the bowlers have been a little guilty of bowling short at him.
45 off 46. And
Oh,
he's
this
hit
pitch,
8
yeah.
fours. Nah, it's the footmarks, look.
Yeah.
Sam Connors is putting some sawdust down, that'll sort it out.
Can't be done because it's been undercover so much.
Yeah, that'll sort it out.
126 for 1. In comes the next ball, and that's a better delivery, which is dug out by Colin Ingram and played up to mid-off. So
Just watched on the screen there as he came in, and the area that's got the sawdust on, he didn't even run through it.
Nick will remember, talking about sawdust, we had an extraordinary incident that we talked about Swansea.
Well, it was,
Some
it
years
was a
ago.
Derbyshire game. Yeah.
Were you there?
Yeah, it was out in the middle when the umpires told us that they couldn't use sawdust.
It had something to do with the cancer.
Carcinogenic, that's what they said. It was
Yeah.
Swansea Council, I think. Yeah.
Fancy that, Derbyshire again. And that last
Well, we
delivery
spent
was
most of our
blocked.
season in South Wales, Edward, you know what it's like.
Yes.
We always seem to be here. I seem to walk around Cardiff city centre on a regular basis in the small hours of the evening.
You don't. It's a shame we don't expect to be at a lovely ground up in North Wales, Colwyn Bay.
Mm.
If again, unfortunately, because of council and county discussions, I don't know about it. Reese bowls. Ingram drives to mid-off, completes the over, 126. 4-1, Ingram is on 45 and Al-Hussain is on 61. But from what I gather, there have been negotiations about playing in another ground up there.
Good.
Somebody mentioned Rydal School. It's a public school.
Okay.
I can't wait to go on the outgrounds, is it you?
Mm. No, it's enjoyable, isn't it? Although
Yeah.
watching an Aaron Donald get that double century at Colwyn Bay in 2016 was slightly painful.
Yeah.
To say, I was young and naive back in those days. That was my first season. I thought, well, Derbyshire will win one soon enough. Took them a while. In the following year, as Thompson begins a new over bowling to Al-Hussain, who pushes the first delivery out into the offside, and it's picked up by Liz Deploy. I must, in the next over, train my binoculars on the Derbyshire balcony to see if they have any guests with them today. As Thompson bowls, and that one, well, what's that hit? Has it gone through and hit the keeper?
Yeah,
Keeper's gloves?
Bit too full, that, for Al-Hussain, I think.
Yeah, he tried to cut it, missed. It's ricocheted into the gloves. I don't think it took an edge. Let's have a look. Oh, that might just have come off the bat, actually, and gone out into the offside. Strange looking shot. Got to be careful. He is getting the odd one to turn quite a lot here, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. By Al-Hussain.
Since he got 50, Al-Hussain has opened his shoulders, rather.
Yes. Helped by that top-edged 6,
Yeah.
which was the equivalent of one of Mitch Wagstaff's 4s, I remember. As next delivery, reverse sweep comes out, and it's gone straight through Mitch Wagstaff, and that will be 4 runs. He was at backward point, it turned into backward square leg, and whatever he was, he didn't do it very effectively, and it went straight through him. And Al-Hussain moves on to 65. Yeah, good reverse sweep. Mitch Wagstaff will be quite pleased. I remember that the camera didn't quite get round in time. There was, in the very early days of streaming. It might not even have been a live stream. It possibly was, but I'm not sure. They just had the fixed camera at either end. And at Swansea, Alex Hughes dropped the simplest catch at short leg.
I remember that.
But it wasn't on, captured on screen, sadly, as back goes Al Hassan. Plays it straight to deploy.
Go to New Road. I'd just come back from a holiday a month or so ago, and I am sorry to say that the stream at New Road hasn't really improved since they started. And you don't know where they are. They're all over the shop.
Next one. He's bowled him. Has that kept a bit low? Might have been a flipper, but he's bowled him. And Al Hassan has gone for 65, and Derbyshire have the second wicket. Glamorgan are 130 for 2 now. Thompson has his first.
Yeah, I think perhaps he'd been better to have come forward.
Yes,
there.
I don't think going back did him any favours. Have a look at this replay to see if it did indeed keep low. It felt like it did, but...
Yeah, if he'd come forward, he'd been all right, I think.
No, it's sort of hit
quicker ball.
A third of the way up the stump, so not a massive amount of bounce.
Good innings by the young man, and that partnership. So look, 85, which it's a good partnership with the two left-handers, and I suspect that the next batsman coming to the crease with no Sam Northeast. He's missing this game through a little operation he has, not cricket related. It'll be the captain, Gil Carlson, who has got his 1,000 runs for this season.
Surrey champions.
Surrey, the fairy tale continues. Surrey are champions of the county championship.
Do you know, I think Surrey are such, they're well supported, but they run the club so well.
Yes, they do. Of all the big...
Alex Stewart is such a great manager, or whatever he calls himself, signs good sub-players because they have the money, and Alex has said, the money is there to attract these players. Bring the young players through. You can pick a side, somebody said there, of a second 11 players would compete well in First Division.
Yeah. Now, of all the big counties, if that's what they are,
they're
the ones who you would admire the most, certainly. If you look at some of the others, I won't name any names, but people will know who I'm pointing the finger at, who don't bring anybody through and sign all the...
You might just mention them.
All the top local talent, and then put them in the second team. Pat Brown's coming back on from River Taff End.
Club's not far from Derbyshire, and it's in the Midlands. We've got to leave it at that.
Yeah, not far, about 12 miles.
Where a famous football manager's name you can get there.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
anyway.
That's the one.
Pat Brown, little surprised, Dave?
Yeah. I don't know whether he fancies him having a go at Carlson. He won't be bowling at Carlson initially, the new batsman, obviously, because Colin Ingram is on strike.
Not the best time to come in for Carlson, 10 minutes before lunch, but...
He is the quickest of the Derbyshire, but he's probably the quickest of the bowlers on show in the match, but he's just got to get it right.
He's got 5 men on the onside, and no slip.
He's got a third man though, Edward, so we're all right.
6.
Yeah, 6 on the leg side, including the fine leg.
What does he want that for? Here he is, bowls the first ball to Ingram, who gets the short ball and pulled away to mid-wicket. I can't work this one out because he's been punished on the leg side when he was bowling from this. Surely his line of attack should be off stump or thereabouts.
It's also a bigger boundary, I suppose. So you can put more more protection in there.
If you want to bowl a little short, and if you do miss hit, as you rightly say, there could be a catch out to deep mid-wicket. That's 31.
They'll take Colin Ingram's wicket any way they can get it, I think.
Or Carlson. By far Glamorgan's leading batsman this year. Plus his duties, which has been rather busy as captain, which he didn't expect, no doubt, at the start of the season. He was one-day captain. That has skipped a lot in David Lloyd's absence. Short leg has come in, suggests he's going to bowl a little bit short. He bowls the first ball now to Carlson, who clips it nicely off his legs down to fine leg. Well, He's a wide fine leg and there's an orthodox fine leg. Just backward of square, perhaps, that field. So Carlson's off the mark with a single. And Glamorgan have added 121 runs this morning, which is pretty good going. On the slow pitch. It brightens up here. So we'll have this over. We'll have it over of Thompson. Perhaps they'll squeeze another one in, who knows. Pat Brown then bowling to Colin Ingram. Oh, and he gets one down the leg side. Now, if he persists in bowling short down the leg side, he will get no bowled.
He will.
So you've got to be a little careful of that. So Redfern, who was done as absolutely well as expected. Nothing controversial, and Chief scores is the junior one of the two. Graham Lloyd is the senior umpire here by a long way. As Brown comes in, he's round the wicket, bowled. That's short outside the off stump. Now, young man, if you've got 6 men on the on side, you don't bowl there.
No.
And applause for Ingram as he reaches his 50, a very aggressive 50, of 52 balls, a number of which, Dave Fletcher, have been boundaries.
9 of them.
Yeah, that's a high tally, isn't it, in 50?
Also.
136 for 2. Should that not be 140?
No.
It was 136.
It's just a glitch, Edward. It's
Just a glitch. Brown again bowled. Oh, that's wide at the off stump. Not particularly impressive over from Pat Brown. It hasn't ended yet. In fact, there's one ball left, but he has gone for 35 of what will be 5 with this one ball. One batsman is short in Sam North East, so Billy Root will come up the order. He's had a pretty good season. Chris Cook, of course. But it's Pat Brown bowling to Colin Ingram. And Ingram ducks a bouncer. Bit of everything in that over. That's the end of it. 136 for 2. My watch says it is 135. And we might have 2 overs.
Yeah, we should do, shouldn't we? Blimey, if you can't get 2 overs in 5 minutes, or start a second over in 5 minutes, then we're all in trouble.
I think Mr. Thompson is going to have a long bowl today.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Remember, it's 301. Glamorgan initial target. That's the follow-on. If you take that away from 136 away from it, you can tell me what it is, because I can't make that up in my mind all of a sudden. Sorry, Nick?
165.
Didn't give me a chance.
He's got a calculator.
Yeah, he must have.
Yeah. 165.
Unbelievable.
More runs. As we watch Thompson bowl to Carlson, who is not very shy of off spinners. He likes to attack. Mid-off has gone back, and mid-on just a bit. It's a deep extra cover, but the captain will be conscious that we're nearing lunchtime.
They'll be waiting for lunch, won't you now? First ball pushed out into the offside. Second one, gone through to Harry Kame at slip. It's hit the pad, I think. Then it's hit the wicket keeper, and then Harry Kame has caught it, which was a fine effort by Kame. However, it needs to have hit the bat. That's the only slight fly in the ointment there. Let's replay. They might get through the yes, they will before the next delivery. So it got through everything, and that was an excellent take by Harry Kame. Thompson is in again, and this one is down the leg side. Off a pad, I think, to short fine leg.
We talked about Pat Brown. Now, we saw McIlroy bowl most of his overs there over the wicket in the Derbyshire innings. He bowled 20. He didn't bowl a lot up this end. And I think Pat Brown's come on to make some rough again for Thompson.
Perish the thought. You might be right. In comes Thompson and balls. That one's gone through as well.
Bowling well here.
Slightly quicker delivery from Thompson. Good delivery from Thompson.
Perfect off break.
Yeah, he's bowling nicely.
And he's given it plenty of air, which is...
That one turned a lot through the gate.
Yeah, there's a bit of rough there from the left-handers.
He was fortunate that he didn't clip is off stump.
Nasty little moment here for Kieran Carlson.
Thompson's in again. That one is driven up towards a wide mid-off for a single. Lewis Rees does the fielding, and Glamorgan move on to 137 for 2.
Now then, if he gets it to spin against Ingram, it'll test the left-hander. I would rather see him have a bat pad than a short leg.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, it makes more sense, doesn't it? Thompson is in. That one is a full delivery that's squirted down to backward point by Ingram. There is no run. We will get another over comfortably.
And
A reminder that lunch has
Oh,
been
there we
taken
go.
today at 12.
A reminder that we're not having lunch just yet.
You're very welcome to
You probably spotted that, everybody.
don't you dare take it out on the pitch.
please do not take any.
No, don't take don't take your dinner on the pitch. Goodness
I'd
sake.
love to walk out with the tray,
Yeah.
flog myself on the square.
They're concerned about gulls coming down and disrupting play in the afternoon session. With a couple of crisps fall on the surface.
We're going to have the last over before lunch, and it will be Kieran Carlson. A slip has come in and a short leg, so Brown's going to attack as he comes in from that far end and bowls. Carlson gets right in front of it and pushes it away onto the offside. It's a better delivery. Glamorgan started 11 without loss, and they've scored 126 runs with the loss of those 2 wickets. The 2 openers, Eddie Byram was caught by Dahl in the gully of Chapel for 11. Then a good innings by young Zain Ul Hassan. Made 65, his second 50 against Derbyshire this year, before he was bowled by the off-spin of Thompson, trying an adventurous shot off the back foot that hurried through on him. Here's Brown, short, pulled away, and that is going to be a single to the man just backward of square on the onside in front of the pavilion. And the score moves on to 138 for 2. Glamorgan will be quite pleased. Well, yes, pleased,
Yeah,
I think.
pleased, yeah, absolutely.
Rather than quite pleased, because we've seen them in this position before. And more often than not, as we saw in the last game, they were 60 odd for 3, 80 for 4. Pat Brown to the left-handed Colin Ingram. Oh, that's very wide outside the off-stump now. Had Colin got a nick on that, what a way that would have been to be
awful,
out.
wouldn't it? Yeah, he had absolutely no need to play at that shot or play at that delivery at all, especially 4 balls before lunch.
3.33 is the run rate. That's a very useful run rate, having but nearly down to under 2. Thanks mainly to this batsman, Colin Ingram, who's hit all his boundaries. In comes Pat Brown, played nice looking shot, 4 runs. He stood up, and I think that is the best shot he's played. Beautiful shot. He went back, and the timing on this pitch was impeccable, wasn't it?
It was a beautiful shot, but it was there to be hit, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Got it right. Pat Brown in his 6th over has conceded 40 runs already.
Nearly 7 and over, poor chap. Glamorgan 152 for 2. My poor impersonation of the late Richie Benno. We have how many balls? There's more than 2 balls been bowled. In comes Brown, bowls, Ingram defends on the line of off stump. And we are going to have 1 more ball, unless it's a wide or a no ball, before we have our luncheon. I have a meeting, Mr. Webb, at 2 o'clock, if I'm excused, with the Glamorgan chairman, John Williams, regarding Balconiers thing, so I'll fill in before, if you like. Single for the last ball before lunch. Ingram will be happy with that. Glamorgan will be happy with that, because they will take lunch comfortably placed on 143 for 2. And just to repeat, the 2 batsmen out, Byram for 11, Ul Hassan for 65. But Colin Ingram in top form here. He's 55 not out, played extremely well. With him is captain Carlson, Kieran Carlson, is not out 3. We will have some lunch and hope that you come back to join us in 40 minutes' time.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place today. We'll start at Northampton, where Essex have been dismissed by Northamptonshire for 211. Following on in their second innings, Essex are 0 for 1 from 1 over. Essex trailing by 158 runs, and news of Essex's dismissal in their first innings means that at the GS Bowl, Surrey have won Division 1 of the LP Insurance County Championship, despite the fact that they have been off the field this morning because of rain, with Hampshire 67 for 2 in their second innings, leading Surrey by 79 runs. It's lunch at Edgbaston with Warwickshire 225 for 6, leading Somerset by 10 runs. At Chesterley Street, there's been no play so far today. Leicestershire are 96 for 6, trailing Durham by 361 runs, but they've had an early lunch and play will be resuming shortly. At home, Sussex are 352 for 4 in their second innings, leading Gloucestershire by 359 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire are 93 for 4, trailing Worcestershire by 296 runs. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 201 for 3, trailing Middlesex by 165 runs. Finally, the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, where Kent have moved on to 447 for 8, they're leading Lancashire by 120 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's one of the locations where you can also purchase a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook. The other location being the Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports. Situated opposite Gate 2, and will be open until around about 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also obtain food and drink from the mobile unit beneath the Castex house stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open until the end of lunch today. addition to a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. There are also a number of second-hand cricket books which are available for purchase, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, with the funds from the sale of these items going towards the Roman Museum. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sapphire Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report any issue or concern with strictest confidence by alerting your nearest steward. So thank you, diolch yn fawr iawn, for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Yep. Thanks. Glamorgan 143 for 2 at lunch in reply to Derbyshire's 450 for 8 declared, so Glamorgan nearly halfway to reaching the follow-on figure and probably avoiding defeat. Contrasting half-centuries for Zain ul Hassan, a patient 65, and Colin Ingram with a typically dashing 55 not out. The other man out, Eddie Byram, for 11. Derbyshire's wickets claimed by Zach Chappell and spinner Alex Thompson, but Glamorgan playing their way out of trouble at 143 for 2. Play resumes at 20 past.
14 I ran. Yeah. I volunteered. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. And in 24 I volunteered. But you're awesome. I'm not knocking you, but you're awesome. No, it's just ironic. What do you think when people do it? Probably astounding. Yeah. Otherwise, let me say what we when I do my own little. I remember like there was something. Yeah. It was 36 minutes.
Sorry, we couldn't count. What's that?
I did that a big eye.
That's 40 minutes.
And I done one again.
Yeah.
I taken about 2 hours. Everyone that done success step for that, do what it takes, so you look after the last person. Yeah. So like the one was really consistent. Do something. What's wrong with Tom?
Probably long term. Yeah.
He's good.
That's what I'm It's good. It's so wrong. Yeah. It's so many levels. Yeah. No, I grab the price up. I might go up to the
Doesn't really matter.
You try to
I can go to bar.
camera slide,
I
it's
can
fine.
back
What
in
you do?
there. I can use it.
Only because
I can't see on the
can't see the top of it.
back in there.
So when you see the top,
Like on the mouse. Yeah. Like 90.
camera screen, you
I always go back.
see the eyes. See where you want to pick up in your career.
When you finish, and then you can scan that.
And then you usually see at the top of everything.
And that's where you get your sign. So of course, there is because underneath the talk of it, you've got to go back into the number six.
I know.
So I wasn't after that. Stay over there, isn't he? No, he's scared. Your daughters. I know it's full, but I'm full. Oh shit!
Yes, Dad. Love you. You should stay. Huh? You should stay tonight. I did too. The signs have put your name on them. This bit.
I don't know. Tony, I don't know if he's going to here. Yeah, 3 days. Yeah. He might have his you. Yeah.
Welcome back to Spire Gardens. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby here, but that's because Nick Webb's got very important business to attend to 2 doors down, we think, somewhere, certainly in the media centre. We're going to resume with the Glamorgan on 143 for 2. They still trail by 307. And in the way that Radio Wales listeners were informed that Glamorgan were digging themselves into a decent position, I told everybody at Radio Derby how much the ball was turning. So Alex Thompson will continue. It'll be interesting to see if they actually operate with any of the other spinners, because they've got Mitch Wagstaff, who can bowl leg spin, Liz Deploy with left arm spin, and of course Matt Lamb, who was bowling this morning in the warm-ups, can bowl off spin and leg spin, although he appeared to be bowling medium pace to me this morning. Might just have been warming up, who knows. But it will be Alex Thompson to begin. He'll be bowling initially to Colin Ingram. He's on 55. Kieran Carlson has 3. The men out this morning, Eddie Byram for 11 and Zain Ul Hassan for 65. Ul Hassan was dropped by Brooke Guest a couple of balls before he was eventually dismissed, and the first delivery after lunch is defended by Ingram out into the offside, where it's fielded by Lias Deploy. Absolute chaos in the commentary box. Absolute chaos. Sweep from Ingram out towards the square leg boundary, as you might expect. And Sam Connors does the fielding. They go through for a single. And they're up and running in the afternoon session. Glamorgan 144 for 2. Still 72 overs nominally left today. But another 96 tomorrow as well. And it's going to be Carlson to face the third delivery of the Alex Thompson over. And he comes and bowls a fullish delivery that Carlson pushes up to mid-on.
You rather troubled Carlson before lunch in that over.
He's turning it.
And he bowls the arm ball. He's isn't it pleasant watching the spinner? And if we have another at the other end, well...
Just looking to see who might be warming up at the moment. I can't see anybody noticeably warming up as there's a reverse sweep comes out and he's going to get 4 runs. There was a dive put in by Sam Connors. He couldn't get there. A backward point which turned into backward square leg, and Carlson picks up a boundary and moves on to 148 for 2. Almost halfway to that 301 that they require Glamorgan to avoid the follow-on.
And then we see what happens.
Indeed.
If it does happen, might have a collapse, you never know.
I think that's the best way of this game moving on. If Glamorgan wouldn't mind collapsing as this next one, he uses his feet and pushes it into the onside. There is no run on this occasion as Liz deployed does the fielding.
Oh, if Glamorgan go on and get 600,
Well, that's the other one. Yeah, that's the other one.
But Glamorgan don't have a recognised spinner on this side. They haven't got one. Carlson does all that work.
He's batting at the moment, and Thompson bowls to him and turns it into the leg side. He'll pick up a single here. That looks like Mitch Wagstaff. It is. Moving around to do the fielding. Ingram remains at the non-striker's end because Carlson's pinched the strike. He's got 8. Ingram's got 56. 149 for 2 Glamorgan. And it looks like Sam Connors is removing his cap.
Well, you've got 2 free-scoring batsmen at the crease. Will take every opportunity to score. There's no point in just defending, because if you defend and get out, you haven't done your job, whereas if you do attack, and I can't really see either of these just blocking away. I'm sure it'll be attractive if they stay there, and it'll be encouraging if the ball does turn more as the game goes on. Thompson will bowl a lot of overs, as Dom Best did in the last game. Sam Connors will carry on from that river end. And he'll be bowling at Carlson with 2 slips. He'll attack the relatively new batsman. He's on 8.
Yes, you'd expect so, wouldn't you?
10 minutes before lunch. He was beaten on the outside by Thompson, and then one went through the gate. But it's Connors' pace now, and he is in over the wicket and bowls. Carlson plays it gently away onto the onside. Passed his 1,000 runs in the last game, and still relatively young is Kieran Carlson. We thought he might have been recognised in some respect in England last year or the year before, when he was coming through and still scoring runs in both 1 and 4 day cricket, but it's a bit far, you see, for
too far west.
Too far west for the selectors to come down. Connors bowls. That's 4 runs down to the vacant third man, perfectly safe. He was aiming it square, but it squirted off the bottom edge all along the ground. He moves into double figures, on to 12.
And of course the nonsensical notion that you should be playing first division cricket to get in the England side, just like Matty Potts and
I counted there were 4 or 5.
Bryden Cars.
And Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue, of course, yeah, absolutely. And Ollie Robinson at Sussex. So it's a lot of old nonsense.
Absolute nonsense.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. But they trot it out. It's almost like it's convenient.
I trotted out the bowlers in Division 2 the other day on that line. And you think, hello, yeah. There's some useful bowlers in that group.
I'll say. We look at the attacks that Yorkshire have got, the attack that Durham have got. they should be the top two sides in this division, because if you can bowl a side out twice, you have an enormous advantage.
That's why I said I think had things not blown up at Yorkshire and 48 points, I think, and had the rain not interfered, that they were the second best side in the division.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Connors in again and bowls to Carlson. Carlson plays it into the deep gully position. This time there is no run. Glamorgan over the 3.5, 3.52 runs now per run rate. 71 more overs left today.
Just looking at the television screen next door. Practice round at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I watched The Celebrity for a bit last night. Gareth Bale, the football player.
He's a good golfer, isn't he?
Scotch. Hits miles. In comes Connors and bowls. Gun barrel straight and it's played defensively. There's no run.
They're in Italy this time. Was that right for the Ryder
Rome.
Cup?
Yeah. Glorious weather.
It looks nice, yeah. Might watch a bit of that on Sunday with my feet up. Perhaps a tin of beer in my hand. Worst ways to spend a Sunday, I think.
Watch a little bit of rugby if it's... I don't know
Well,
who's
yes. No, I'm not sure who's playing this weekend, but I should watch that.
In comes Connors. This is turned away on the onside, down towards the pavilion. It might go for 4. No, it's cut off just in front of the main pavilion here at Safari Gardens, but they amble through for 2 more. Carlson on his way pretty quickly. 14 of 17 balls, and the score is 155 for 2. Batting to come, as I say earlier, Billy Root is in good nick, and then you got Chris Cook also, and everybody can bat really.
Gouthwaite can give it a bit of a tap, can't he?
Gorving got 47, batting at 10 in the last game. McIlroy can hold a bat. Harris. There's a good-looking shot there through extra cover and mid-office, running up to the boundary, and it will be stopped just inside. Oh, yes. The way these run, they should have run 3 there, but they decide just in case.
It's the weekend of disappointing rugby union fixtures, I'm afraid, Edward.
Tonga against
Scotland-Romania is the 8 o'clock game on Saturday night, which should be fairly straightforward. But Fiji played Georgia. Well, we know who'll win that. Argentina played Chile. And on Sunday it's South Africa, Tonga at 8 o'clock, which might be half decent for 20 minutes before Tonga get tired. And Australia against Portugal. And you can only hope that Portugal would win that one, but they won't.
I did a game in the I think it was the 91 World Cup out in Portugal, and that was 110-5 or something. Can you imagine the scorers in my book, couldn't you?
We need a second pen. Here's Alex Thompson beginning a new over from the Cathedral Road end. The first ball is driven pleasantly out into the offside. It's a misfield by Leicester Ploy, which doesn't happen very often. He's covered, though, by Zach Chappell. Smiles all round, no run taken. Ingram remains on 56. 157 for 2. As Thompson bowls, and that one is guided to backward point.
He was getting ready then, Ingram.
He was going to smash that a mile, wasn't he?
Yes, he's always looking out for runs. It's not good, you know, because of the slowness of the pitch, you have it in 2 minds whether to drive and then you might just hit it straight to cover, straight to mid-off.
Thompson around the wicket bowls. That's defended by by Ingram, rather, back towards the bowler.
Living in Wales now. Has come to live here permanently.
Has he?
Does some coaching, yeah.
He's got a shortish leg. It is a short leg, but he's not that short. And that one is driven. He's driven it out to Pat Brown on the cover boundary. And they walk through for a single. 158 for 2. Ingram to 57 of those. It's very still out there. I mean, the flags are fluttering, but you look at the trees, there's no movement at all. Yesterday the wind whipped up a bit, didn't it?
Towards the end of the day.
So it blew me back to the hotel. Next delivery from Thompson, turned into the leg side by Carlson.
I gather you walked from the bottom of the cathedral, the very bottom, back to
Right across to the
into
arena.
the centre, to the arena.
To the arena, yeah, which is my hotel's near the arena. It's a 25-minute walk.
Yeah, I would say half hour.
Pleasant enough. Except it was raining last night. Carlson uses his feet and then forces the ball into the leg side. Once again, it's gone to Leas deploy. The over comes to an end. Just the one run from it. Glamorgan 158 for 2. Carlson 16. Ingram 57. And the board suggesting we still have 70 overs today.
Probably get 55.
Well, it will go gloomy, won't it, at some point?
Yeah, unless the sun comes out.
You can see blue sky away to the east.
Yeah, that's going away.
Is it? Oh, that's not good then.
That's where you want to look, and it's fine up there, up over Caerphilly Mountain.
Looks all right.
Collins will continue. And he'll be bowling to Ingram. Just the one slip now. There was 2. Yeah, is Collins. He's round the wicket and doesn't quite get there. He aborts his run-up. He's about to deliver, and then he thinks something's not right.
His arm came over. He got into the delivery stride and his arm came over.
Now, again, this is me thinking I'm probably wrong. Has he been told by deployer Mickey Arthur, the coach, try and create some rough for us, you quickies, and come round the wicket? Because you don't often see him bowling round the wicket, do you?
Oh, to the left-handers, yes.
He did. Oh,
Yeah,
there we
yeah.
are. That's my idea, gone out the window.
No, it's a fair hypothesis.
Lovely shot there, and yet another boundary for Colin Ingram. It was very inviting, though, wasn't it? It was a wide-ish half volley, and he just leant into it.
They say your throw's always the first thing to go, and there was a gentleman in a grey jacket with a flat cap on who threw it in from the boundary's edge, and he must have got it about 10 yards. Didn't really help Mitch Wagstaff out too much. He's now pushed onto the cover boundary.
In comes Collins. Bowls again. Ingram drives. This time he doesn't get a run. He's moving into the 60s. He's 61 of 68 balls, which is an excellent rate. Carlson, the other end, is 16 of 20. So these two are no slouches. Nothing at all for the seamers, is there?
No.
We've seen that in Derbyshire's and Glamorgan's.
No, I think this is very much in the hands of the spinners.
Yeah. Anyway, here is the next ball. And that's defended by Ingram up to short mid-off.
I'm trying to remember when Mitch Wagstaff bowled up at Scarborough. It was a blisteringly hot week. He came on sort of mid-afternoon, and everybody went, "Oh, I wonder what he does." And he took those 2 wickets, which was excellent for him, obviously, and for Derbyshire, didn't help them avoid defeat in the game. But you wonder if he might get a chance earlier than that.
I would have thought so. Collins bowls, Yorker length, and dug out by Ingram, pushes it back down the mid-off. Yeah, as there's nothing in it, or no threat at all from the seamers, why not try the spinners at both ends?
I think so.
162 for 2, the score. Here he is again. In, bowls. Nice looking drive through extra cover. Lovely shot again. Connors should learn not to bowl half volleys at Colin Ingram, because he said one square and one through. I often say that left-handers cover drive look better than right-handers.
They seem to, don't they? You're right.
David Gower and all the past players. That's a gorgeous shot. Yet another boundary. He moves on to 65. 166 for 2. As we await the last ball of Connors' 12th over. In he comes, and it's a batted ball, and it's pushed up. Still 8 runs off the over. 166 for 2. Carlson is on 16. Ingram is on 65.
But much like last night, when we had 11 overs or so over the course of several hours. The ball's not getting past the bat when the seamers are on, because it isn't doing anything. And as a result, you just perhaps want that element of spin to try to create something. Yes, you might go for a few.
Still, though, you look on the positive side for both sides. If you get the 96 overs and 69 overs left today, that's 170 overs.
A huge amount of cricket.
Nearly 2 days worth.
Yeah.
And so all you want is a couple of wickets. Bang, bang.
Bang, bang, as they say. Absolutely,
as
bang,
they
bang.
say.
But they'll only get bang, bang, Edward, if they put it in the right areas, won't they? So the umpires, incidentally, while we're trotting the cricketing cliches out, currently trying to get the ball through the caliper. I think it's going through, but it's a bit of a squeeze. So I think they might have to change it, they will change it.
Painful.
That's the second time
Painful.
Derbyshire have had the ball changed in this innings.
One brings two often brings three.
Yes, I like that one.
Well, if it does happen, you see, all of a sudden, you're thinking,
It'll be a big first hour tomorrow morning.
Yes, well, let's hope so. The other one is when you look at the scoreboard now, 166 for 2, you hear somebody shout, 167 for 4.
Oh, yeah,
really?
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
On what basis?
It's encouragement, that's what they call
Yes.
it. Encouragement.
Well, again, that's something that in junior cricket it always used to irritate the life out of me, because somebody would shout, encourage the bowler, and they'd all start, encourage the bowler, come on the ball. No, don't actually do it. Actually do it.
Yeah.
I assume your club cricket is over now. Club cricket finished last weekend, I think it was.
Well, it finished it down
Another
west.
Weekend before last it was.
Down West Wales, it finished the last Saturday in August. Problem is, they could play on, but so many grounds, football and rugby grounds, share.
Yeah.
Well, rugby plays down there, starts training at the end of May.
Quite right too. Going to stay fit.
Yeah.
It will bear fruit in the URC at some point in the near future, I'm sure.
We shall see.
Where
are you Saturday? And as they looking at the ball,
there was absolutely nothing happening
already
at the Medeski Stadium, or whatever it's called.
High up.
It's the leasing.com. It won't be called that when I'm on air, because it's too much of a mouthful.
I never use them.
Yes, so I'm going to Reading tomorrow night.
Just opened when it was then the Majeski Stadium.
Yeah.
And I did again Swansea against Richmond. It was when Swansea they didn't believe in the leagues that were being set up, and they went on their own.
All right.
Remember that, Nick? Years ago, the rugby boys, Swansea Cardiff.
97.
Is it 97?
98,
Oh, trying to identify the players from
Too high.
right up the top.
Yeah, I've done a couple of games from there, didn't I? FA
You
Cup
just
tie a
want
few
to
years
block
ago.
half a dozen in the front, and it's fine.
Yeah. When you're on a high stool as well, so you're almost touching the roof of the stadium.
Good to park, good to get off the motorway, but, you know.
I can't remember if there's a lift. I hope there is. I may never get on air if there's no lift.
When I drive away, I'm home in 15 minutes from Swansea to the house, because you come out the car back up away. The people who do Tottenham and those in London, it must take 2 hours to get home.
Cricket's going to break out. Alex Thompson begins a new over, and the first delivery with the changed ball gets a little inside edge onto his pad there. There's Kieran Carlson. Oohs and ahs as a result. Still the short leg of the slip. There's a man at short fine leg. Square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and a point on the boundary as well. There's Thompson over the wicket, bowls, and that one is turned to the man at short fine leg, who effectively becomes a short backward square leg when he fields the ball.
Perfect way to play a spinning ball, where he dropped his wrists right when the ball was coming onto the bat.
He hasn't chucked a quick one in yet, which is the one that did for Ul Hassan.
Yeah, I think Ul Hassan opened his eyes and clapped his hand. He thought, I'm 60 odd, I'm going to get 4 here, and he played rather a wildish shot.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Carlson, fielded by Duploy.
Carlson very cautious, isn't he, against Thompson. Realises that it's turning.
Well, they don't want to chuck it away, do they? They've got themselves into a reasonably good position here at 166 for 2. Carlson uses his feet and pushes the ball up to Zach Chappell at mid-on, and they scamper through for a comfortable single.
It always
67 for 2.
puzzles me. You're either going to put him right on the boundary, or you have orthodox.
Yes.
Because if it beats him here, and there are pretty short boundaries.
This
it's
is
4.
the fashion now, though, isn't it? Sort of half and half. Around the wicket to Ingram, who is clipped it into the leg side. Off his bat, I thought. Thompson's appealing for leg before wicket. The ball didn't go too far away from short leg. And
You're right.
He's through for a single, is he?
Yeah.
So it was more of a catching opportunity than a leg before chance, but it wasn't too far away from Matt Lamb. Just watching the replay of it now. Well, it's clearly come off his bat. I'm not quite sure what Alex Thompson was appealing for.
Kane went up as well. Not Kane, guessed.
Yeah, it all looked like that to me.
Yeah, nice tussle this, isn't it?
Let's get another spinner on at the other end. Thompson in, reverses out again. This time it dribbles past, in between the batsman and the stumps, I fancy. Didn't get that one right. So Carlson remains on 17. Ingram's got 66, 168 for 2 at the end of the over. Sam Connors is going to continue. It'll be his third over after lunch.
I would have spin on. No.
Well, I would.
Why
The other
not?
thing about that, of course, is you're less likely to be taken off. And you'll rattle through the overs.
And you've got so many runs to play with.
Yeah. And there's still 282 runs behind Glamorgan.
And they got a deep extra colour. But that's another thing that puzzles me.
But
The sweeper.
they had a third man until Zach Chappell remembered he should be at fine leg and has raced across. So there is no third man now.
It will be Connors to resume from the river end. And he comes in and bowls. And that's driven up to mid-off by Ingram, who's on 66. Carlson on 17. And these have already... What did they put on here? 172. Little partnership development. I haven't put my last wicket fell out for some reason.
130.
130. 38 they put on already. Here comes Connors bounding in and bowled. Ingram watches it go wide of the off stump as he goes through low down. In about the 4th over of the game, I think I remarked to you when Derbyshire were batting, and Cook took 2 down by his feet, one on the second bounce. I said, this doesn't look good. And it hasn't, has it? It's done nothing.
No, not really. Presumably the pitch that started half damp, half dry is now completely dry. I imagine.
Connors bowls better ball, comes into Ingram, and he just shuffles it across on the offside. Have we got any people in today?
It's a sprinkling.
100 or so? There are many people who will travel anywhere to see the first ball of the cricket season bowl, and there are many who will travel to see the last ball of the cricket season bowl. Sam Connors in over the wicket, bowls, and Ingram defends.
If it carries on like this, probably won't be the last ball that's bowled, because they'll shake hands at 4:20 or thereabouts.
Yes.
Tomorrow afternoon.
You don't remember Norman de Mesquita, Middlesex days?
I do, yes,
Norman.
I do.
He would go, and he was, Middlesex commentator and scored and everything else. But wherever Oxford University or Cambridge were playing, because they would always play the week before against a county. Connors bowls again, short, whipped away in that run away for 4. A lot of bottom hand in that as he went across and hammered it down to long on for 4 runs. And Norman used to go, I remember Glamorgan were playing something like April the 15th, as it was. They didn't start till the end of April in those days. And Norman walked into the little press box we had there. I said, what are you doing here, Gilmore? Well, always watch the first ball of the season wherever we are. And then lunchtime, I'm off now, goodbye. Well, it's only about 35 minutes up to up to London on the train. These little things. You meet some funny characters.
There are some characters, Edward, yes, you're right. And not just in the press box.
Next ball, a huge yell from Connors. Hope he's all right. I thought he collapsed there. Effort going into the ball, and 4 runs in that over. Ingram is on 70 from 79 balls. I think it's time, 10 to 2, if my boss behind me gives me permission to go and meet 2 people and have a discussion about the 50th anniversary of the South Wales, or the St Helens rather, Balconeers do, which is next Wednesday night when Swansea City play at home against Norwich.
Ah, that's a poor piece of planning, it sounds like to me. Alex Thompson is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's in and bowls to Carlson, who turns it into the leg side. Deploy runs around to do the fielding at mid-wicket. He's a sort of straight mid-wicket, really. There is a mid-on and a mid-off, or there are mid-on and mid-off. As Edward suggested, they're sort of halfway back. The mid-on, Zach Chappell, is halfway back to the boundary. Lewis Rees is a little closer at mid-off as Thompson bowls and Carlson slams it down the ground for 4. Straight back over the stumps at the non-striker's end, forcing the umpire to take evasive action. Good shot from Carlson, really nicely played. In fact, he didn't have to take evasive action because with the greatest will in the world, Graham Lloyd isn't the tallest man you've ever seen, and it went over his head by some considerable distance, but I think I'd have flinched.
Well, with these 2 at the wickets, you're always liable to be entertained.
Thompson bowls, Carlson goes back on this occasion, pushes it down to backward point. There is no run. 176, busy man. 176 for 2. Love a good meeting. Thompson is in. Carlson slams it into the air over the top of Leas to ploy. It's going to have the legs to get to the boundary, is it? No, it's not. Pat Brown will pick it up with his left hand. They'll come back for 2. I was going to say it wasn't a million miles away from deploy. It could have been.
That wasn't nearly as convincing as the previous straight shot.
No, it wasn't.
Something of a hoik, maybe. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball.
Everybody shouts catch these days, though, don't they? As Thompson bowls, I'm surprised somebody didn't shout catch for that one, as it's pushed along the floor out to backward point by Carlson, and there's no run. Awkward in the Yorkshire game when Thompson without a P was bowling to Thompson with a P. You could tell them apart by the P, of course, but that was the only way. This one has no P, and it's a delivery to end the over that is defended by Kieran Carlson straight into the ground. And the over comes to an end at 178 for 2. The Thompson twins, one had a P and one didn't have a P in Hergé's Adventures of Tintin. Of course, they weren't twins, and you could tell them apart by the P in their name. You couldn't, obviously.
And there were also a pop group that didn't have 2 people in it.
No, indeed, there were 3 of those, weren't there?
There were 3 in their height. They started off with about 7 or 8, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, saw them a couple of times. Entertaining enough on stage, and they very definitely weren't twins, since it was a black bloke and a white bloke, and a red-headed white woman.
Hold me now.
That's the one. Love on your side. Connors is in to bowl, and that's driven out into the covers by Ingram off the back foot. Single taken, 179 for 2. We are detective.
Yes, I vaguely remember that more than the first one that you said. They were around when I was at university in the early 80s. They weren't really on my radar, if I'm honest.
I saw them actually at our university as in comes the next delivery from Connors, and it's defended by Carlson on the leg side. I believe they were being supported by Tears for Fears, but in the time between the booking and the concert, Tears for Fears had got big and were actually bigger than the headliners, the Thompson twins.
Yes.
179 for 2 as Connors, and the cloudy skies is into bowl to Carlson, who drives nicely on the leg sides. There might have been a single there, but it's well stopped at mid-on by a tumbling lamb, and they decide not to risk the run.
Yeah, so a lot of bands at university, one in particular that I can't mention anymore because you're not allowed to, but it was mesmeric. A lot of bands that
not allowed to mention them.
I'm not sure that you are anymore. You can mention the band, I suppose,
as that is defended on the offside by Carlson. No run.
His band was called the Glitter Band.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
And in the early 80s, he was still... He probably wasn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he was interviewed by our university radio station, but I don't think I went to the concert. So, Connors, 44, 14th over. Ball's a...
slower ball bouncer.
Yeah, it was a slow ball bouncer. I'm not sure that it was meant to be a slow ball bouncer. It was bounced, banged really hard into the pitch and dribbled through to Brooke Guest's ankles on the second bounce. It wasn't called no ball. Umpire Redfern exercising mercy. Connors into Carlson, and he defends that one on the offside. So Kieran Carlson willing to mix things up. He was certainly having a go at the spinner Alex Thompson, but he's mostly on the defensive there. Indeed, there was just a single to Ingram off the first ball of the Connors over, but Derbyshire need to do more than put the brakes on. They need to take some wickets in a bang-bang style-y.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach Chappell doing some stretching exercises.
Kent have been bowled out for 494. That's a lead of 167 over Lancashire. They took 4 batting points.
Thompson begins a new over. Bowl. Missed everybody. To Colin Ingram, it's gone. Has it got bottom edge on that? He has. It's got a bottom edge on that one. It's gone probably through wicketkeeper Brooke Guest's legs and straight down to the boundary at the River Taff end for 4 runs. He kept himself a little unlucky there. Alex Thompson.
So it doesn't look likely that Middlesex can force a win.
As Thompson is in again, Ingram uses his feet and smashes him down the ground. That is a very good shot for 4 runs out towards long on. So back-to-back boundaries, one that he meant and one that he didn't.
Good work by Ingram.
Yeah, excellent use of the feet.
So it looks as increasingly likely that it'll be Kent who accompany Northants into the 2nd division.
Middlesex, surely.
Middlesex, sorry.
Thank goodness for that.
Sorry. Middlesex. Kent will be safe.
Yes. It's a long way to Canterbury. Thompson bowls and going back into his crease. It's defended by Ingram.
Yeah, it's nice enough when you get there, but it's a... yeah,
food situation's a bit iffy, I'm told.
It has been up and down, yeah.
Many of the food situation at Lord's is appalling, so... Unlike here, and I make my personal thanks to everybody at Glamorgan for the way we've been treated. As Thompson is in around the wicket and bowls to Ingram, who defends.
You're not likely to lose weight in a championship game at Glamorgan.
Good grief, no. Well, I've stopped having tea.
That's very restrained of you.
Well, I think by the time, I think the first night or the second night everywhere was shut, but Here goes Thompson again, around the wicket, balls to Ingram. Oh, gets an inside edge on that one. It bounces into the ground and up into the hands of the short leg.
It's possibly the only time I've ever stayed in a cathedral grounds to cover a cricket match.
At Canterbury.
Hmm.
In goes Thompson. Balls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Ingram, who pinches the strike with a single, moves on to 80. Carlson has 23. Glamorgan 188 for 2. Tell me more.
Oh, there's a little hotel inside the cathedral grounds. It's a so-and-so to find. I got there late at night. I was actually walking around the cathedral in circles looking for I had to ring up the hotel and say, "Excuse me, how do we find you?" And he had to knock on some Hogwartian type door, and the porter would admit you. Yeah, actually went to a morning service there before play one morning. Very improving on the soul.
I can imagine.
188 for 2 as the shaven-headed figure of Zach Chappell goes through a couple of practice deliveries at the River Taff end, and he takes over from Sam Connors. And Chappell has been economical so far, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 22. Will Ingram and or Carlson try and get after him? There's just one slip. Man on drive on the leg side. Close-ish cover as Ingram is forward to the first delivery of the new spell from Zach Chappell. So a further 113 runs to avoid the possibility of following on. Will Matthew Maynard talk Mickey Arthur into setting up a game?
I'm still leaning towards no, but
We'll find out tomorrow morning. As Ingram plays that one into the offside. Well fielded. At cover by Potts, the 12th man.
assume that Connors has gone off. They generally do, don't they?
Yeah, go and change their boots, have a cup of tea.
5-minute relax.
Chill out for
Power
a bit.
nap, perhaps. Or even to watch the opening ceremony of the Ryder Cup.
Charging towards us is Chappell to bowl to Ingram, and he defends on the offside. Well, Essex, having learnt that they cannot win the title, have fallen to pieces. They're 32 for 5 in their second innings against Northants, and
They had their farewell dinner last night.
bottom side Northants are going out kicking and screaming.
They've been sort of competitive in a lot of games, haven't they? But never quite managed to get across the line enough times. I hope they stick with John Sadler.
As Ingram drives on the leg side, Chappell has his arm in the air as if he can't believe a near miss. The ball came off fairly near to the centre of the bat. No run, 188 for 2. Glamorgan momentarily at least becalmed. But I expect we'll see the assault on Thompson continuing. He's one of Derbyshire's 2 wicket takers alongside Zach Chappell, who's bowling now to Colin Ingram, who drives at a wide one and is dropped, I think, by Anuj Dal at backward point. There was a lot of juggling going on, and Ingram survives. Wide delivery. Ingram tried to tuck into it, and it was a low chance to Dahl, who didn't quite manage to hang on to it. Took a smart catch to dismiss Eddie Byram. Couldn't repeat the trick there. Ingram drives again into the offside, fielded by Potts on the bounce at short cover. So regret for Derbyshire as Ingram survives. He's on 80 not out of 92 deliveries. Carlson is on 23. They've added 58 for this third wicket. And the view from James Harris, Glamorgan would have to bat all day and then see where they were. Well, it depends how long all day is, really. 63 overs technically remaining on the boards, but unlikely that rain and light will permit that. We haven't had any interruptions so far today, but we sort of expect them as Carlson turns one past short leg for a single. My office is still of the opinion that there's a 50% chance of rain at 3, and it's pretty likely to be raining by 6. 189 for 2. Carlson's 24 not out. BBC Sport Online with you. Dave Fletcher will be back in a minute. Edward Bevan is making arrangements for the Balconeers stroke Glamorgan annual dinner next Wednesday. Forward pushes Ingram, bat and pad together. No run. Neil Thornycroft says, don't think Ul Hassan has got full recognition. Seems quite a finder's opener. Certainly he's been mostly pretty solid. He's got starts much more often than not. A couple of disappointing matches this month, but back in the runs with 65, his second half century. Second against Derbyshire as Ingram defends back to Thompson. And there is no run. So Thompson getting a bit of turn. Had Ingram dropped early on, but Ingram sweeps that one and it's fielded at short leg.
Hit him in the head at short leg.
That was on the head, was it?
I believe so.
Yes.
They're calling for the physio. That was a poor drop by Dahl, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was probably easier than the catch he took, wasn't it?
Yes, and he's such a good fielder. I mean, he continued to apologise even after the... has it hit him on the head or not? I'm not sure.
Matt Lamb's looking a little under the weather.
Yeah, I think it's hit him in the throat. So that's why Mark Watt was coming down the steps with some drinks for everybody else. And here is Ali Mackenzie, the physiotherapist, who isn't Scottish.
With a name like Ali Mackenzie, not Scottish.
Exactly. He should be Scottish, shouldn't he? But he's not Scottish. He's going to have a little look at... he's looking at his hand, interestingly. And now he's looking at his neck. So... and he said, I'm all right. So I'm not sure whether the physio's come out, really. As a precaution, potentially. But he's going off again now. Oh, Greg Watts has already finished. Very good. It looks like Glamorgan's innings is going to be a mirror image of the Derbyshire first innings, as often happens in cricket, by the way. Did you meet up with Goose? Yes, I always meet up with Goose. He is from Chesterfield. So do people say to him in the street, "Hey up me duck, Goose"? Which is an interesting one. I think everybody calls him Goose. We're trying to get to the bottom of it, but he's quite reticent. He's been called Goose for as long as he can remember, I think. He doesn't look like one. Doesn't nibble at grass.
Is it some sort of play on his surname?
If I knew what his surname was, I might be able to tell you, but I'm not 100% what his surname is.
Perhaps it's Gander.
Yeah, very good, yes. Yes. Well, there was Ray Gosling, wasn't there? Is it me or you?
Fire away.
Thompson bowls. That comes off an edge all along the floor. Ingram's bat down towards third man, chased by Mitch Wagstaff. They come back for 2 runs. That was the 5th ball of the over. I've no idea what's happening anymore. It is the penultimate day of the season, everybody.
Yes, as long as someone describes it, that's as good as you'll get.
Board games tomorrow. There's Thompson bowls a quicker one, strikes the pad, and he's been given. He went for the sweep there, Ingram. It was the quicker ball, which is the same ball that got rid of Zain Ul Hassan. And now Alex Thompson has got rid of Colin Ingram for 82. Anuj Dal will be relieved. Glamorgan 191 for 3.
So the drop by Adal has only cost a couple of runs as Ingram looked to smash it away through square leg.
Colin Ingram
Was hit fairly low down.
Thompson for
Only doubt is whether it might have gone down past leg, but see a replay
definitely
from
a quicker
behind.
ball.
No, that's well.
Might have hit him outside the line of off stump, judging by that, but
Actually, may have hit him on the side or the thigh.
yeah. I think it would have gone on to hit.
Yes.
To go past the stumps at stump height, certainly. Not that that's a good reason for giving somebody out leg before wicket, necessarily.
It was
It's a very, very slow replay.
very slow replay for video stream viewers. It's hit him on the side, but he's very low down. His knee was virtually on the ground, so I'm not sure if
Need that to
Ingram
carry on. Ingram turns around, barely looks at the umpire, to be fair.
Oh, that's sometimes a
And off he goes.
sign of guilt, isn't it?
He must have known it was probably close. That's good enough for me. 15 fours.
And a fourth bonus point of the match for the visitors.
Excellent.
4-1 at the moment. 110 runs needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Now it's telling me, Alex Thompson picking up 2 wickets, that the spinners are getting more joy than the seamers. And there are other spinners in this side. Just saying.
Well, it's not me you need to tell, it's Mr. Duploy. In his final match in charge. As Zach Chappell. Economical so far. We'll try and add to Glamorgan's difficulties. Kieran Carlson on strike, and Carlson playing it in the offside, fielded by Thompson at backward point. There's no run. The new man, Billy Root, has 817 runs at an average of 54.4 with a couple of not outs thrown in there. He's got 1 century and 5 half centuries. Kieran Carlson passed 1,000 runs in the last match, now has 1,028 before today, so he now has 1,052. Chappell to Carlson, defends up to mid-on. Carlson seems to have gone into a quiet period, doesn't he, after having a real go at Alex Thompson for a couple of overs.
Yes. Yeah, no, he realises the seriousness of the situation, perhaps.
Indeed. I don't want to throw his wicket away, especially as the captain. Chris Cook and Douthwaite to come. And Chappell into Carlson, who defends to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. As to what order the rest will appear, Van der Hoogten, Gorvin, Harris, McIlroy. Well, McIlroy will be 11, you would have thought, despite
He's got some in the last game.
a career best 30 not out. In the face of some rather odd captaincy from former Derbyshire player Shan Masood for
We can
Yorkshire.
take no responsibility for his captaincy. I'm not sure he is a captain, really.
Chappell into bowl to Carlson, who plays it down to Thompson at backward point. No run, and Thompson has a shy at the non-striker's end, just in case Root is wandering. It was odd in that Ben Code got a couple of wickets straight away with the new ball and was then taken off with 9 wickets down on the grounds that they wanted to keep him fresh to bowl with the new ball against the openers. when Glamorgan followed on. As Carlson hits it straight back down the wicket, and it strikes the stumps at the non-striker's end. The snag with this plan was that the last pair actually put on 50 odd, having changed the bowling and removed the main strike guy.
Did they? Were they asked to follow on?
They were asked to follow on, and then they scored 401 for 5 second time round. There's Chappell in to bowl to Carlson, who blocks it back to him. Chappell must be bowling straight. It's a couple of maidens in a row. 191 for 3. Carlson 24. Root yet to face.
So Thompson will probably bowl the entirety of the afternoon session from the Cathedral Road end, you would have thought. Sam Connors is back. So Nick Potts making his way up the steps to the pavilion.
I'll be back very briefly.
There's a lot of chat going on out there at the moment. Lewis Rees is chatting to Graham Lloyd, the umpire, and no doubt showing him the ball, which has already been changed twice. He now tosses that ball to Alex Thompson, who had been in conversation with his skipper Leas Deploy, who wants Anuj Dal to go in at cover. There's a cover on the boundary, that's Pat Brown. There's an orthodox cover, there's an extra cover, who's quite short, that's Leas Deploy. Zach Chappell, who's not taking any notice at mid-off, and that one is pushed out by Billy Root to Leas Deploy. There's a deep backward square leg, there's a backward point, a short leg and a mid-on for Alex Thompson, who is in now and bowls. That one is off an edge and stopped nicely in the end by Mitch Wagstaff, but that was a definite edge of Billy Root's bat. He settles it down over his bat again and waits and goes back into his crease. That's dangerous. Manages to get the bat down on it. Cry of encouragement from Brooke Guest, you may have heard in the background, or not, but there was one. In comes Thompson again. That one is slapped out into the offside. Tumbling stop by Dahl this time. Once again, there is no run. 191 for 3. Root yet to get off the mark. He waits as Thompson around the wicket bowls to him, and he defends this with the full face of the bat to Leas Deploy. An extra cover. No chance of that one hitting the edge, as the one before last had. Final ball of the Thompson over. That was a short ball that turned very slowly. Billy Root went into the leg side to crack it away because he saw it was going to be short. When it turned, he rather reached for it and bunted it into the offside, and there was no run. So back-to-back maidens from Chappell and Thompson. 191 for 3, Glamorgan.
Yeah, stalling rather at the moment. After the departure of Ingram. Leg before to Thompson. He has 2 for 49 off his 11 overs. Oh, they're finally underway at Chester Le Street. Leicestershire 102 for 7 in reply to Durham's 457 for 8. As Chappell bowls and Carlson defends. So if Leicestershire were to lose that game, Glamorgan would be within a sniff of overtaking them in the table. Started 9 points ahead of Glamorgan. But we wait to see how many batting points Glamorgan can accrue, because they're still 59 away from the first one. As Carlson plays that one on the leg side, it's well stopped by a diving lamb. Short mid-wicket.
I assume the race for third spot is what's attracted the large crowd.
Something like that.
They are gripped by third place fever.
Indeed. Glamorgan also need to score 1 point more than Sussex, who are 418 for 5 in their second innings. As Carlson glances down towards fine leg and takes the single. So since Glamorgan only got 1 bowling point, they'll need to notch up a few with the bats to have a chance of overtaking Sussex.
Derbyshire have left their bid for third place a little late.
Yes,
Should
it's
count third.
more of a
Third from bottom.
more of a bid for 6th place, really.
Yes.
There's Chappell bowling with 1 slip, gully, point, cover, mid off. And Root plays into the offside, there's no run. On the leg side, there's a fine leg, deep square, mid wicket, and mid on. There's usually far more than that on the offside for Billy Root.
Is he really going to hook it down to deep backward square leg or long leg?
I would doubt it, to be honest.
They've got a plan, though.
Is it a cunning one? Chappell bowls to Root, who plays it to cover point, no run. Yorkshire at 1 point bowled to Root with 4 slips and 2 gullies. They managed to snare him, caught by one of the gullies. 192 for 3.
It's just nice to see a left-hander out there. I've never seen as many.
Yeah, Carlson the only righty in the top 5, which is unusual for Glamorgan, without Northeast, as Root is forward, defending out to wide mid-off. Single to Carlson off that over, 192 for 3. Nothing much is continuing to happen.
No, it's not happening. It's continuing to happen, not very quickly either. 59 overs left today. Tea at 3:30. We think that's set in stone. Although, of course, if there were 9 down, there wouldn't be all the usual caveats.
Are you going to forego tea again? Are you?
I didn't forego it last night.
You didn't last night, okay.
No.
It was just on day one, was it?
I may have sneaked past the cakes and partaken. I can't remember. I've not been eating once I've left the ground.
Well, you don't need to.
That's what I mean. No, absolutely no. I think it would be fatal. Or could almost certainly be fatal. Although I'm burning off the calories with my long walk to the ground. As Thompson begins a new over, Carlson just turns it backward square on the leg side, fielded by Wagstaff. And there's no run. Mark Water's been out to dispense a drink to Zach Chappell, who's down at on the backward point boundary. As Thompson is in, and that one's turned into the leg side again. I've just been informed that they're going to try to be bang on 2:30, which seems unlikely. The next update for Radio Derby, it's Thompson is in again, and a reverse sweep comes out, and it's over the head of the slip and goes away for 4 runs. Very, very fine indeed. Not entirely where Carlson meant it to go, and over Harry Kame's head and away to the boundary, and Carlson moves on to 29 and Glamorgan to 196 for 3.
Well, that really was the toppest of top edges, wasn't it? It took off almost vertically.
It was a long way over Harry Kame's head, I think, wasn't it? That was my impression. Yes.
Certainly wasn't the way he intended to hit it.
No. Next delivery's turned into the leg side by Carlson. They're going to go through for a quick single, which Wagstaff just about manages to field it. 197 for 3. Carlson up to 30.
And for lovers of county cricket, which you must be, otherwise you wouldn't be listening to this, Surrey's championship triumph is now top of the BBC Sports page index.
No. Quiet week. Then comes Thompson and Bowles. Oh, and that one beats Root. Which I'm not going to say again. On account of the fact that it sounds silly.
It does rather, doesn't it?
Yes, I hadn't realised when I was about to say it that it would sound quite as silly as it did. But
Can he beat Root again?
Yes. Got it past the outside edge. Thompson in and Bowles, and Root gets an inside edge out to backward square leg. So a good end to the over for Alex Thompson. Had Billy Root in a little spot of bother. Almost jarred as Glamorgan reached 197 for 3. Root still to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries now. Carlson has 29. And they trail by 253 runs. Jack Timon sitting in today in the afternoon show. Third presenter in 2 programmes.
It's quite heavy rotation.
Yes, that's assuming he lasts.
Yes, a mid-programme sub on Radio Derby yesterday. As Chappell bowls and Carlson is dropped at slip. Looking to run it down, deliberately angling it, but not deliberately angling it into the hands of slip. It was a moderately difficult chance, but the sort that maybe you'd expect to be taken at this level.
Yeah, it was a tricky one, wasn't it? It was a full stretch and he got his right hand to it, but he definitely got his right hand to it. Harry Kane.
So Derbyshire not really helping themselves in the field today. Billy Root yet to score and remains that way as he defends it.
And the last 2 drops have both been off Zach Chappell as well. I can't imagine his mood will be impressed, or improved rather, by that. He's an amiable kind of guy. Zach Chappell. Always happy to talk.
That's the sort we like.
Yes. Well, always happy to talk at length, which is even better.
Chappell, right arm around, medium fast, and Root slaps one through the covers for 4. That's a fairly emphatic way to get off the mark. A cross-back shot smashed away in Root's favourite area of the ground.
I think that'll go into the smear category. Didn't take long to get to the boundary, certainly.
Yeah, laid into that one, did Root. As we see a replay of the Carlson chance to slip, which just about carried to Kame. A difficult one to his right. Chappell into Root, who drives nicely through the offside for 4 more. The previous boundary brought up the 200. That one takes Glamorgan to 206 for 3. 95 runs short of the follow-on figure.
Root was at Notts, wasn't he?
Yes.
So I think he would have been at Notts at the same time as Zach Chappell, who he's just kicked the sawdust. Zach Chappell is not quite as amiable now as he was a moment ago. He's just destroyed the sawdust pile at the far end. Now he's dropped the ball. Oh dear, it's steam coming out of his ears in a minute.
Root was at Notts 15 to 18.
I'm sure that Chappell was there at that point.
Chappell in to bowl to Root, who defends. No run. No, Chappell was at Leicester during those years.
Was he really?
Notts 19 to 21.
My apologies. I'm not sure.
So not quite former teammates. They didn't paths. Well, I'm sure their paths have crossed, but they weren't coming out of the same dressing room together when they did.
No.
Chappell is in. To bowl to Root, who leg glances for a single. 207 for 3. For rivals such as Derbyshire and Notts must be interesting. Players being signed from Notts rather than being pinched by them.
Yeah, well, I think he was one of the many who were surplus to requirements due to the fact that they've got too many players because they've signed everybody. And he wasn't going to get a game in the first team. But Notts, he went on loan last season in the first division at Gloucestershire towards the end of the campaign, but it was already announced, I think, that he was coming to Derbyshire at that point. Just wants to play some cricket, some first-team cricket, which at Notts he wasn't really playing consistently, and not always because of injury. As Thompson begins a new over, bowling around the wicket to Billy Root, who defends this one straight back to him.
Well, presumably players get to stages in their career where, all right, the finances need to be in place, but you'd rather be playing than not playing.
Absolutely. Thompson bowls. That one is lifted out into the stand in front of the pavilion for 6. It was a very dismissive shot from Billy Root. It barely seemed to touch it. He's I was going to say hoiked. That would be wrong. It was a good shot. It was a slog sweep out to the square leg boundary, and it's cleared the boundary rope by some distance.
Don't see many of those from Billy Root in Championship cricket.
213 for 3, giving the bowler a chance. Thompson's response is a slightly quicker one, and Root keeps it out. He has picked up 2 wickets with quicker deliveries, or what appeared to my eyes to be quicker deliveries. We have no speed gun, of course, in county championship cricket, even though we should. Thompson in again and bowls. That's off an edge, quite a thickish edge, all along the floor to backward point. 2 more balls in the over. It's going to line up perfectly. I love it when a plan comes together. As Thompson is in, that one is another heave into the leg side rather, and it's another boundary for Billy Root, who's absolutely raced onto 19 now. It took him a while to get off the mark. He's now got 19 off 21 deliveries with 3 4s and a 6. Might not be able to do the last one.
It's looking to take the attack to Alex Thompson. The facts and figures will be duly reported to radio listeners of the East Midlands. As Lex ball turns away from Root's off stump and he plays no shot. So 6 and a 4 in that over for Billy Root, both on the leg side. Previously drilled a couple through the offside off Zach Chappell. Well, Sussex finishing the season strongly on the batting front against Gloucestershire. Sussex were level on points with Glamorgan before this game, but it looks as though Sussex are not going to lose. They might win. They're 456 for 5 against Gloucestershire, with James Cole's 127 not out. That's a lead of 463. So Glamorgan will hope that Gloucestershire resist there. As Chappell charges in, bowls, and Carlson plays that one in an eccentric manner out to square leg. Hit him on the hand. He took one hand off the bat anyway. Wasn't under control, and then he didn't run it very quickly either, and had to hurry home. And walks down for a little consultation with Billy Root. Maybe Carlson heard the call a bit late. Other matches in Division 2. Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Give you half this delivery from Chappell to Root, who drives nicely through the offside. He's bisected the fielders. Will he reach the ropes? No, he won't, because Dahl has tapped it back, and it's been thrown in by his colleague on the offside. And there, through for a couple of runs. Root to 21, 220 for 3. At Headingley, Yorkshire 161 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 389 all out, but Worcestershire celebrating promotion anyway, having got far enough ahead of Leicestershire As Chappell bowls to Root, defends that one for once on the offside. And Leicestershire, having seen their chances of promotion vanish, have collapsed to 119 for 8. No reply to Durham's 457 for 8 declared. Change of innings at Edgbaston. Warwickshire made 273 all out, 58 ahead of Somerset. Ed Barnard made 73, he was the top scorer. Chappell is into bowl, driven straight by Root. Lovely shot down the ground for 4 runs. Mid-off is very wide, trying to cover the cover position as well. And Root absolutely drilled that one straight up to the ropes. In fact, Carlson had to shimmy out of the way as it sped past him. In the battle to avoid relegation, Kent were all out for 494. Lancashire 19 without loss in their second innings, 148 runs behind, and it seems that all Kent have to do probably is to avoid defeat, unless Middlesex can talk knots into something. At Trent Bridge, Chappell into bowl to Root, a short ball that Root ends up on his back as he got out of the way. Hints that he might have tried to play a ramp as he fell. In fact, I think he might have, but it was a little bit too late, and it's a good job that he didn't get anything on it. Some sort of scoop, uppercut, whatever. It missed whatever shot it was. 224 for 3. Route 25. And the shouts of catch as he slams one over the offside for 4 more. Billy Root, after a quiet start, is now blazing away. An expansive drive. It flew between cover and point for 4 to the short boundary. At Trent Bridge, Notts 274 for 6 in reply to Middlesex's 366 all out. Middlesex are going to have to go some to win that game and save their place in Division 1. It's Kent who had a 1-point lead, and Kent who have got more bonus points from the game. 228 for 3 under cloudy skies here in Cardiff. So Alex Thompson will continue from this Cathedral Road end. Chance of precipitation mid-afternoon appears to have receded somewhat. And we may get through till 5:30 till 6 o'clock or so if the light holds, as Carlson drives the first ball from Thompson. Back to the bowler. Two to 8 for 3. Carlson 32. Route 29. As Carlson tries to turn on the leg side, there is a lone appeal from Thompson, not supported by Guest. BBC forecast reckons there might be a bit of drizzle around tea time. We will see, as that one is slog swept by Carlson. Good pickup, and that's gone through mid-wicket for 4. Carlson to 36, 232 for 3. Edward Bevan has made all the arrangements for hosting the Balconeers / Glamorgan annual dinner.
Yes, all done, hopefully.
Got the menu sorted?
No, I haven't seen the menu.
Thompson is in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, and he's got one through. Carlson caught in 2 minds for once, and Thompson has his 3rd wicket. 3 for 68. The Glamorgan captain Kieran Carlson has gone for 36 appeared to have been yorked. We'll have a look on the replay for the benefit of video stream viewers. Yeah, just through the gate. Pitched up, and Carlson played round it for some reason. Don't think any particular turn was involved. Played down the wrong line. Thompson gets his third. 232 for 4.
Yes, well, when we saw him bowl his first 2 overs, we thought, yes, there's a bit of turn in this, and I suggested to Dave that he might, well, be bowling most of the afternoon, and he has, and I can't see any reason why he'll come off.
I don't think that was turn involved in that one. The ball may have turned, but it wasn't responsible for the dismissal, because Carlson just played all round it. A rare error.
232 for 4. They should get the 301, but if they don't, all sort of suppositions would, Derbyshire enforce the follow on. We're not going to get 50. We're not going to get 54 more overs.
Well, the light will go if it.
There's a spot of drizzle that goes out there now.
Oh, it is drizzling.
Just
is it?
a little bit. It doesn't look great over the mountains, so perhaps.
It doesn't look great for mid-evening. Anyone travelling around South Wales.
Like me.
It's going to be hammering down probably for a couple of hours. The suggestion is, so
not having seen Colin Ingram's dismissal, perhaps you would kindly
leg
explain.
before to Thompson sweeping. He was hit on the side, but he was very low down.
Right.
Looked a reasonable enough decision. 82. That was 191 for 3 and 232 for 4. Root has been skittish and adventurous.
Yeah, I saw him play a lovely shot in the last over, straight for 4.
He had a 6 off Thompson with a slog sweep as well. Into the pavilion side, the shorter boundary. Chris Cook is in at 6, which is higher than usual, but probably where he ought to be batting on his ability anyway. Glamorgan playing with 1 batter fewer in this match, or 1 specialist batter fewer. Douthwaite probably in next. 8 could be Gorvin, Harris or Van der Hoogten. And
Leg trap.
there's little committee meetings going on now on the Derbyshire side. And as Dahl wanders over to have a word with Alex Thompson, and an extra helmet is brought on. Where is it going to go? Leg slip, opines Mr. Fletcher. He's absolutely right. Chris Cook on strike for the first time then. Averaging 41. 667 runs, a couple of centuries this season. And continues to keep wicket as well as ever at the grand old age. And I'm joking, 37. Yeah. Beneficiary next season as he's pushing forward, bat and pad together. Ball runs out on the leg side and there's no run. The light levels are dipping a little bit. As Thompson floats it up and Cook drives stylishly through the offside. What a beautiful way to get off the mark. All along the ground, through the covers for 4.
Yes, a lovely shot to get off the mark, as you say, Nick, and much will depend on these two. You can say that it's these are the last of the sort of recognised batsmen, and the way I always say that is you would expect them to get 100. With all the respect in the world to people such as Van der Gooten, Gorving, Harris and Douthwaite. I think you will agree that we'd love to see them get 100, but you wouldn't put them high on the list of Glamorgan players to get 3 figures.
Indeed.
They have.
Only Douthwaite of those named has a first-class century. That was for Cardiff University's against Sussex at Hove shortly before he was signed by Glamorgan in 2019.
Harris, I remember, got 90 odd at Swansea when he was in his first stint with Glamorgan. It'll be Chappell to continue from the far end, bowling to the left-handed Root. In he comes and bowls, and Root will get a single to the man patrolling the boundary in front of the pavilion, just square of the wicket. So the field will change for the right-handed Chris Cook. 237 for 4, 13 runs behind the first batting point. And Derbyshire should get a nice haul of bonus points in this game, which will keep them above Gloucestershire and get away from the bottom two.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire certainly aren't going to win. Down at Hove, Glamorgan will be hoping that they don't lose either, as they're level on points with Sussex, with Glamorgan going into this game.
Money will be on Sussex, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Cook to face his first ball from Chappell. He's over the wicket now and bowls, and this is played on the onside to mid-on. He's a little wide, but Cook decides, after initially thinking of a run, decides not to. Just the slip, 2 slips rather, for the new batsman. And if the light deteriorates as it has done over the last couple of days and there's no brightness, then you would say, well, 5 to half past.
Yeah.
That's when it descends at the gloom. Here is Zach Chappell in pass umpire Redfern, and bowls now. That's a nice looking shot, but it's fielded at cover.
Emir Evans suggests that more intent has been shown by Glamorgan since Dave Fletcher mentioned third-placed fever. Yeah, Glamorgan dependent on Leicestershire losing, which is a possibility.
They always bat well in the last innings of the match. Remember, they chased nigh on 400 to beat Yorkshire at the start of the season. Next ball is around leg stump and played into the offside, just dropped into the offside by Cook.
Well, certainly not batting well in the first innings after the disappointment of Worcestershire sealing promotion ahead of Leicestershire. The Foxes 134 for 8, still well over 300 behind.
So if Yorkshire win that one,
Durham.
If Yorkshire win it, will they go above Gloucestershire? In comes Zach Chappell. Bowls, defended, no run.
Yorkshire aren't going to win. 181 for 6, still 200 behind Worcestershire. No joy for Yorkshire, it seems, after their big points deduction sent them to the bottom. They are likely to stay there.
Chappell in, and bowls to Cook. Cook again plays onto the onside to mid-on, and that completes the over. 237 for 4. Remember, Glamorgan need 301, which is 64 runs they need with 6 wickets in hand. All very well on paper. Another quote coming up, as we often hear, but the game isn't played on paper. How many times do you hear that? Oh, they look good on paper.
It's on grass, lad. Thompson then will continue to wheel away. 3 for 72 from his 14 overs, so a bit expensive, but he has got the wickets of Ul Hassan for 65, Ingram for 82, and Carlson for 36. Where are we in terms of the ball? 62 overs bowled. Not say with this ball, but because they've changed it a couple of times. But 18 overs to go till the new ball, so that'll be sometime in the evening session, assuming the light and the weather hold for an evening session. Assuming they take it. Depends what else Thompson does now. 29-year-old, tall, right arm off spinner, jogs in easily, and Root defends to short cover, and there's no run.
Talking, you said played on grass. I saw there was a bit of a hullabaloo at Gloucester the other day when that one-day match, England playing against Ireland, was rained off, and they don't have the hovercraft there. Chief Executive.
Thompson bowls, and is Root stumped?
I thought he'd got back not in
Not
time.
given, says Sue Redfern. And it's a neat piece of work from Brookgas, because it looked as though Root had lifted his back foot for a while
He did.
and just managed to scuff the toe back.
Well, I think that was out, you know.
No, he bounced it in, didn't he?
Huh?
As Root pushes forward.
Slowly of that. Here we go.
Just about managed to scuff the back foot back in, I believe. So he was beaten by a little bit of turn.
No. His foot's in the air, I reckon.
It's in the air when the stump of the bells are removed.
As that's close. Not given. Root plays it down to third man, and will pick up a couple of runs. Possibly fortunate still to be there, but of course...
You see, he did come back, Nick, but then he lifted his foot. Dave says the stumps were broken, so he'd have to have pulled up a stump. But it's a good decision then in the end.
Yeah. It was close. Thompson bowls again to Root, who knocks it into the leg side for a single. Moves to 33, 240 for 4. 10 runs short of the first batting bonus point, and we've got about 40 minutes to go till the tea interval.
And the chief executive, Will, I forget his surname.
Brown, was it?
Yeah, Will Brown, said that perhaps we'll have to start thinking of different wickets to play on. I hope he wasn't thinking of those things you get in the park of long ago.
Yeah,
Because the quickies would be useful on that.
presumably a bit more hybrid, a bit of...
Drop ends.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I doubt we'll get those in this country. Thompson bowls flatter, faster, and Cook nurdles it away down towards third man and hesitates. Root says, come on, there's a single there. Cook retains the strike because that was the last ball of the over. Glamorgan are 241 for 4.
What time do we have tea today? Afternoon?
3:30, I believe.
No, there. But it was a very good decision by Sir Redfern because, yes, you took the bails off, wicket-keeper, but you should have taken the stump out of the ground. I've seen in my time some shambolic attempts to take the stump when the wicket-keeper or the bowler suddenly realises you have to take the stump out all over the place. Here comes Chappell then. He's going to bowl from the river end again, and he's bowling to Chris Cook. Bowls him now. Chris Cook gets a good delivery, which he pushes away on the offside, and there's no run.
Of course, the fact that we're debating it means that the umpire couldn't really give it out in real terms because we can't really make up a mind even on the slow-mo replays. So if the benefit of the doubt goes with the batter, and therefore quite correctly, Root is still there.
Tick to Miss Redfern.
Can't be biased towards Derbyshire anyway, since she's a former Derby player.
Next ball, and Cook gets a run. He calls and is well responded by Root. Is a very good runner between the wickets because mid-on was a little deeper. 242 for 4. Cook moves on to 633 to Root. Getting a few runs, Billy Root, these days. He was... last game was not out 3 and 4. I haven't said he'll get in a few runs, but Worcestershire, I think he always gets runs there. Not out 84. Top scored, I think, in the first innings, didn't he? But,
Yeah,
not out 30.
45 in the second innings against Yorkshire, so reasonable, Nick.
Yeah. His waits now as in comes Chappell, and this is defended by Root.
You just wonder whether Glamorgan next season might set up differently. Obviously, it'll be down to the new coach for Red Ball Cricket to have one batter fewer, because although, you're not criticising any individual, it's been quite batting heavy and a little bit bowling light on times, hasn't it?
At times.
Right.
In comes the next delivery, and this is pushed back down the pitch. The outgoing coach is Talking next door to us with the match referee, Mr. Maynard.
Is he at the chilling stage with his feet up? There's not much more he can do now. Matt Maynard deliver a few words tonight and maybe in the morning, that's about it.
There's Chapel bowls. Root is forward, checks his shot, drops down in a sort of fourth slip gully position.
End of Matt Maynard's second spell in charge by his own decision, but who knows whether there could be a third spell in charge in 5 years' time.
He wants to stay in the game. I remember his interview with you.
See what turns up. Not averse maybe to retaining some sort of links with Glamorgan.
In comes Chapel and bowls, and that's left. Discussing the dinner, as that's the end of the over, and well spotted by John Williams. He said I'd like you to have a few words with Steve Watkin. 30th anniversary of the 93 victory in the old Sunday League, that memorable day down at Canterbury. And I said, I went through this side, I can remember it vividly, and of course he will be the only player available at the dinner. Can't really ask Viv to come over, can you? Hugh Morris, Steve James, he's at the World Cup, Adrian Dale, Viv Richards, Matthew Maynard, Tony Cotty, Robert Croft, and Colin Metzen, Roland Lefebvre, the Dutchman, very effective opening bowler, and the great Steve Barwick, one of the top one-day bowlers has been with the club.
242 for 4.
As we watch Thompson bowl again.
2 Chris Cook on 6 not out. Fielders crouching round the bat as Cook pushes forward and defends back to the bowler. So it's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. As well as a short fine leg on 45 for the top edge sweep. 3 more on the leg side besides those I've named as Cook plays one up to mid-on.
I didn't realise he'd gone at 40. He's gone for 76 as Thompson. Off 16 overs, which is quite expensive.
Root plonked a 6 and a 4 in 1 over, didn't he?
Yeah, you take your chance and you get away with it.
Thompson into bowl and Cook whips it away down somehow past leg slip. It's gone for 4. 246 for 4.
Yeah, it was too much down the leg side, wasn't it?
Cook into double figures. The off spin up bowling with just
too quick.
3 men, I think, on the offside. There's a slip. Is that is on the field at deep point, as that is straight driven and past mid off, and Cook will possibly pick up 4 more. As hurtling towards the ropes goes Connors, taps it back inside, and
well, they could have walked
a couple of runs.
Another run there because they all thought the batsman had gone for 4.
Looked that way, didn't it?
Yeah.
248 for 4. Cook to 12. Wasn't quite sure whether whether Chappell was on the field, but he is fielding at deep point as Cook jabs down on that one defensively on the leg side. But he's actually starting beyond the boundary and then wandering in as the ball is bowled. Right next to the steps going up to the dressing rooms. As Cook is forward. On the offside, Thompson fields, end of over number 65. 35 minutes to go till the tea interval. Glamorgan 2 runs short of a batting bonus point. Derbyshire have the 1 bowling point, but they're 4-1 up in points at the moment.
You mentioned Beyond the Boundary. That is the title of one of the most famous books ever written about cricket by a gentleman called C.L.R. James from the West Indies, an academic, and it's a terrific book. If you do get the chance, you can buy these books sometimes, Nick, for about 60p. And these little shops around the place. And that's what I liked at Derby. They used to have a little bookstall there. Some very, very interesting old cricket books. But if you see that one, you will enjoy it.
Okay.
Beyond the boundary. 2:48 for 4 then, as there is a committee meeting. 4 players having a chat, including the captain. And at the end of it all, it will be still, no, it will, it'll be Brown. So he's proved very expensive as Brown. He got 8 overs.
6 overs.
6 overs for 41. First ball is dabbed away into the gully, and no run there. 6 overs for 41, so well nigh on 7 and over. Ball too short to Ingram. Ingram's decision in okay.
Okay, there's a slight doubt as to whether it was
Drifting down? Or?
No, it was the. I thought initially it might have been, but having looked at the replays, the only question was whether it hit in line with the wickets.
Here's the next ball, and again that played in the same area. He bisects slip, and from the applause, even though that's gone away for 4, there is no third man. It was outside the off stump. And Pat Brown, he's bowled short and he's bowled wide, so you can't do this, especially on this pitch. And Root again performing well. He's 37, and Glamorgan get their first batting point, 252. They just need 49 now for avoid the follow-on, and then we will see what's going to happen. Declaration, arrangements between the two coaches and Glamorgan bat on and get 500, put pressure on. Fine day tomorrow. Lots of overs left. Who knows? As Pat Brown comes in and bowls, and this is a better delivery, which is pushed away onto the offside by Root. 49 overs and 3 balls destined to be bowled today. Lunch, you say, is 20 to 4, Nick?
Tea?
Tea.
No, 3:30, I believe.
Half an hour to go. He's got a nice run-up, nice action delivery, but he's been wayward. As Brown, who bowls again, that's straight enough, as it's pushed away to the offside. Still cloudy, but no threat of coming off at the moment.
Yeah, it might be that the light gets us before the rain. Not much chance they'll be still playing at 6, I don't think.
I wouldn't have thought so. In comes Pat Brown, bowls, and that's dabbed away for another 4. He plays that shot well. Surely you should have, well, you know my feelings about third man, but surely now, and 2's gone down in 4 balls. And you should have one there. 256, and roots into the 40s, 41. Glamorgan, 3.89. They're hovering towards 4 and over.
Well, we started off at 2 and over for the first couple of hours, or hour or so.
Yeah, 2.09 I remember mentioning. .256 for 4. 1 ball remaining. There's Brown bowls, and that's driven. This time is well stopped by Dahl at backward point with his floppy hat. That completes rather an expensive over, and Brown has gone for 69 in those just 7 overs. 49 rather.
49-7, so going at sevens. 256 for 4, Cook 12, Root 41, the men out. Byram caught Dal bowled Chappell for 11, Ul Hassan bowled by Thompson for 65. Ingram leg before to Thompson for 82, and Carlson bowled by Thompson for 36. So the virtues of bowling straight, but
now then.
bit of Wagstaff to replace Thompson.
Look forward to this.
Bowler number 7 for Derbyshire.
And he's bowling to the left-handed with a very short boundary, so he knows that He'll have to pitch it up. Anything short will disappear into row Z, I would have thought. Now this is the young man, you probably heard us talking, who came on to bowl his first over at Scarborough when they played Yorkshire a fortnight ago. Got a wicket with his second and fourth balls of his first over. Now then.
What can he manage here? It's a rapid approach, and his first ball is played by Cook on the offside, and there's no run.
Pushes it through, so Dave Fletcher was telling me.
2 for 59 he took in that match. As that is slapped into the offside by Cook's square drive. Didn't quite time it. It's picked up on the boundary, and they'll be through for a couple of runs. Cook to 14.
Unless you're the late Shane Warne, everybody says, don't they? One bad ball and over you get from a leg spinner. That might have been it.
As that's flighted
Beautifully
and
bowled.
beats Cook's defensive prod. It's quite a rapid approach. Starts off as though he's going to bowl seam and floats it up, and Cook thrusts
Nice
the bat
bounce.
forward and lets it go through. A little bit of turn. We did see Lamb bowling during the interval as well. Bowls leg spin and off spin, we're told. Driven by Cook but not timed, straight to mid-off. Fielded by Kame. No run. 258 for 4.
Didn't take long to bowl those 5 balls, did he?
Rattling through them. As that is square driven by Cook for a single out towards cover point. 259 for 4. Cook moves to 15 and will retain the strike because that was the last ball of the over. Dave Fletcher is back, so Edward Bevan will practice his lateral movement, back injury permitting. A shoulder injury permitting. Dave Fletcher will come in and replace him. So 67 overs bowled, 259 for 4, 42 needed to avoid the possibility of following on. Dave Fletcher is back.
Yeah, I am. And here. Yeah, it was nice to see Mitch Wagstaff get his first bowl of the match.
Good over.
Landed most of it pretty accurately to start with. It's always a bit of a test for a leg spinner. They haven't bowled, and it's going to be Pat Brown to continue. It was a little bit expensive in his previous over, and ball is pushed out into the onside, and there's no run.
So 42 runs needed for one that should be achieved, yet you don't know for certain in this game.
Well, Glamorgan do what they can to kill this game.
They have spurted along 3.86, haven't they?
Here's Brown. River Taff end. Balls to Cook, who plays it straight back to him. And there's no run. So Alex Thompson went off briefly. He's been replaced by Mark Watt, who's at backward point.
And you stick by your thought that there won't be any collusion.
Well, that's what they tell me.
Yeah,
That's what they
there we
tell
are.
me. That's not to say that they won't.
Change their mind.
Well, no, that they won't do it by themselves by getting some quick runs if they do get them all out. They have a lead.
Yeah.
As Brown bowls, and that's played by Cook out into the offside this time. Lewis Rees does the fielding. If they can get them out for another 100 runs, obviously they will have avoided the follow-on Glamorgan. Derbyshire go out and bat with a lead of 90 to start with, and try to work out, but it's going to take them forever to
And it won't be
bowl them out
a
twice.
favourable decision or a declaration on this pitch.
They might declare, but it wouldn't be particularly favourable, I wouldn't have thought. As Brown is in, and that one keeps a bit low. Cook rather reaches for it outside the off stump, and it goes underneath his bat and through to the wicketkeeper broadcast. So variable bounce and spin, the perfect combination for a result at some point.
Tuesday.
I was just going to say it might take until a week on Thursday, but yes, the season has to end on Friday, sadly. It'll be back soon enough, early April. As Brown is in and Cook defends, drives it very straight, just to the on side of the stumps at the non-strikers, and it's not picked up clearly by Liz Deploy. They can get through for a single. Huge crowds for the opening ceremony of the Ryder Cup, I noticed.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the Pro-Am yesterday.
There appears to be a young gentleman singing at the moment. I don't recognise him.
Watched Gareth Bale drive the ball very long way.
Yes, he likes
Scratch player.
Loves his golf, doesn't he? He loves golf more than football.
Probably would have. He's got a private plane. Probably would have flown there.
Indeed, the boy done good. As Brown is in and poles to Root, who pushes this up to mid-off.
Better over.
And there's no run. It was a better over, just the one run from it. And Glamorgan had moved on to 260 for 4, 41 away from the follow-on target, with Cook on 16 and Root on 41.
You could see now why Derbyshire wanted to bat on to 9 wickets down, 8 wickets down, can't you? When they
Well,
declared.
sort of 450 appears to be the minimum, doesn't it, that you need on a pitch like this.
Plus they didn't trust the last player to get another 50 runs because they thought perhaps we may be wasting time by letting those.
We've only seen Pat Brown briefly with the bat, but yeah, no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't put your money on it.
No.
Right then, here's Wagstaff to start his second over and bowls a perfectly good leg break, which Cook treats with respect and pushes it back down the pitch.
Good to see a young leggy, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Good luck to him. 20 years of age. Nice action too. As you say, he gets it through. Tosses this one up again. Again, is pushed this time. He will get a run because it goes to the man at backward point, and it's a little wide for him to stop, so he has to trot a few yards. Hence, they take some runs. Root will be sorry.
No, you carry on.
Well, it'll be eyeing the short boundary for anything short. There's two men going out there now, and if he did connect, it would they'd go sailing in. But he'll have to be careful as he faces the first ball. That's pitched on middle and off. And Cook, Root rather has a look at him. Obviously, hasn't faced him before in his career.
I was just going to say it's nice to see Lewis Rees having a chat with Wagstaff.
Here's Wagstaff in. Both. You know, he's landed every ball, which is great in this over. Just the one bad ball, which went for 4 in the first over, that full toss. But jump down to the pitch at him at your peril. It's another one which is floated up and pushed away up to mid-on. As we run through the overs rather quickly, just the one ball left. 20 minutes before tea. Wagstaff is in. Again. Well, ball, young man. End of the over. 261 for 4. 40 runs away from making the visitors bat again. Root is on 41. He's been rather quiet in the last 15 minutes. The scoring has been done by Cook, who's not out 17. Minimum remaining overs today. I like the way they say minimum. 46.
Yes, we'll obviously go way past that.
Yeah.
Lucky to get 46.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I suppose if they did put spin on at both ends, they might have half a chance, but it's Pat Brown who's going to continue.
He's been the less conspicuous of the seamers by a long way. Why do you think he's bowling in him instead of perhaps Dal or
I think
Rees?
Dal would be the... Yeah, Rees has he bowled? He's bowled a couple of overs, hasn't he? Not many, though. It's a good question. I always think that
Give him experience, perhaps.
trying to get into Liz Deploy's mind might be tricky. Here is Brown. 2 slips. And he bowls to Cook, who just guides this to backward point where it's fielded by Thompson, who presumably they're just allowing to graze for a little while. It's only 10 overs after this till the new ball, so presumably they want to keep Chappell, although he doesn't look like he's moving as freely as he might to me, and Sam Connors for the new ball, unless they give it to Dahl, which has happened this season. Brown is in again, and Cook drives very pleasantly. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Mark Watt won't catch it as it hits the rope now. A nice shot from Chris Cook, who moves on to 21, and Glamorgan to 265 for 4, trailing by just 185 now.
Yeah, nice shot, like
really
Cook.
Nice shot. Didn't need asking twice to drive that straight back down the ground, which he did to maximum effect. And comes Brown again and bowls. That one is on target, and then goes through Mitch Wagstaff's legs as he tries to field it at extra cover. Fortunately for him, he had Zach Chappell behind him to tidy up, which he managed to do. Fairly straightforward manner. And there was no run.
Deficit now 185. Still a long way to go.
Cook on 21. Raises his bat now. Brown bowls to him and he clips it straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who looks at the ball straight away. Lewis Rees, a very keen examiner of cricket balls.
Oh.
He's very keen on taking cricket balls to the umpire. Lewis Rees. He's the chief polisher, generally.
We've got a Lewis Rees, but he's got a hyphenated end. He plays on the wing for Wales. Lewis Rees Zammit.
Yes. Was he limping at the end of the last match?
I think he's all right.
I wouldn't be so sure, Edward. Pushed off the back foot out towards the extra cover boundary. Wagstaff's chasing it, but the ball again will win the race. And that's 4 more to Cook, who moves to 25, 269 for 4. Matt Lamb, who had been replaced temporarily by Mark Watt, is ready to return. Can't do so before this next delivery, which is the final ball of Brown's 9th over. 58 runs he's conceded. Pat Brown, which is probably too many. He turns at the top of his mark. And bowls to Cook, who drives, but straight to Mitch Wagstaff. On this occasion, he does throw the ball back to Brooke Guest, even though he's going to be bowling the next over, because he's removed his cap and handed it to Graham Lloyd. Glamorgan at 269 for 4, with Root on 41 and Cook on 25.
And when they should get to 301, we will be conjecture in here and saying, where do we go from here?
There'd be no conjecture from me. I know where we're going.
We go out for a 4 o'clock.
Reading at 20 past 4 on
tomorrow.
Friday. Yeah, there won't be. Derbyshire might give it a little dart, I suppose, but
Third over then for the young leg spinner Wagstaff, number 22 on his back, and he is bowling to Billy Root and bowls the first ball on the spot. And Root thinks, yes, he's got a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. I'm not getting a chance here. Mid off and mid on, a halfway, which again puzzles me. Wagstaff turns, comes in again, and oi, he sashayed down the pitch there, did Root, and I thought, well, he walked past that one. It's good night, Vienna. But he didn't, he got back. Getting a bit tied down and getting ambitious there, that.
don't mind them doing that.
Yeah.
Don't mind them doing that.
Neither would Wagstaff. He bowls again. And this time he plays it to Dahl, feeling it mid-on, no run. And we're halfway through the over. That's the way.
In an absolute flash. Yeah.
Here he is again. Wagstaff bowled. Identical delivery, identical shot, identical fielder. 2 balls for his maiden. Don't think he has bowled a maiden yet in his 3rd over.
No.
Please give me a loose delivery to hit, says Billy Root. That is a great shot. He came down the pitch, cleared everything and landed for 6 over the quite a far long on boundary. It's me willing to get a maiden, but he was obviously confident that he was going to get the pitch of the ball. It didn't turn. Lewis Deploy gives him a little tap. Don't worry about that. Keep tossing them up.
Yes, it will happen, won't it?
Yeah.
It will happen.
He moves, does a route to 47, and looking to be 3rd half centurion in the game, following Ul Hassan's 65 and Ingram's 82. 275 for 4. And this partnership now is worth 43. Oh no, I'm not going to tell you what's the matter. You tell
I'm
them.
going to change the ball. It's fallen apart again. No, it's been handed back to...
Get on with it, said umpire Bumble Jr., David Lloyd's son, Graham. Back goes long on. As the next ball is driven. Into the over, just the 6 hit off it. 275 for 447 to Root. Cook is on 25 and a mere 26 needed. For Derbyshire to tell Lewis Rees and Harry Kane to put on their pads for the 2nd time in the match. Oh no,
umpires
ball.
having a chat about the ball, but I think it's okay. I know it's a sweater. That, Pat Brown.
Imagine doing that, Fletch, in a club game, in a way, it costs you about 50, 60 quid, and the bowler goes, I'd like to change the ball.
Well,
What did you say?
Well, I've always said... Oh, chair's just gone... collapsed on me.
Be careful, old boy.
I've always said that if I got a square ball... And when I was playing cricket, I'd want it, because if I have no idea what's going to happen to the ball, the batsman certainly hasn't. Alex Thompson's changing ends here. Pat Brown has departed, so we're going to have spin at both ends.
That's what we want.
Alex
Short
Thompson.
boundary.
Yes. You will have to be wary of that.
So that was Root 2nd 6. Hit with power, that.
Yes, nice shot.
The long boundary, longest boundary, just about. Although long on this end is quite straightforward, but if you go around the cow corner, then it does a little get longer.
So Thompson will initially be bowling to Chris Cook, who's on 25. Bowls a quickish flat delivery to him, and he defends it back.
Anything inviting with these two, and it'll be water time, the taff. Because it's very short boundary. What I mean by that is over the top there.
Next delivery from Thompson is wristily played into the leg side. Dahl gets there quickly and the bails are removed. That must have been tight.
It was tight, but he was home. I was watching the screen.
I'm going to have another look at it, I'm sure. But it did look very tight. Yeah, well, they do that when they're 6 foot past the... past the crease, don't they? It's just clipped into the leg side, and then the ball is whipped back. We're not going to get any hope of seeing it from that replay, because it focused on Anuj Dahl, who threw the ball in. 276 for 4. Root back on strike. Alex Thompson just asking Sue Redfern to stand a little further back. If she goes any further back, she'll be in the taff. As this one is a flattish delivery pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. It is in Derbyshire's interest to get through these overs. Now here's the attempted run out. Yeah, just in. As in comes Thompson again. This one is pushed out into the offside. Dahl leaves it. It's picked up behind him by Mitch Wagstaff. Around the wicket comes Thompson once again. This one is carved away, backward square on the offside, just for a single. Up Pat Brown gets to the ball and hurls it back to Brooke Guest to bend his knees to make sure he can gather the ball cleanly. 8 overs after this delivery until the second new ball is available. Let's hope it lasts longer than the first one. As Thompson bowls and it's defended by Cook. Back towards the bowler, the over comes to an end. Glamorgan at 277 for 4, 173 behind.
2, perhaps 3 overs, even though I'm looking at my watch at 21 minutes past 3. The way that these boys bowl, and they don't go for many runs, would suggest that just about 2 minutes we'll have from Wagstaff's over, possibly 3. Yeah, there could be 3 overs left, yeah.
40 over evening session.
Yes.
My favourite.
It brightens up as we approach tea, as Wagstaff starts another over, which is on the button and prodded forward by Billy Root, who wants 2 more runs for his 50. In comes Wagstaff, right arm, leg breaks, and he didn't know much about that route.
Got a bit of a mess, didn't he?
Determinate sort of shot there, yeah, he got in a bit of a tangle. He wants to get after the young leg spinner, Wagstaff, but he's not allowed to. Credit to the young boy. Another one, they go for a quick single, they'll have to, no they won't this time. Single, 49 to Root, 278 for 4. Back goes long on, oh, in comes long on, which is a bit of a surprise. There's Cook waits. Wagstaff bowls, and this is played into the covers straight to Dahl. 2 balls left of this over. Here's the next ball, which is played very gently by Cook. And when he delivers this, we will have 5.5 minutes left.
2 overs.
2 overs.
Assuming that the ball doesn't go out to the ground.
Here comes Cook, Wagstaff's last ball. Cook treats it with all the respect in the world and pushes it away. End of the over. 278 for 4. Billy Root will probably get his 50 in this next over. Cook is on 24. And Glamorgan are just 23 runs away from making Derbyshire bat again. Not.
It will be Alex Thompson from the River Taff end. It'll certainly be the final over from the River Taff end. You would imagine, although they might sneak an extra one in. You never know.
I say 2.
You're going 2. I might just go 3 to be contrary. In comes Thompson and bowls to Root, who dabs it out into the offside for his half century. Reaches 50 off 61 balls. Billy Root with 7 4s and 2 6s. And he has taken Glamorgan to 279 for 4.
Fair applause there. A few people coming in. It's quite mild, as you say.
It is, isn't it? Thompson bowls a quicker, flatter delivery that is defended by Cook. Straight back to the bowler. Just the slip and the short leg as the close fielders. Alex Dahl's reasonably close on the leg side as well. And that one is not far away from short leg, turned into the leg side. Try to get down quickly. He's a tall man for a short leg, I always think. Matt Lamb. He's too tall. No, is he too? No, he can't be too tall, but it's a long way down for him. 280 for 4. Root back onto strike. Thompson bowls to him, and that spins past the edge of his bat.
Well, one of the greatest short leg fielders in the history of the championship was Glamorgan's own Peter Walker, you may have heard.
He was a tall man, wasn't he?
Peter was 6'4", 5.
I remember him from television rather than from
magnificent.
next delivery. Is
Did in
defended by
fact
Root.
take 250 championship catches off Don Shepherd alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was quite. He used to go to long on or slip to relax, he said. Yeah, if the game was drifting, like whatever.
Thompson bowls as a smear out to the point boundary from Root, fielded by Brown out there, and it's the end of the over. Root has 51, Cook has 27, Glamorgan 21 for 4.
You may have heard of the name, but Derbyshire also had a magnificent close wicket fielder in Derek Morgan.
Yes. Well, I know the name.
Former captain, a bit before my time, but everybody spoke well about Derek. Sadly passed away, I think it was 2 years ago.
And if it's before your time, Edward, I've got no chance, with the greatest of respect.
Right, this could be the last over before lunch, and it's bowled by Wagstaff, and the first ball is driven back to him. Lunch? Oh, time is going so quickly.
Yeah. They'll be round with the tea in a
Well, you know
minute.
what I mean. And I was getting a bit excited because we might still have another over.
I think we might, you know.
I tell you what, it was 24 minutes past 3. I said, we'll get 3, we might get 4. In 6 minutes. Wonderful for the run rate, which is, it's better than level, surely. Wagstaff in. Forward comes Wood, waiting for the right ball. Well, he may have to wait for some time because he's 0 for 11. And he has in his 5th over. In comes Wagstaff and bowls. Forward comes Root. We are going to have another over. Oh, we're going to have another 2. 27. My word. Root goes back, which perhaps is not a particularly wise thing to do on this pitch. Wagstaff runs back. He wants to give his side another over, and he's going to get it because there's only 1 ball left. In he comes and bowls, and that's down the leg side, going down towards the fine leg boundary. It'll be cut off. They just take the single. And another good over there as Nick rejoins me for the, 1-2 over.
We can
Racing.
We can only commend Derbyshire's enthusiasm about wanting to bowl so many overs at this late stage of the season, this penultimate day, and perhaps they're just running round to get those overs in before possible rain.
What was that announcement? Did you hear?
Probably saying it was about to be tea, I think. 143 for 2 it was at lunch. So the score almost doubled in the afternoon session. 2 wickets claimed by Derbyshire. Thompson's first ball was a dot ball. 2-8-2 for 4. Root pushes forward. Keen, no doubt, on surviving into the evening session. He's 52 not out. Chris Cook is 27. Men out today. Ul Hassan for 65. Byram 11 was obviously first out. Ingram 82. Carson 36. Root defends back to Thompson again. He has 3 for 87 at the moment. The most successful of the Derbyshire bowlers. The only other wicket taker was Zach Chappell, who got the first one, having Byram caught at point. Thompson bowls. Root beaten by that one, but it's beaten everything. It's gone down the leg side, and it will be 4 something's pies.
Yeah.
No contact from Root's pad. No contact made by Brooke Guest either, unfortunately for him. There's 4 more added to the Glamorgan total. 286 for 4. As we look forward to enjoying the Glamorgan cakes and pastries, the penultimate time. And that's a full-length delivery that Root drives up to mid-off. There's no run. So last ball then of the afternoon session. The clock says 3:31. route forward to defend it. Thompson finishes with a maiden that produced 4 byes to the Glamorgan cause. They're 286 for 4. They're just 15 runs short of avoiding the possibility of a follow-on. And commentary on the final session of the day, weather permitting, will resume in 20 minutes' time.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games, which, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are all in their 3rd day. Starting at the Aegeus Bowl, where Surrey, who earlier today were crowned winners of Division 1 of the LV Insurance County Championship, Surrey have dismissed Hampshire for 172, so Surrey require 185 runs to record another victory. It's tea time at Edgbaston with Somerset 34 for 1 in their 2nd innings, still trailing Warwickshire by 24 runs. At Chesterley Street, Leicestershire are following on against Durham. That's because Leicestershire were dismissed for 143 in their 1st innings, batting for a 2nd time. They're 1 without loss, still 313 runs in arrears. Tea time at Hove, where Gloucestershire have been set a target of 513 by Sussex. That's after Sussex declared on 505 for 7 in their 2nd innings. At tea, Gloucestershire are 21 for 1. At Headingley, it's tea time with Yorkshire 262 for 6, trailing Worcestershire by 127 runs. Tea time at Trent Bridge sees Nottinghamshire 319 for 7, still 47 runs behind Middlesex. And they're approaching the tea interval at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, where Lancashire in their 2nd innings are 66 without loss. Earlier Kent made 494. So Lancashire still 101 runs in arrears. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There are also copies of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook there, which you can purchase. Also, you can purchase a yearbook and much, much more by visiting the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until 5 o'clock tonight, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Finally, a reminder about refreshments. Food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also buy food from the mobile unit underneath the Castet Power stand. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. To resume Glamorgan's first innings after tea, Chris Cook and Billy Root.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Sapphire Gardens here on BBC Sport Online, where Glamorgan are 286 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 450 for 8 declared. Glamorgan, therefore, are 15 runs short of avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on. We've had some entertainment from Colin Ingram, 82. A patient 65 from Zain Ul Hassan to give Glamorgan a solid start, and we've got Billy Root on 52 not out, Chris Cook 27 not out. 3 wickets for Alex Thompson, but it's the other spinner Mitch Wagstaff who's going to begin after tea with a delivery which Chris Cook plays down to deep point for a single. 287 for 4. I'm Nick Webb and Dave Fletcher is alongside me.
You appear to have renewed vigour there for a moment. It's subsided again, though. I'll be pleased to know.
It's the chocolate brownie. Sugar rush.
Was it just chocolate in it?
Cook stretches forward, Root stretches forward and defends. Burst of caffeine, application of chocolate, and the excellent teas supplied here.
Absolutely.
Wagstaff in, bowl to Root, who defends back to the bowler. No run. 287 for 4. The score and wickets doubled in the afternoon session. 143 for 2 became 286 for 4. As Wagstaff bowls and Root just noodles it very easily into a gap on the leg side and wanders through for a single. We have potentially 38 overs remaining after this one, if light and weather hold, which is a big whiff. Wagstaff to Chris Cook, who knocks that one to point. Fielded by Thompson, who's probably about to bowl.
I think so, judging by the way he was windmilling his arms.
At the other end, Wagstaff bowls, Cook pushes forward, places it into a gap on the offside. Dahl does the fielding. They've ambled through for a single, and Glamorgan 289 for 4. Cook has 29, Root has 53.
Looks like I've got a fairly leisurely time at the close of play tonight. My hit into the sports programme is at 20 to 7.
Right. Oh well, he'll be going out via the main exit if you're still here then.
Which is fine. And we're heading into town for the last time this season. I've just been given part of the itinerary. Well, it was basically 2 pubs, but I was just given the name of 2 different pubs. But Alex Thompson to bowl from the River Taff end.
Town will be duly painted red by Messrs Fletcher, Griffin and Associates.
Yes. Well, one of them's gone back today because he's doing something tomorrow, but there'll be plenty of us. Thompson bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Cook, fielded by the short leg Matt Lamb.
I'm impressed that you have the energy to paint the town red. I have no energy at all to get any sort of paint pot out after a day's commentary these days.
No, well, you've got to do it. The last game of the season, we wouldn't normally go out every night, I don't think. Well, we haven't done throughout the course of the season, but last one tonight. In comes Thompson. Reverse sweep comes out from Cook, and he's got 4 runs for it. It's racing away down to what would have been the third man boundary, and Sam Connors can't catch up with it. And Cook moves on to 33, 293 for 4. He said the decent thing, if Glamorgan want to make a game of it, I must remember this when Edward's back, is to get to 302 and declare. That would work, wouldn't it? It might also mean they're batted out of the game, but Thompson is in. That one's defended off the inside edge of the bat by Cook, who looked slightly alarmed initially, but then saw the ball dribbling out towards square leg and was much calmer as he trotted through for a single. 34 to him now, 294 for 4. What was the words with Edward? Because I know how keen he is on matches being set up and all the rest of it. But when he says, "Oh, when you get to 301, we can start speculating," oh no, this one's defended by Billy Root.
Well, Edward has seen years of 3-day championship cricket, of course, where they
had to.
Unless one side really dominated the first two, you had to have a little chat between the captains and saying what you're willing to chase, what you're willing to give us.
It would be fascinating one day as Thompson bowls and Roots are beaten.
Bit of turn there.
A lot of turn there and some bounce. I thought he might have got an edge initially. He didn't. But that one has turned and bounced quite alarmingly. Missed the bat probably by 8 inches. As Thompson is in again and Root gets a full delivery that he just jabs the bat down on as it hits the pitch. And it's the end of the over, 294 for 4. I was going to, fascinating to sit Edward down and say, right, rule changes. Since you started watching cricket, not law changes, but the regulations about you can bat 110 overs, you can bat 120, there were this many in a day, there were that many in a day. It must be into the hundreds that they have tinkered with cricket throughout Edward Bevan's career. And this is where we've got to. So clearly the tinkering hasn't been 100% successful, I would suggest.
Well, I think 4-day cricket is a better form of the game.
Oh, I think so.
But we haven't necessarily had the wickets, not just here, but at other venues, to produce the thrills and spills as Cook presses forward. And it's a dot ball as Wagstaff getting some turn there and just eluding Cook's outside edge. Wagstaff is in and bowls. Next ball is played to cover and there's no run. BBC Radio Wales are assuring us that every little thing is going to be all right.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about a thing.
Marvellous.
As forward presses Cook, defends to point. Not sure that you can play reggae without the sun out.
No.
Perhaps it's just to give the illusion of auroral sunshine across the airwaves.
It's probably sunny somewhere, isn't it? Not necessarily in the UK.
Wagstaff bowls and Cook plays this one gently off the back foot through the offside for a single. 295 for 4. Cook to 35 not out.
It was never one of my favourite genres, I have to admit, reggae, but it can be quite soothing, can't it? I might just drop off for a minute.
As long as you don't start snoring.
Oh, conversation between Deploy and Wagstaff, that's all you need really, isn't it? The left arm spinner asking the leg spinner what he wants, and then the leg spinner backs away, so Deploy follows him, then he backs away again. Deploy says, oh, go on then, you do what you want. I'm not bothered.
Over 8 is +2, so they've got a few moments to chat.
Huge problem.
Wagstaff bowls, Root back on his stumps, defends to Dahl at mid-wicket. 295 for 4. Just the single in this over so far, which is now concluded by Wagstaff with a delivery that Root defends. Dave Fletcher will be back imminently.
I will.
After he has updated his radio listeners. 295 for 4. .36 overs theoretically remaining. The light is not going to hold for that. Double spin continues. Alex Thompson, 3 for 92. And He will be bowling to Chris Cook on 35 not out. As Cook drives up to deep mid-on, calls for a single, which is there, even though he hit the ball fairly firmly. Brooke Guest has a bit of tidying up to do as the throw comes in. 4 runs to get for a third batting bonus point, 5 to avoid the possibility of following on. Root drives to mid-on. This time mid-on is a little bit closer. And there's no run. Light beginning to dip a little bit as Root off the back foot forces or tries to through the offside, but finds Wagstaff, who's one of the cover fielders. Next delivery is defended by Root, just short of short leg. Initial shouts of catch it, but it didn't carry as far as Matt Lamb. .296 for 4. Thompson bowls Root, gives him the charge and is stumped. Billy Root goes for 53. Alex Thompson has a 4th wicket and Glamorgan are 296 for 5. Smartly taken by Brooke Guest, but he had a reasonable amount of time there as Thompson flew it, chucked it wide. It span a little bit wider. Root had no chance of making contact and no chance of getting back. So an easy decision for umpire Graham Lloyd at this near end. So a lot of Glamorgan players getting set. No one really going on to a big one, but collectively it's a decent effort. Root faced 88 balls for his 53. Calmed down a little bit after reaching the half century. So it'll be Dan Douthwaite in at 7, 1 place higher than last week, where he was a replacement for Ben Callaway. Glamorgan are 296 for 5. They're just 5 runs short of avoiding the possibility of following on. It's been a solid batting performance today. A patient 65 from Zain Ul Hassan, an aggressive 82 from Colin Ingram. Kieran Carlson hit 36 and Billy Root has just gone for 53, stumped off Alex Thompson, who has claimed 4 wickets for Derbyshire. The game drifting a little bit, but a solid batting effort by Glamorgan today. Glamorgan 296 for 5. As new man Dan Douthwaite made 37 as a substitute or replacement against Yorkshire, a concussion sub. He's allowed to bat but not bowl, and he is looking a little bit awkward on his first ball. And he plays it down to short fine leg. There is no run. 2 products of Cardiff Met, the Cardiff MCCU system, in opposition there. 296 for 5. Cook 36. Douthwaite's yet to score, and Thompson having a successful afternoon's work.
Yeah, 4 wickets. Alex Thompson, interestingly, or otherwise, Mitch Wagstaff has just bowled a left armour, I'm sure he did, to Sam Connors. Anyway, bowling from the Cathedral Road end, goes back into his stumps, does Cook and pushes it out into the offside. Nicely fielded by Thompson. They get through for a single. Douthwaite will have a go, won't he?
Likely to.
A dart, as they say.
Likely to, but he wants to seal a place in the championship side. He hasn't played that much red ball cricket, so he might want to be responsible. Well,
he's facing Mitch Wagstaff. That's medium pace. He does throw them down. He doesn't throw them at all, but he does get down the other end very quickly. But that was probably the quickest ball he's bowled in first-class cricket, I would have thought. Have to go for his long run. He's hit again to bowl to Douthwaite. That one's a little bit more flighted. It's turned off an inside edge down to square leg.
Thompson and Douthwaite didn't coincide at Cardiff MCCU.
Thompson will be a bit older than him, won't he?
Yeah.
I thought so. But I wasn't having got Root and Chappell horribly wrong before. The next delivery is defended by... I don't like the ground staff at the far end, incidentally. Defended by...
You don't like them? What have they done?
Well, no,
they nicked your cakes or something?
I think the ground staff are perfectly fine human beings, but they're removing the advertising board so that they can get to the hover cover.
Oh, yes.
Which is never a particularly promising thing. In comes this next delivery from Wagstaff that's defended by Douthwaite.
He's got a long reach as Dan Douthwaite. He's round about my dap, 6'2".
Shows you how tall Brooke Guest is, really, doesn't it? Because he doesn't look small next to him necessarily. This next delivery, he does reach for it, pushes it out into the offside.
How tall's Guest then?
How tall's Guest? I've absolutely no idea. I'm going to say 5'11".
You're absolutely correct, according to the Cricketers Who's Who.
He looks about that. It's quite tall for it. The keepers traditionally were always quite small. Well, unlike yourself, obviously.
Your Bob Taylors, your Alan Knotts.
Yes, yeah. If you stand, I mean, Bob has probably shrunk a little bit as he's gone through life, but he is absolutely tiny when you stand next to him. It's remarkable.
Well, it would be when you stand next to him.
Yes.
Being the tallest commentator on the county circuit.
Do you think I am? I can't think of it.
Matt from Kent's quite tall, isn't he?
Well, I'll rarely go to Kent.
As that
what's that
come off something. It's been caught by slip. I think it came off the keeper's gloves.
I think it was dropped by slip. Was it the keeper's gloves? I'm not sure, you know. I think that might have come off the shoulder of the bat.
Bobbled up.
We will get a chance to see that again after this next delivery, I assume.
Hopefully. As Cook is pushing forward and making contact on this occasion. The video replays show that Cook, to that first ball of the over, pad and through.
Through, off the keeper.
Yeah, cricket was not the winner.
No, it wasn't really, was it?
297 for 5. Reverse sweep from Cook. 4 runs down to third man. Surely, there's a late effort. There's a Stewart's inquiry, but the ball has just nestled frustratingly for Sam Connors up against the rope. It didn't even cross it. It didn't have to, but he wasn't quite able to take the pace off the ball, and it trickled back into the boundary rope. And that brings up Glamorgan's 300. It is a batting bonus point, and there will be no follow-on.
Let the speculation begin.
Cook to 41. Plays the next delivery to mid-wicket. Well, Glamorgan have not declared.
Saw a replay of that attempt by Sam Connors to stop it. He pulled it back, and he was perfectly legal at that time, but then it hit his leg as he was sliding and rolled back into the rope. He was very unfortunate.
Cook down the wicket, but defends when he gets there. Back to the bowler. 4 for 97 for Alex Thompson.
They have
declared.
Now then, this is interesting. This is interesting. It's exactly what I thought should happen, as you know. I think I may have said it 5 minutes ago. Wow. So, Glamorgan want to make a game of it. Will Derbyshire play ball? Declared on 301 for 5.
Cook 41 not out. Douthwaite Naught's not out. And, well, the ball is now in Derbyshire's court. Or, if Glamorgan can bowl Derbyshire out cheaply, which seems unlikely on this surface and given the scores so far, then they might be able to have the destiny in their own hands. But it seems more likely to be a Derbyshire declaration decision at some point.
It would be remarkable if they managed to bowl them out, wouldn't it? It would be truly remarkable. But in the same way that I applauded Derbyshire for their aggressive declaration, 129 in front against Sussex in a bid to try to bowl them out for a second time before the rain intervened, and there is an umbrella going up down below us now, which I don't like the look of. Oh, it's a perfectly fine umbrella. But, I would applaud Glamorgan's declaration as well. You wonder if there's been any discussions, but that is a very, very good declaration for me, and well done to everybody involved. It means almost certainly that we will get an exciting finish tomorrow, or it should do. It should do.
Glamorgan have 3 bonus points from the match, 2 batting, 1 bowling. And Derbyshire have 3 batting and 1 bowling.
Well, I think they've declared to prevent Derbyshire from getting a bonus point, so they should be docked some points for
Call
that.
a steward's inquiry. There we are, 301 for 5. We'll take a brief break and be back with you in about 8 minutes' time. Derbyshire lead by 149.
Anuj Dal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. Pat Brown, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 58. Lewis Rees, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15. Alex Thompson, 21.5 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 97. And Mitch Wagstaff, 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 17.
This is BBC Sport Online from Sapphire Gardens. We have a short delay, it seems, in the evening session with some light rain around. And Derbyshire will be starting their second innings with a lead of 149 runs after Glamorgan's declaration at 301 for 5. We expect to get some more cricket, but there is a slight delay because of light rain at the moment.
news from the middle is that we're going to be restarting in 10 minutes' time at 16:40. And there are 26 overs remaining in the day's quota. To open the batting in Derbyshire's second innings, Harry Kane and Lewis Rees. And to open the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Tim van der Goep.
Well, here we go again after a brief delay because of rain.
The loss of 5 overs.
Oh, it was that many, was it?
Yeah, we're down to 26 now. We were at 31.
And who knows whether the light will hold.
Or will the rain return? Do you know why it's so gloomy?
Because there's cloud overhead?
And do you know what's part of that cloud? It's the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. It's filling in the gaps. I've just heard it on the weather forecast. That's why it's so gloomy.
Right.
Remarkable. Doesn't smell smoky, does it? I suppose it might have lost its flavour or whatever it is as it crossed the Atlantic Ocean, but yeah.
I'm amazed that it can affect the weather this far away.
Well,
As Tim van der Hoogten starts the bowling attack for Derbyshire's second innings, and Harry Kane allows the first ball to go through outside off stump.
I was a little surprised when I heard the weather forecasters say that, but I believe everything that Anna Church tells me. So it's going to be a bit gloomy, but it'll be nicer tomorrow. But this is in the East Midlands, of course, so it's of little relevance to South Wales. But wait to get on to Derek.
Indeed, as van der Hoogten will charge in again from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Kame, who again leaves it through outside off stump through to Chris Cook. So Kame out for 32 in the first innings, caught behind off Zain ul Hassan after a paltry first innings, first wicket stand of 80 compared to the 160 and 360 they notched up in the match at Derby and the Championship, and 130 odd in the One Day Cup as well. So these two have been in the runs against Glamorgan as Kame defends, needing to play for the first time. The ball runs up to James Harris at mid-on, and there is no run. Where are the ground staff? There are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them adjacent to the hover cover.
They are very much loitering, aren't they?
They're loitering with intent.
Get the spinners on.
As van der Hoogten into Harry Kame for the third time in 4 deliveries. He lets it go outside off stump. The first innings lead for Derbyshire, if you are just joining us, is 149 runs. Glamorgan having declared immediately after avoiding the follow-on. The ground staff don't look as they expect.
They don't look like coiled springs, do they?
They're not very well put.
You would say it might take them a minute or two to get off those chairs.
They're chilling. As that is defended by Kame on the leg side with a little haste. Van der Hoogten maybe putting a bit extra into that one.
The other thing that the declaration has done is put pressure on Lewis Rees, who has 6 consecutive innings of 50 or more, which equals the Derbyshire record. He has done 7 once before in his career, but that was at Lancashire. So is he going to get to 50 in this innings and set a new Derbyshire record? Or will he be out? Or will they have to, they won't have to declare before he gets to 50, I wouldn't have thought.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's steered on the offside. It is a maiden over to start with, and Derbyshire still lead by 149.
He hasn't scored less than 131 in any innings he's played against Glamorgan this season, but
I did forward you an email, by the way, Edward. I don't know if you've looked at your laptop. Your presence is required in the language of heaven. Unfortunately, a 5 to 6, which could be betwixt or between. You might be halfway home by then. No doubt you can pull over and deliver.
The good news is my ISDN is completely available at that moment for you. Yeah, I know.
So we'll see how long play goes on for. Steve West suggests that Glamorgan might have been better to have another thrash to reduce the deficit a bit before declaring.
No, I think it's a very good declaration, an aggressive declaration. Jamie McIlroy from the River Taff end, back foot shot from Lewis Rees out into the offside. The sand does the fielding. There is no run. I like it.
Well,
if it's a unilateral declaration, I like it.
Well, you would have thought the timing of it, immediately after avoiding the follow-on, suggests that it could be unilateral. You are. Do you want a game or don't you? As umpire Lloyd is
doing something with Harry Kane's bat, isn't he? He's always shaving bits off it, I think.
Maybe a stray bit of sticky tape.
McIlroy in and bowls. So that one is a full-length delivery. Almost gets underneath Lewis Rees's bat.
Edward Cooper on Twitter jokingly asks if Glamorgan needed 1 point for promotion, would the floodlights be off? Well,
They probably would, wouldn't they?
they have to be, because it's part of the conditions of the game. It's declared by the umpires, to the umpires, and then they tell the visiting captain.
Next delivery is defended. It's a back point by Lewis Rees.
And the visiting captain usually says, "What? Really?" Or words to that effect.
It is unusual. But there we are. It is, as they say, what it is. I believe that's the modern vernacular. Whenever you ask anybody about anything that's gone wrong, that's the explanation, as McIlroy bowls to Rees, who turns this into the onside down Douthwaite Fields, and there is still no run.
Well, of course, we are where we are.
Yes, indeed. Ground staff have now vacated the seats in front of or to the side of the hover cover, and they're making their way back to their beds. Although it's difficult to see them because it's so dark. We shouldn't laugh. As McIlroy is in, and he goes for some kind of expansive looking shot towards the offside and misses it completely there. Lewis Rees, ball goes through to Chris Cook. Say 100% what that shot was, if indeed it has a name.
A slash.
Brooke Guest already padded up, blimey, on the...
Well, if he's batting 3.
Yes, but it's just remarkable, isn't it, to be as involved in a game as he can be.
Yes.
Oh, that one struck the pad. There's lots of appeals from behind the stumps, and a rather lengthy one from Andy Gorvin as he ran down to the other end, because it was the final ball of the over. And Derbyshire have now faced 2 maidens. And we have 24 overs left in the day, which is an hour and a half, which will take us to whatever an hour and a half from that is 20 past 6, that kind of time.
Nah.
We won't get there, will we?
Nope.
No. You're not confident?
Well, I am confident that the darkness will...
Confident that we won't get there.
Confident that we won't get there. More darkness than Justin Hawkins.
Very good.
As Van der Hoogten to start the 3rd over of the innings. Derbyshire have dashed to 0 for 0, and Kame leaves that one outside off stump, and there is no run. Umpire Redfern is looking a little bit...
Well, she's been looking a bit antsy for the entire time, because she always goes on that little walk.
Well, you've got to get your steps up,
Well,
haven't you?
you've got to keep the circulation going. But she always tends to walk into the... to the right of the stumps as we're looking. They've swapped ends, of course, the umpires.
Whether she was having a quick look over her shoulder at where the weather's coming from. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Kame. 2 slips. Driven for the first runs of the innings, and they will be 4 of them, because Kieran Carlson gives up the chase, having barely started it. And the ball running nicely up to the indoor cricket school, away to our left, overpitched by Van der Hoogten. Came on the drive, 4 for naught, lead 153.
I'm assured by somebody who's taken photographs of Sue Redfern that when she signals 4, she has 4 fingers out and does it like the normal signal but with 4 fingers.
Oh, right.
When she does 6, 5 fingers of one hand and 1 on the other to signal 6.
Good heavens. Idiosyncratic. Van der Hoogten bowls. Kane plays no shot.
Very clever. Gets you noticed. I mean, what's his name? Billy Bowden.
Billy Bowden
made
with a crooked index
his finger was
finger.
never crooked, apparently. He had normal fingers.
It was entirely an
but
affectation, was
He
it?
chose to do it like that. Got him noticed. Which is bizarre.
It's quite satisfying signalling boundaries. 4 for naught. Van der Hoogten in to bowl. No shot played by Kane. Ball came back a little bit, but not enough.
It's been a long time since I had to go out and umpire, so...
Well, I play at the level of cricket where pretty much every game I play
You need
spends
square
some
leg.
time in the...
do you just go from square leg to square leg, or do
No.
you actually have to umpire the games?
No, I have to umpire the games.
Do you?
Yeah, we don't have umpires in the second 11, mate, in the depths of Division 11.
Good grief.
No, it's entirely done by the players. Or any passing strangers. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's played out on the offside.
Cause
No,
issues?
No, you just turn down every LBW
Everything just
decision.
turn
and
down, okay.
Don't expect any LBWs, basically. Unless it's back foot, hit ankle height in front of middle stump.
Well,
Yeah, I've played in a match in which we were given 3 LBW decisions by the opposition players. We were absolutely flabbergasted.
he was looking for free drinks, was he, in the bar afterwards?
Kane defends out on the offside. No run, 1 scoring shot, a boundary to Harry Kane. Derbyshire 4 for naught, lead by 153 here at Sapphire Gardens on the penultimate day of the season.
And the potential for excitement tomorrow. Only the potential, but it's better than having guaranteed no excitement tomorrow. Looking forward to my final walk through the park. You have to dodge there's thousands of conkers. It must be but you don't see any kids picking them
No,
up.
you don't.
It's Backleroy bowling, well, it's my day. Turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. They're going to come back for 2 as James Harris gets to the ball now. Throws it back in. So 6 without loss.
Why don't kids play conkers anymore? Or do they? Perhaps we just don't see them.
Health and safety, I would have thought. Probably prevent you from doing it. But there's no more beautiful object than a conker that's just come out of its shell.
I picked a couple up this morning,
Yeah.
actually, just for the
They are
love of it.
beautiful things. McIlroy in and bowls 2. Rees who turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run.
And of course, they used to be baked in the oven.
Or dipped in vinegar. I think we did that. But when yours beat one that had beaten a lot, it automatically assumed all the results of the one that you'd beaten. For no reason. I'm sure I had my knuckles wrapped a few times playing conkers. 2 men catching on the leg side as McIlroy bowls to Rees, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run.
Edward Cooper suggests that it is what it is, but it shouldn't be, re the lack of lights. No doubt the floodlights on the hockey pitch behind us will remain lit until 10:30, suggests somewhat cynically.
Well, they're off a bad light at Canterbury, where presumably they are allowed to use the lights. So I mean, you get to the point where you see all the shadows and you have to go off anyway. As McIlroy bowls to Rees, who turns this one into the leg side. Douthwaite at mid-wicket does the fielding.
Neil G is listening on the M25 for an hour. He's demanding 5 wickets from Glamorgan. I would be surprised if there is even time to claim 5 wickets before they go off, to be honest.
750 for 13 in the first innings. McIlroy bowls to Rees, who turns that one into the leg side. And again, I was going to say again, it's Douthwaite who does the fielding, but they put another man in there now, and it's Andy Gorvin who does the fielding on this occasion. So 3 close-ish catches on the leg side. Of course, if it wasn't an agreed declaration, as Alex Thompson goes back from his indoor net, it'll be tricky to say, well, what are you going to do tomorrow? Because they won't have the first idea, as this one is guided by Lewis Rees out towards the cover boundary. They'll come back for 2 runs. He has to skip around McIlroy as well. And he moves on to 4, and Derbyshire on to 8 without loss at the end of the over.
Well, we'll take it as it comes for the first hour and see where we are from there. Big first hour.
Well, it was funny you should say that, because I did ask about, I think it was the game, it might have been the Sussex game, in which there was an aggressive declaration. But I asked Liz to ploy after one day's play, when there wasn't a lot of wriggle room, it didn't seem. I asked him about a declaration. He said, well, we're just going to take it a session at a time. And I think, well, now you're in cruise control answering these questions now, because that made no sense at all.
Van der Hoogten bowls, came defence. Leicestershire are following on at Chester Street, 300 odd behind. They're 13 for naught in their second innings, 301 behind, but they're off bad light at Chester Street, even with the floodlights.
Well, they've got the most powerful floodlights in the country. They haven't. But that's what I'm told every time I go there. I'm also told that they have special dispensation from the ECB to play when the floodlights have taken over from the natural light, which is clearly nonsense. But he does pedal it on a regular basis.
Van der Hoogten to Kame, who drives into the offside. Carlson scampers to his left and fields, and there's no run.
In fact, there was one game where Mr. Rushworth Senior and Martin ganged up on me in the commentary box to say, no, this is true. And I'm thinking, well, I know it can't be true, but they weren't having it.
At Headingley, promoted Worcestershire, 18 for 2 in their second innings, 145 ahead of Yorkshire, who declared on 262 for 6. As Kame defends again into the offside, no run. So the Yorkies with an eye on a run chase as well as Glamorgan. Sussex, unfortunately for Glamorgan, are going to beat Gloucestershire, because Sussex declared at 505 for 7, and Gloucestershire chasing approximately 530, are 82 for 4.
I've just been told that Leicester Ploy has been asked to do the media tonight, interestingly. So we're about to ask him if it was arranged.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's played on the offside by Kame, and there's no run. Has been asked by the club to do it.
By the club to do it. Stephen sends a text to a player.
Yes.
And then
is it usually at your request?
No, but if I want to, but it's usually the person
Yes,
who
usually
you
obvious,
would expect.
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. But they're very accommodating.
But today you would have expected Alex Thompson, maybe.
I would, but we spoke to him last week. He's not a big
Not a
speaking
great
to
chatter.
Well, he is. He's a really top bloke, but he doesn't like doing it.
Okay.
I think he's a bit shy.
Van der Hoogten bowls through low outside off stump. Kame plays no shot. No risks at all being taken by the Derbyshire opening batters in poor-ish light.
I think he just hates me, actually. But, he wouldn't be the person in that particular category.
Essex, once Surrey were champions, basically surrendered, 119 all out, of which Tall Paul Walter got 73 out of 119.
Man with the ridiculous trousers.
5 for 57 for Jack White there. Appeal for LBW, looks close. Van der Hoogten's interested. Umpire Redfern, she say no.
It looked good, didn't it?
It
looked good.
Looked
Harry Kame
straightish and lowish.
Harry Kame is wincing.
Whether there's a touch of inside edge? No, there's no inside edge. I'd be interested to hear why Sue Redfern didn't give that one.
That was close. It deflected off one pad onto the protection that isn't padding, but it is made of plastic. Oh, it wasn't for height, certainly. What if she thought there was an inside edge?
Don't think there was. 8 for naught, leading by 157. Thankfully for us, the lead is given on the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, it'd have been hopeless otherwise, wouldn't it? As a new over from Jamie McElroy begins with the ball outside the off stump that's left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper.
But those lights are shining pretty brightly now, aren't they?
It is very, very gloomy. Carrie Kane's still down on his haunches. That one has hurt.
Even though it was a secondary blow as such.
Yeah, picked up pace off his... No, it can't, obviously, but it's picking up pace off the pitch. Next delivery is left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper. It doesn't feel, and it might just be because it's the new ball and the bowling is accurate, but it doesn't feel like Derbyshire have been told to get on with it.
No.
Which suggests to me that it might have been a Glamorgan decision to declare to try to set something up themselves.
Indeed.
As I've said all along, Mickey Arthur doesn't like it. Well, if Mickey doesn't like it, it ain't going to happen. McElroy bowls, and it's defended by Rees. Do you do 5 o'clocks?
No, 6 o'clock is my next engagement with the wireless.
I'll do my 5.
Weather permitting. Yes. Picking up pace once it had hit the pad. That's an interesting concept. Probably similar to... which confused me almost as much as reading an article about antimatter on the BBC's website last night. As, that is a push forward by Lewis Rees. 2 balls left of the over. Signals umpire Lloyd. The ground staff are walking slowly towards the covers. There's a suggestion of a little bit of light rain, and a sunflower-shaped or coloured umbrella has gone up underneath us. McElroy in to bowl, and Rees defends. I fear this day's cricket is going to be truncated. The light is poor. There are a couple of umbrellas out underneath us. A couple at the far end as well, so it's raining at both ends of the ground. You can never tell. There's a bit of a local ecosystem down at the far end. McElroy bowls, and Rees off the back foot defends. 8 for naught it remains. At the end of 6 overs. Glamorgan having declared 149 behind on 301 for 5. Derbyshire edge the bonus points battle. But they might not take many more runs into tomorrow morning, because umpire Redfern is looking at her lightsaber, luxometer, testing it. They had a base reading yesterday at which they set as unsuitable. Umbrellas of all colours up. 8 for naught. It looks as though it's just about playable at the moment, because the ball is back with Tim van der Hoogten as Glamorgan look to make inroads. Well, they'll do well to bowl Derbyshire out on this pitch and set their own terms. Van der Hoogten bowls inside edge from Kame as he pushes forward. Didn't know where it had gone for a moment. The answer was square leg as McElroy did the fielding. 8 without loss. Kame 4, Rees 4, and from all the evidence so far, Edwards...
It doesn't. I know what you're going to say.
One-sided decision for Glamorgan to declare.
Yes. 8 in 6 overs. You won't say that they're hurrying along to get a deck and make a game of it. Well, it'll be one of the worst games of all time if they do battle tomorrow and on and on. But They've got, surely.
Van der Hochten bowls appeal for LBW. Not given. Umpire Redfern is not feeling in generous mood to Tim van der Hochten. That's the second strong LBW shout that he's had against Harry Kame. On the video stream replay, we will have a look and see if we can discern. Just struck outside off stump. That would have rattled into middle and off, I think, but just.
Did she?
Just.
Did he?
Getting outside off, I believe. Oh, it's jacked back sharply.
That's out. Surely.
It might have hit a fraction outside the line, I think. You have to be absolutely convinced as an umpire. As Kame defends one to square leg, I'm absolutely convinced it would have hit the stumps, but not convinced that it would have been LBW.
Too many numbers.
Yeah. We're just getting a few production instructions through, which are somewhat baffling. I think you'll need to ring the BBC Radio Cymru producer, Edward, because that's definitely what they
what a ridiculous
they sent me.
Never.
Van der Hochten bowls and Kame plays no shot through to Chris Cook.
1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 7, 4, 90.
So perhaps someone hit an extra digit by mistake, but that was definitely what they were given.
No, that's the one.
There we are. You're used to ringing Bangor anyway. It's ISTN 2 in Bangor. As Van der Hochten bowls, and that's defended by Kame.
Didn't see any time on it, Nick. You say 10 to 6.
Oh, hang on, where are we?
Not on mine.
As Kame has played one scoring shot so far in 23 deliveries that he's faced. Van der Hochten bowls and Kame plays no shot outside off stump.
Knowing Sapphire Gardens as I do, Nick, I do not think we are going to be here very long. And it's not, well, last night there were showers and then bright sunshine. It's all very gloomy in the dark clouds. If we're still here at 5:30, I'd be surprised. If we're here after 5:30, I'll be doubly surprised. So I'll probably be completely wrong. Probing opening attack, 8 without loss after 7 overs. As McIlroy starts another over and bowls, and this time it brings Rees forward, and there's no run.
The BBC Radio Derby equipment has made contact with Bangarai.
It sounded very much like somebody speaking Welsh anyway.
Did you answer them?
I didn't really understand it.
I think you'd better message the producer, maybe text the producer to find out what time it is. I thought it was 5 to 6,
No,
but
it's all right, no, I've dialed off because I've got one out.
yeah.
Lovely. Thanks, Dave.
3 in a row on the leg side.
Yes, looking at this rate of scoring, 9 in 7.2 overs, it does look, as you suggest, Nick, that it was an off-the-cuff declaration by Glamorgan, because had Derby, they would surely want to try and get a move on.
They'd be playing more shots by now, wouldn't they?
Yes.
No matter how accurate the bowling. With McIlroy and Van der Hochten. McIlroy is quite often economical anyway.
No ground staff sitting by the hovercraft, which is encouraging. McIlroy left arm round the wicket, bowls. This is played into The onside diving route, I think it is, fails to stop it, and they'll get 4 runs. Nicely timed there by Harry Kane. The score hurtles up to 13 without loss.
His second scoring shot, also a boundary. Well, Glamorgan are fiddling around with the field quite a lot. We had 3 on the drive on the leg side a moment ago for the left-handed Reese, and now we've got a leg slip.
Yes, there's been a lot of fiddling between various sides who have been here recently. Next ball is on a length, on off stump, pushed away to mid-off. Very much an end-of-term feeling to this. Tomorrow could be a further and more end-of-term feeling if Derby's approach. Here's the next ball. That's pushed away onto the offside.
Yeah, the light's going to go any moment, I suspect.
Mm-hmm.
At 5:09, those lights on the scoreboard are very bright indeed.
Might be just a little lighter out there because of our windows. McIlroy round the wicket and balls to Kane. Kane drives up to mid-off, no run. Kane wants something. I think he might.
Yes,
And the umpires will confer.
a miner's helmet possibly. The umpires confer. Are they conferring about the ball or the light this time? Looks like the ball check. I think they've got a Friday afternoon box of balls from the factory this week. There have been a few changes already. The light isn't great. Glamorgan. It's not the ball.
No, it's the. No, they've got the light meter out, but they've got to go over the stumps, haven't they?
Yeah, they usually check it on the stumps. Umpire Lloyd has got some device out. Umpire
Our colleague up at
Umpire Redfern
Chesterley
wandering towards
Street.
the dressing room.
You know, Martin Emerson has got his own light check, and when the umpires confer, he'll put his out to the window to make Nick. What are you doing? They'll be off. Martin decided with his own light meter.
Well, I suppose
What's
it
going
gives you
on
an
now,
indication. It can. Well, Umpire Redfern is having a chat to one of the 12thers. Is this it's a bat change for Harry Kane? Was he instructed maybe to change his bat?
Or get on with it?
No, he'd asked a good change his bat before that. I think Sue Redfern has asked the Derbyshire 12th man for something. Because she was explaining
Well, as
about it.
they're doing this, I'm just going to ask a time from.
Yep.
There won't be a tick.
Okay, 13 for no wicket if you are just joining us here on BBC Sport Online in the Sophia Gardens gloom. And Umpire Lloyd is now advancing on the stumps at the other end. Lewis Rees touches the bails. And Umpire Lloyd is going to put his light meter on the stumps, replacing one of the bails. And the verdict is
It's too dark.
dark out there. 13 for naught. Derbyshire lead by 162. A further 18 overs were due to be played today. But we're off at 12 minutes past 5.
18 overs.
Yeah, oh, sorry. So dark. I can't
It is.
read the board.
No, it's ridiculously dark out there. Having said that, they're staying on. They've been told you can only bowl a spinner.
And Glamorgan at the moment are willing to bowl a spinner. But who will bowl at the other end?
Well, that's. I'll give it to Mitch Wagstaff.
Billy Root with either arm?
Oh.
Colin Ingram's lesser spotted leg breaks, which were a regular feature at one point, but haven't been used very much for several years.
It is bizarre, isn't it? I've written bad light.
So Glamorgan forced to turn to spin, and Kieran Carlson will bowl a slightly over-pitched delivery that's driven out to McIlroy at deep cover for a single by Lewis Rees.
You might have to do all these deliveries. I can't see where the ball's going anymore.
Barely see who's in the commentary box. Carlson will bowl over the wickets to the right-handed Harry Kane. Who's hit 2 boundaries and defends that one on the leg side. Douthwaite fields no run. Hang on. Eddie Byram's warming up? Surely not. As Carlson bowled slightly quicker, came back on his stumps, no run. Byram has bowled twice this season, and I don't think either was with any serious intent. As that's fired in by Carlson as came down the wicket and defended when he got there.
Well, that's good.
Both Byram's brief bowling spells were at the end of an innings, as this one's noodled away by Kame, down to short third man. Diving stop by Gorvin keeps them down to a single, 15 without loss. Unless Glamorgan are so aggravated they're going to lob a few up, feed Derbyshire some runs.
And they'll just bat them back to them. That would be funny, wouldn't it?
Carlson bowls wide outside off stump. Rees plays no shot. Now,
well, Eddie Byram has been thrown the ball and he is removing his cap and his sweater. All the evidence suggests, to the hilarity from next door, that Eddie Byram's going to bowl. Well.
I haven't seen Byram bowling in a serious match situation. In fact, his last ball at Leicester was so bad that it bounced halfway down the wicket. And the umpires just wanted to get off by that stage, so it wasn't called no ball.
Well, my major fear is that the players will go off a bad light and the crowd won't spot that they've disappeared. It's so dark. Here he comes then, Eddie Byram. 2 steps, bowls, and it's pushed by Harry Kame out into the onside for a single. Lewis Rees will never get a better opportunity to score a 7th successive half-century. You wouldn't have thought if this carries on for the next 16 overs.
Eddie Byram with career best of 2 for 64 on the last day against Surrey, which was a very, very boring draw 2 years ago.
Excellent.
Where Glamorgan just... other 10 wickets fell in the match for about 1,400 runs. Ollie Pope had about 1,000 of them.
It's coming around the wicket to... well, that's a half tracker. To Lewis Rees, who sweeps it out to the backward square leg boundary. They think about 2, but they're only going to get 1. That's a good piece of fielding. Down below is by Dan Douthwaite.
They're bowling for run-outs.
17 without loss. It is slightly farcical. When I say slightly, I mean completely. That we have been reduced to this. A lead 166, another single as... Harry Kame just pushes that one into the onside.
Well, if they want a part-time spinner, then Billy Root, you would have thought, would have been a better option.
Perhaps he's just said, I'm not bowling in this. Can't see.
Can't see the stumps at the other end.
I can't see where Billy Root is at the moment. He's out there, I'm sure. This next delivery is given some air and comes off the edge of Lewis Rees's bat and goes down to James Harris at backward point. Now, the Derbyshire 12th man has found whatever Sue Redfern asked him to go and get.
Stiff tot of whiskey?
I think it's a light enhancing glasses. That one's pushed into the offside by Rees. And there is no... They wear those sort of yellowy glasses, don't they? They are supposed to be light. It's a load of old nonsense, I think. But psychologically, I think you can see more than you can. This is a loopy delivery that's driven by Lewis Rees out to the cover boundary. There is a man on the cover boundary. It's Zain Al Hassan. And they go through for another single to end the over. Just 4 from that. Well done to Eddie Byram. She's been handed whatever she asked for. And she's taking them out of whatever they were in. And I can barely see anything else. And she's putting one in one pocket and one in the other. Perhaps they were hand warmers.
I don't know what's going on.
She's put one in her back pocket. For later, perhaps. 19 without loss. I have no idea what's going on either, Edward, but it's vaguely farcical.
Well, Glamorgan trying to give Derbyshire some runs, and Derbyshire are not hugely interested in taking them.
They don't seem to be, do they?
Because that over from Byram could have been belted to kingdom to come, to be honest. Carlson bowls, and Rees runs it down to short third man and goes through for a single.
There's Billy Root.
Well,
I've been told to leave.
there we are. Derbyshire 20 for no wicket as Carlson bowls, and they'll take a single on the leg side this time as Kame just plays it gently towards square leg. 21 for naught. The Derbyshire lead is 170. Glamorgan have got spin on both ends to try and force Derbyshire into playing ball. And that one is again steered down to short third man by Rees. And they'll go through for a single. 3 singles in this over. Carlson into bowl to Kame, who defends. Back down the wicket. 171 the lead. In comes Carlson again. Bowls to Kame, who defends. 22 for naught. Lead is 171. The cricket is baffling.
They tried. Oh, sorry.
Carlson to Kame, who's beaten by that one. Through low outside off stump, possibly cannoning off the pads of keeper Chris Cook. It shot through. That one actually bounced for a second time before it reached the wickets. It wasn't a no ball because it just about went past the batsman on the first bounce. But that one kept as low as you're ever going to see on a first-class ground. 22 for naught. Lead was 171. And it's just baffling.
I detest rats, but that reminded me of a rat getting in, hustling along the floor somewhere after some cheese. Tried to get hold of Bangor. Eventually I got a phone call and the reply was, sorry about the signal, we're working on the mast. Eddie Byron, an appeal there for something. This is getting...
LBW. Byron with a big grin on his face as Rees went for the reverse.
You see, they won't want to get out with all the respect to Byron. And here he is, he's around the wicket, and not the best action I've ever seen as they scurry through for a single. Quick return from Van de Gooten.
But it eludes Chris Cook anyway.
Why aren't they off the field? I don't know. Well, I do know, because there's 2 very slow off-spinners bowling. This is extraordinary cricket. And would you say perhaps the unacceptable face of county cricket? Here's the next delivery, which is blocked.
Well, are Glamorgan trying to feed Derbyshire runs by bowling Byram? Because you'd have thought that Roots and Ingram would bowl ahead of him normally. 3
things, I think, here. I'll just try and tell you what I think. First of all, the light. They might well have said, look, and you can't bowl your seam.
Oh, yes, that's understandable.
Secondly, I think that Derbyshire will think, well, if there wasn't a collusion, as the next ball is pushed forward offensively, if there was no collusion, they'd think, hang on, if we, this ordinary bowling, if we go 4-6-4 and belt it, all of a sudden we're so miles ahead, we'd be on a bound to declare, and then Glamorgan will have lots of overs. That's the only thing I can think of.
Single taken to square leg.
Dave doesn't think that Derbyshire will declare because, as he says, it's such a flat, slow pitch, you're very unlikely to get anybody out, and only one winner. My argument to that would be, I thought that the Derby spinners bowled extremely well and got some turns, especially Thompson.
Yep.
And why not take, last game of the season, no wins?
Derbyshire scoring at 2 runs and over. They're 24 for naught after 12. And the ground staff are on the move, and I think it's pretty much too dark to bowl spin at the moment. Here's Carlson into bowl to Kame. This is slightly grim stuff. And Kame is forward defensively. He's got 13 off 43 deliveries. There is no interest from Derbyshire in trying to get on with it and improve their lead tonight. Carlson into bowl, and where's that one gone? Through everything. It's run down to the boundary for 4 byes. 28 without loss. As a bit of turn, Chris Cook maybe should have done better with that one, to be honest.
Yes, it's that sort of game possibly didn't quite concentrate as he normally would.
Sure, he'll be disappointed to let standards slip at any point. 28 for naught, lead 177. Carlson bowls and Kame defends it on the leg side. Fielded by Douthwaite at mid-wicket. And I think the umpires ought to bring a merciful end to today's play. Carlson bowls, Kame on the back foot, defends to Douthwaite again.
They are looking at each other. 4 balls gone though, that's the problem there, because they always look at each other after 4 balls have gone.
Carlson bowls, Kame props forward, ball
I know that
goes off bat and pad on leg side. Douthwaite again, the fielder.
What I can't understand is that Derbyshire haven't won a home game for 4 years, and they haven't won a game this season. If there's the carrot is dangling a little bit, for goodness sake, take it on.
Yeah, they could easily be scoring 4, 5, 6 runs.
You know, think of a game tomorrow. If you lose, fine. If Morgan lose, fine. You've got to think of spectators as well.
Carlson bowls, Kame drives to cover. It's a maiden over. 28 for naught. Umpires, are they going to come together again?
Surely.
It's.
This
is a bit of a joke.
A statement that
Get
will not be on the Rappers 5, and I got 4 minutes to see if I'm right.
And BBC Sport Online are trying to maintain some sense of order in a farcical game situation, and we are going to continue.
Should we count the spectators?
It's more than there were last night. 28 for naught, lead 177. Eddie Byram to continue with a bit of a grin on his face.
They've they put the gauntlet down and say, right, let's have a game. As Byron bowls, and this is swept down to deep backward square, and they go through for a single, 29 without loss.
It's very difficult to pick up the flight of the ball from here at the moment.
If you are still listening, or if you are still watching, it's
wake up.
29 without loss. I think that 30 as Kame looks to be petrified of hitting. Very occasional spin from Byron over the top, even though mid-off and mid-on. They're up, and there's plenty of room behind on that short boundary. Another sweep coming, and that could go for 4. Will it be stopped? No, it isn't.
Douthwaite making a valiant effort. Dived, but the ball went underneath him into the bottom corner of the net.
34 without loss, and 16 now to Rees, 14 to Kame.
Well, if you can see the ball, these are some of the easiest runs
I
he'll score.
Can you? I can't see the ball.
You have to sort of look at the very general direction, look at the fielders.
Well, if you look at the screen, as this is not far off a Corton bowl there.
It's a shocking full toss.
Yes.
Is it called no ball? Not quite on height.
No.
No, it's just the two balls left of the over signal. Thought umpire Lloyd might have been signalling no ball for a moment.
Here's the next delivery. That's wide outside the off stump and struck to backward point. Well, you will know something after the interviews from 2 members of each side tonight, I would have thought, as the next ball beats him outside the off stump. Eddie Byron, yeah, I beat him. He scored lots of runs, but I beat him outside the off stump. And to the over, it's 5:30, so my prediction looks to be wrong. 34 for no wicket as we go on. Now then, you'll have to bowl these 2 all night, because if you think, I can't think why Carlson doesn't bring Tim van der Gooten back, and then they can all walk off.
Yes, indeed. Well, Carlson wants to try and either take wickets or feed Derbyshire some runs, or a bit of both.
Well, he's trying to feed them runs, but they're not getting fed.
But Carlson is, you know, a reasonably regular bowler, and Byram isn't, which...
And both mid-off and mid-on are up.
Makes you wonder what the intent is, really. Ground staff are wandering around again.
Oh, goody.
Carlson to Kame, who plays it back down the wickets to him. Carlson in again. Rees leading on his bat at the non-striker's end. No shot played by Kane through to Chris Cook.
Another thing, Nick, is if the fielders get something towards them, do you think they'll see the ball?
Well, that is the decision the umpires have to take. Is it safe for the fielders? Because Glamorgan have got a short leg in now. As that one's spat a bit. Is it chopped down into the ground?
Yeah,
it's gone past Cook, and it's a single off the... No contact with the bat. Bye signal. So Chris Cook is struggling to see the ball as well. All peculiar. Carlson in to bowl, appeal for LBW, not given by umpire Redfern.
She's given 1 in the whole game, is she?
I was looking at it, I'm not sure if she has actually.
We'll give Colin Ingram up.
That was Lloyd,
Thompson,
wasn't it? Because they hadn't swapped ends by then. As that's played gently on the leg side by Rees for a single down to square leg. 36 without loss. Derbyshire lead by 185. First run off the bat in this over. Carlson to bowl the last ball of it. And it's driven up to mid-on, and Kane will take a single. 37 for naught. It's 13 for naught off 8 overs when they turned to spin, or were instructed that they had to turn to spin to stay on the pitch.
It could well be, with such a lead, you see, and I suppose they might have had instruction to say, well, just don't get out tonight, and then tomorrow we can set our stand out and play properly and go for it. Otherwise, we're going to have a depressing sort of final day to season 2023.
Lead is 186, so if Derbyshire added 120, 130 in the morning, if it's 200 tonight, another could get to 320 ahead, but would that give them enough overs to bowl Glamorgan out? Would they? All sorts of calculations going on.
First ball from Byron. Let's see what his figures are. 3.1, 0 for 12. All the fielders are up, you see. There's bags of room for attacking shots. And this one is an attacking shot, and he's pulled for 4.
It's a filthy full toss. It takes the score under 41 without loss. Oh, as we see a replay of a previous delivery. Byram's bowling them so quickly. It's
Kame goes on to 19. Byron.
Trying to use the pitch, Eddie.
He's coming over the wicket. It bowls. It's back ball. Blocked away on the offside. Byram again bowls. Cut away to the sweeper. 1 run, 42 without loss.
Lead 191. Glamorgan having declared on 301 for 5 immediately after passing the follow-on figure. Some decent innings this afternoon. Attractive knots from Ingram 82, Route 53.
That's quite well bowled actually, but he had to adjust and push it out to deep mid-wicket and amble through for a single. One ball left.
Zain ul Hassan, 65, allowed Glamorgan to build patiently. Alex Thompson took 4 for 97, plenty of bowling through the afternoon. He did well.
Next ball is a single down to deep backward square. 44 without loss, and thankfully I've got to leave you now and go and...
Don't leave me, Edward! Dave Fletcher's still on the other line, so...
what does I say? What am I going to tell Radio Cymru? Try and explain that.
Rhyfedd iawn.
Yeah.
Dwi ddim yn deall beth sy'n digwydd. I don't understand what's going on.
Excellent, and there's a 12th man out there. All the best.
Thank you, Edward. 44 for naught. In the gloom, Glamorgan bowling spinners because they can't carry on with seam. Lead is 193. And came back defending to short leg, no run. Well, I just hope we get a decent game out of this somehow tomorrow. As Carlson bowls, reverse sweep nicely played by Harry Kame. He will pick up just the single though, as Zain ul Hassan is able to come in from deep point and do the fielding. 45 without loss. Kame 22. Rees 18, 5 sundries. 2 slips now for Kieran Carlson, bowling to Lewis Rees. And he plays it into the offside, goes through for a quick single. Dan Douthwaite fields, they are safely home. As Rees moves to 19, total to 46, and the lead to 195. Carlson bowls, Kame defends. Dave Fletcher is back with us.
What's going on, Nick?
I was hoping you might be able to tell me.
Dave Fletcher's got the latest. I said, well, I can't tell you anything because I can't see out to the middle. It's so dark. I have been in lighter nightclubs. Genuinely been in lighter nightclubs.
As down the wicket comes Kame and plays it towards point. Single taken 47 for naught, 196 ahead. I was just saying, I hope we get a decent game out of this somehow.
Yes, well, good luck with that.
Carlson, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed. Rees hit on the pads. Looks
Inside edge.
interesting. Not given.
Do you think the batsmen have been brought a message out, haven't they, in the previous over, or at the end of the previous over, because the 12th man came out with 2 bottles, entirely
Superfluous.
entirely ignored by the 2 batsmen. Now, whether it was hang in there until tomorrow and we might go for it, or what, who can tell? I'd be surprised if it was that.
Well, they're obviously not going for it now.
No.
Against some fairly mediocre bowling from Eddie Byram.
It's not the best, is it? But in fairness to him, he probably didn't expect to be bowling at any time today, I would have thought. But he is. He's bowled 4 overs for 19. And he's in now from the River Taff end and bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes it up to mid-off. And there is no run. It was a full delivery, slightly quicker. I'm not really going to go into the intricacies of Eddie Byram's bowling for obvious reasons. I don't know what he is bowling. He bowls, that one is clipped into the leg side by Kane for a single. He moves to 24, 48 without loss. Lead 197. Oh, you just want to go out there and say, look, give the ball to Tim van der Hookten and let's get off.
Let's go home.
Because this is almost entirely pointless. We're going to lose the time out of the game because they're barely scoring anyway. Oh, there's a horrible half-tracker, and Lewis Rees can do nothing more than pull it into the leg side to Dan Douthwaite for a single. It must be difficult to bat in these, as well as field and watch, and the only people who seem to be enjoying themselves are the umpires. Can they be? I'm not sure they can.
Well, Byram's bowling his longest spell for 2 years anyway.
Well, as in comes Byram again. That one is pushed back down the track, and there is no run. I was hoping that Getty might have a picture of the Sophia Gardens floodlights, so we could give people an idea on Twitter what they're missing. Here is Byram again, off the back foot, driven out towards the cover boundary, and they've gone through for a single. It's 50 up for Derbyshire. One person clapped. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. I'm not sure it was worth a clap, really, but they clapped anyway. Next delivery. Oh, he smashed that, Lewis Rees. I've no idea how far it's gone. I'd be surprised if the umpire could see it, and he's given 6. Out toward, I'm assuming because Billy Root's running in that direction, it's gone out towards long on, and Lewis Rees moves to 26. Derbyshire 56 without loss at the end of the over. Eddie Byram's now bowled 5 overs for 28.
I'd just written Derbyshire showed no sign of attacking in the evening gloom, so I'll have to change that. Because
showed one sign of attacking, just the one, but there was a sign.
Yes.
Ah, look at that. That's the perfect picture. There we go. For my close of play.
Well, you have greater expertise on the picture front than I do.
Well, having said that, not sure.
Carlson to Kame, and he's beaten by that one. Ball rolls down to slip, and there's no run. 56 for naught. We've got potentially 7.5 overs of this nonsense.
Yes, that's good, isn't it?
Well, it's good that it's not any more than that. Carlson to Kame, who defends into the leg side, and it's eluded short leg. Douthwaite has some way to make, so they're through for a single. 57 for naught. 206 the lead.
I'm not entirely sure how we are still playing, if I'm honest. We shouldn't be.
We should not be playing. As that is driven into the offside by Rees. There's no run. Both batters on 26. Derbyshire 57 for naught. Lead by 206 after Glamorgan declared on 301 for 5 immediately after avoiding the follow-on. Alex Thompson, 4 wickets. Colin Ingram, 82. Zainul Hassan, a patient, 65. Billy Root, a chirpy little 53. Carlson and Cook also chipped in. And Carlson bowls and Rees defends to point. Root does the fielding.
Something's just flown past, but I've no idea what it is. A bat, I think. They normally come out at this time of night.
Was it from hell? As Rees defends on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think it might have been, actually.
Ball back in Carlson's hands. Bowling round the wicket, and that is played again to Root at point. And again, there is no run. The fast continues, possibly for another 7 overs, unless the umpire.
He's got his light meter out as umpire Lloyd, I'm delighted to say, and surely to goodness that will be that, because it is exceptionally dark. But no, he's put his light meter away. He seems happy. Good grief.
I'm glad someone's happy.
And we move on. I say move. Somebody's doing something out there, but I'm not sure what it is. But we're going to carry on. He's writing something on his hand rather than in his notebook. He's probably got his earpiece in and he's listening. Have a word with that commentator who keeps saying, get off.
Double milk order for next week. I'll be at home.
Eddie Byram in bowls to Harry Kame, who has hit that
to mid-wicket.
Along the floor to mid-wicket. Yes, thank you, Nick. I thought that had gone in the air somewhere. Picks up a single. The ball was thrown in to Chris Cook, who clearly didn't see it particularly well. 58 without loss. Came on to 27. The lead 207. Byram bowls, reverse sweep comes out. And there's an appeal for something. I assume it's leg before wicket. I'm going to have to look at the screen because it's easier to see on the television. But not from that angle. It must have been for...
was it a catch or slip?
He could have claimed the catch as well. Yeah, went through to the slip, didn't it? Rees drives out to the cover boundary for a single. Moves on to 27, 59 without loss.
This is hard to take, isn't it?
Well, yes. Byram in. Bowls a flat one. That was driven by Kame out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by McIlroy. He throws it back in. They take a single. Nothing much else happens. 60 rather now without loss. The current run rate is 3. It doesn't feel like it. Oh, and Rees has smashed that down the ground, and I'm not sure whether Byram got a hand to it. I hope he didn't. I don't think he did, and he's got 4 runs for it. And Rees has moved to 31. Of course, if they are going to be out here for another 6 overs after that, Rees could get to his half century if the bowling 3 overs of Eddie Byram.
Yes.
So he may have that on his mind. He did say that he was a little disappointed that the 6 had been highlighted because he's got 7 in his career at Lancashire, and he sweeps the next delivery. Douthwaite is there, slips over on the end of the square but keeps the ball in, and then Eddie Byram has his arms out wide saying, well, if he's thrown it to me, I can't see it. He hadn't. He'd thrown it to Cook. It's the end of the over. Rees has kept the strike. He's on 32. Kame has 28. And Derbyshire has 65 without loss, leading by 214. This ball hasn't... I'll rephrase that. These spinners haven't turned the ball as much as Alex Thompson, have they? So Derbyshire do have that up their sleeve.
Yeah.
The Thompson turn, as we like to call it. I just made that up. Should they, at some point tomorrow, wish to declare?
Carlson bowls. Rees defends. 65 for naught. Well, we've seen some bright and breezy attacking cricket. Seen some well-contested cricket, and we've seen some absolute rubbish cricket. Carlson bowls wide of off stump, cut away by Rees, down to deep points, just the single taken as McIlroy does the fielding.
Which is this? Because I can't see this, so you'll have to tell me what this bit is.
I think this will be in the latter category. 66 for naught. Lead 215. As that is driven into the offside. Fielded by Byram at cover. No run. As Carlson bowls on leg stump, clipped by Kame to backward square. Rees wanted a single, Kame didn't.
No. The lights on the balcony now, the players' balcony, there is a light there. I haven't seen anything quite that bright for a long time. It looks like a lightsaber.
Carlson bowls, Kame defends.
But the lights inside on the ground floor as well of the pavilion,
Yeah.
I've never noticed those.
No.
And now they are shining brightly. I'll be lucky if I can find my way back to my hotel.
As Carlson bowls and forward comes Kame. Might have hit it, might have hit his pad. It's a no ball from Kieran Carlson.
Done well to spot that, hasn't she?
Well, it's about 3 metres in front of her, so perhaps she's got the light on her phone on, Sue Redfern. 68 without loss. This is the darkest that I've seen first-class cricket played, I think.
And me.
Carlson bowls, Kame defends. 68 for naught, lead 217, 5 overs left.
They're going to confer again here, the umpires, about something, although I don't think they can find each other. Oh, yes. Oh, you're there.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, what are they doing now? We'll
had
have
enough.
a look. He's got his light meter out.
Everyone's had enough.
Graham Lloyd, and they said, give us the ball here, we'll go. This is nonsense. And they're probably right, in all honesty. So Derbyshire's lead is at 217. I can't imagine that we're going to get any more play today, because it would be staggering if it got lighter than it is now. I'm saying that, I have no idea. I didn't think we'd come back last night either. And bizarrely we did. Two batsmen. Harry Kame has 28. Lewis Rees has 33. After that surprise declaration, to some of us, of 301 for 5 by Glamorgan once they'd reached the follow-on target. The umpires have removed the stumps, which normally tells you something, but it didn't tell us anything yesterday. Some, as Nick was saying, some good cricket today. 82 from Colin Ingram was entertaining off just 97 balls. Kieran Carlson hit the ball around a bit for his 36 and a half century for Billy Root, as well as Zain Ul Hassan, as they went from 22 without loss to 450. To 301 rather for 5. That meant they were 149 behind. Alex Thompson 4 for 97, and he did get some turn, so that might be worth watching out for tomorrow if we can see the middle. It looked as though at 5:15 they were going to have to leave the field at 13 without loss, but they were merely being told, Glamorgan, that they could only play spinners. Enter Eddie Byram, 6 overs for 36. Kieran Carlson, 7 overs for 14. That tells you how whereabouts in the pecking order of spinners those two are. Not Byram's fault by any manner of means. It looks like we're going to lose another 5 overs. We did lose a few earlier on when it rained after the declaration. We lost 5 then. We might lose another 5 now. But I'm sure if Glamorgan and Derbyshire get back out on the field, we'll be back to tell you. Somebody might have to tell us that they're coming back out, though, because, quite frankly, it is as dark as I've ever been inside a cricket ground when they've only just left the field and they haven't switched the light. You know what I mean? Sometimes the lights will be on and you think, oh, it's quite bright, but I mean, everybody's decided that that's it. 68 without loss. Lead by 217. Nick, it's been a delight.
Thank you, Dave. Update for BBC Radio Wales in about 9 minutes' time, but we'll be back with commentary at just before 10:30 tomorrow morning and see what we make of this match and whether the suffering of the last hour will have been worth it. No star.
With the light having deteriorated, that is the close of play. Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr, everyone, for your company today as you shortly prepare to leave Supply Gardens. Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure.